About Nandala Mafabi, something interesting at the polling station where he casted his vote yesterday. Amazingly or surprisingly, he managed to come second in lead against the NRM, and of course he secured over 146 votes at his specific polling station, and the NRM candidate had over 157 votes, making it a difference of 11 votes. And of course, moving on to the Alliance for National Transformation, the candidate there is Mugisha Muntu, who is at 0.57%, with the number of votes of 2,020. The number of votes is 29,504 votes. And of course, Mubaraka Munyagwa Serunga for the Common Man's Party, he is standing at 0.28%, with the number of votes of 14,742. And Robert Kasibante there of the NPP standing at 0.3%, with 15,929 votes. Of course, more from the provisional results from the National Tallying Center. That's in Reza. Joseph Mabirizi of the Conservative Party is at 0.21%. Standing at the number of votes so far at 10,910. And of course, Frank Bulira comes at 0.25%, with a number of votes that are 23,267. Yes, just an infographic for you there. You can look at the pie chart that clearly gives you the visual portions of each and every candidate as it stands from the National Tally Center. And of course, yes, the colored part with yellow, as you can see, is having 76.25%, representing the NRM candidate, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. When we look at NUP, that is 19.85%. Of course, there is that shade in red. Robert Chagulanyi stands with that portion, or with a proportion. And of course, yes, we have the Alliance for National Transformation. They are in purple. Yes, it's a bit constricted because that is the percentage on which he stands of 0.56%. And of course, the FDC also, when you look at our pie chart there, it is a big promising to converse over the NUP, that is the NUP proportion, but the FDC is standing at 2.08%. And of course, Mubaraka Munyagwa Serunga comes in here, as you can see there, at 0.28%, as it is reflected on the pie chart, as you can see there. And of course, advancing, Robert Kasibante on 0.30%, still represented there at our pie chart. And yes, to go on with the RPP flag bearer, that is Frank Bulira, standing at 0.45%, represented still on the pie chart. Each and every candidate has been represented. We have not left out any candidate. And of course, lastly, it is Joseph Mabirizi, standing at 0.21% of the current votes that have been tallied at the National Tallying Center. Apparently, the number of votes that have been counted, we shall be showing them to you there later on. But of course, the polling stations are 22,758, as reported as per 9:36 p.m. And of course, it stands at 44.9%. And of course, we are going to be speaking to some of our reporters in the field to give us a feel of what is happening wherever they are situated and wherever they are reporting from. And of course, I'm with Mohammed Yiga, the one in Mbali, going to give us a snip of something that is going on there, to paint a brief picture of what is happening. But yes, Mr. Yiga Muhammad, ogambo tasebo. Olieyo olimbale. Mulembe Yiga.
Mulembe.
Wabizeda.
Kama huwa.
Oh yeah, okay, ondetera amalewa wobukomawo.
It is okay.
It says omulabi waffe ali ku BCTV mubulire oba musigire ekifaananyi kiki ekigenda maaso awo embale okuva obudde obwekiro paka essaawa zino nga kikwatagana n'ebyokulonda.
Okulonda wano mu kibuga Mbale kwaggaddwawo ku ssaawa nga 11 olwo ne twolekera Mbale City Chambers we babalira obululu oyinza ogiyita Tale Center. Wakati mu byokwerinda eby'amaanyi obubokisi bwatuusiddwa akawungeezi okutandikira ddala ssaawa 11 bwakomekerezeddwa okuyingira ndowooza paka ssaawa nga zabadde 4 olw'okuba nti ebitundu ebimu byabadde nga tebituukikamu oba oliawo n'entambuza yaabwo yabaddemu engeri y'akasoobo. Kakati no batandise okubala obululu buno ssaawa zabadde nga 5:30 era nga ne wetwogerera bakyabala. Mbale okufaananako ekifaananyi kinene kiri nti erina divisions 2 omuli Industrial City Division wamu ne Northern City Division. Kati embiranye ey'amaanyi ebadde nnyo mu kalulu k'abakyala era nga wano abeesimbyewo ku kuvuganya ku kifo ky'omubaka akiikirira ekibuga Mbale omukyala kuliko Wanyoto Lydia Mutende wamu n'omukyala Koni Nakayenze Galiwango ate era nga mu ngeri y'emu wali Koni Nakayenze Galiwango ali ku independent ticket ate nga Lydia Wanyoto ye flag bearer ow'ekibuga wa NRM mu kuvuganya kuno. Kati waliwo n'omukyala omulala ye wa NUP yalina ticket ya NUP bamuyita Aisha Nakayenze nga waliwo nno n'owa DP ayitibwa Peace Namono era nga akalulu okusinga okuvuganya ennyo olw'embiranye ey'amaanyi eri wakati wa Lydia Wanyoto wamu ne Koni Nakayenze Galiwango. Naye nga mu kiseera kino okusinziira ku bibalibwa ebivaayo biraga nti Lydia Wanyoto akyali mu comfortable seat oba aleebya munne Koni Nakayenze Galiwango wadde nga oba oliawo ne owa NUP Aisha Nakayenze asobola okujja mu kifo ekyokusatu nga bwe bagenda bagoberegana. Naye ate era mu ngeri y'emu akalulu ak'abasajja oba ak'omubaka alondebwa obutereevu nako kaamaanyi nga kano kali wakati kalimu omukulu Kalimu Masaba ono yabadde akiikirira Industrial City Division ali ku independent ate era nga waliwo n'omukulu ayitibwa Wasuukira Anthony ono naye independent. Wambogo Moses Wambogo John Wekesa yalina flag eya NRM ku kifo kino ekya Industrial City Division ku kya MOP ate nga waliwo ne Rashidi Walimbwa owa NUP naye nga waliwo n'omukyala owa FDC ayitibwa Maganda Wokore Margaret. Okuvuganya okw'amaanyi ku omubaka alondebwa obutereevu kuli wakati wa Wasuukira ne Karimu Masaba incumbent MP. Naye nga Karimu Masaba alabika nti ate ateesinga liini bw'ogeraageranya bano bonna banne baali nabo. Mu Northern City Division wali ababaka abeesimbyewo ku kifo ky'omubaka owa Northern City Division bawererako ddala naye nga mubo mulimu Paulo Wanyoto ono nno brother wa Lydia Wanyoto avuganya eri ku ky'abakyala ate waliwo ne Haji Umaru Nangoli ono yaliko RDC nga Mbale tennafuuka kibuga ne wabeerawo ne Stacey Wambede. Stacey Wambede ye abadde akiikirira Northern City Division mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu ate nga mulimu ne Gasho omusizi omu Rabbi Wambede ono yakiikirirako ekibuga kino ekya Northern City Division mu Parliament era nga yaggibwayo Stacey Wambede. Waliwo Ivan Masaba owa NUP ate nga waliwo n'omulala ayitibwa Mukone Richard ono nga naye wa independent. Kati okuvuganya okw'amaanyi mu Northern City Division mu kibuga kino eky'Embale kuli wakati wa Haji Umaru Nangoli owa ali ku independent ne omukulu Ivan Masaba owa NUP naye ne Kudu Hussein eyali RCC w'e Masaka n'akyusibwa n'azzibwa ekkuumi nga ye RDC waayo naye abadde ataddewo okuvuganya okw'amaanyi naye obukeeredde ng'ate agenda aserebwa. Kati okutwaliza wamu ebyokwerinda binywezeddwamu ddala okwetooloola Tale Center emmamba ze zikwaniriza waliwo abasirikale abapaakito abatambuza ebigere ne kabangali za poliisi zennyini zeetooloola ekibuga naddala okusalako tale center weeri. Kati tewali kintu kyonna kiyinza kutaataaganya kulonda. Wabaddewo okwagala okulwanagana wakati w'abawagizi ba Kalimu Masaba ne omukulu John Wambogo ng'ono yalina tiketi ya NRM, naye ab'ebyokwerinda bayingidde mu tale center era ne bakkakkanya embeera okubala obululu ne kuddamu, naye nga kubadde kwesibyemuuko ekiwaliriza omukulu Anthony Watuukira ali ku independent ticket okuwalampa emmeeza owulidde asobole okubeera nti oba oliawo eddoboozi lye liwulirwa, naye DPC n'abakuumaddembe bayingidde mu tale center ne babeera nga embeera bagikkakkanya. Okulonda mu kibuga Mbale akalulu tekannamanyi bw'oba kanaalangirirwa ddi, kubanga kumpi okuva ekiro kwonna babala akalulu ka president ne badda ku k'omubaka alondibwa obutereevu ne badda ku k'omubaka omukyala, naye nga Mbale erina abantu abeesimbyewo bawererako ddala kumpi ku buli kifo. Naye nno ng'ovuddeko ne mu kibuga Mbale ntunuddeko ko sayidi y'Ebulambuli wali Ebulambuli ko kumpi okulonda kuwedde era balangiridde abawanguzi nga ku kifo ky'omubaka omukyala akiikirira disitulikiti ey'Ebulambuli Sarah Nambozo Weekomba yalangiriddwa ng'ono abadde avuganya ne Patience Nambozo, waliwo n'omukyala omulala ategerekeseko erya Jacqueline. Naye ng'ate mu Elgon County era mu disitulikiti ey'Ebulambuli Nyansi Omudiimi wa Makuyu ono yabadde incumbent mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu era awanguddemu ne Master Moses. Ate nga Elgon County Elgon North era mu ngeri y'emu mu Bulambuli omubaka Engineer Irene Muloni awanguddwa Gerald Nangoli. Kati ate era mu ngeri y'emu Asene Bulambuli County wabaddeyo omukulu ayitibwa Biara Emmanuel ono nga yabadde ne tiketi eya NRM era awanguddemu ne Alex Burundo. Alex Burundo ono yakiikirirako essaza lino era mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu. Bwe tugenda ku sayidi y'eri Manapa waliwo omukyala abadde ayitibwa Musubika Anet, ono awanguddwa omukyala mukulukulu mu myaka ayitibwa Rose Mutonyi, yaliyoko mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu naye era n'avaayo. Kakati Rose Mutonyi azzeeyo era ku tiketi eya NRM. Tujja kwongera obatuusaako ebifa sayidi eno mu bbendobendo lya Bugisu, naye ng'ate ne Sironko bantegeezezzaako nti omukyala Aisha Naburo Mafaabi Lumoro alabika nga akyaleebya munne oba minisita Florence Wamala Nambozo mu kalulu k'omubaka omukyala akiikirira disitulikiti eyo. Ebirala ebisingako awo tutabikuŋŋaanya. Ojjako nga waliwo kyobuuza. Eyiganga
todaba kubanga onzirukako. Njagala onsiigire embeera nga bweri awo wabweru we bali mu kubanga ate babalira obululu. Abantu beetooloddewo bangi oba abasecurity be basinze okubanga babeera mu kifo ekyo?
Ekifaananyi ekiri mu ttale ssente ekisookera ddala abantu baabalimikinze batono nnyo. Buli kandidate yaweereddwa abantu babiri okuyingira nabo. Bannamawulire ffe tusingamuuko obungi, then ab'ebyokulonda baabawudde bali wagguluko eri gye bakolera emirimu gyabwe. Kakati ebweru abakuumaddembe be basinga obungi, mulimu poliisi, mulimu UPDF wamu n'abambadde engoye eza bulijjo. Wabula walabiteeko abatunuulizi b'ebyokulonda oyinza obayita ba observers, abamu balabika nga babadde bava mu nsi za Bulaaya bayingiddewo kaawo, naye ate ndowooza ekifaananyi kye bafunye we bajjidde we wabalukiddewo akanyoolagano nga kampu oba enkambi eya Kalimu Masaba n'eya Wasuukira neya John Wekesa Wambogo baagala okugwangana Malaka. Kati ndowooza bo kyekifaananyi kye bafunye we bayingiridde we battale center okulanagana ne kubalukawooko, naye oluvannyuma ne kukakkanyizibwa abakuumaddembe. Mbale City Chambers oba Mbale City Council yeetooloddwa bbugwe oba ekikomera nga terina geeti bbiri, geeti emu yokka yeyingiza oba n'okufulumya abayingira. Ebweru emmamba zeetooloddewo. Jjukira nti Mbale City Chambers eriraanye regional block awakuŋŋaanira ebyokwerinda. Kakati sayidi eri waliyo regional block abakuumaddembe bangi emmotoka gye ziri ne wano okwetooloola Mbale City Council era nawo weebali, ate nga waliwo n'ekkubo okuva ku cricket ground okukira ku Toro Road nayo lyasaliddwako lyo teriyisa mmotoka era baalisazeeko abantu tebalikozesa okufaananako ne bulijjo baatadde emizindaalo ebweru kakati abantu abasinga obungi tebabakiriza mu Tale Center bano abatunuuli bano banjagala okubeera nga mmanyi ebifo eno n'ebweru ku kikomera ekyambale City Chambers nayo baataddeyo emizindaalo eminene n'abali obusukkakkubo nabo basobola okuwulira ebirangirirwa mu Tale Center.
Yiga oyogeddeko n'abakulu ab'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda abali eyo nsonga ki gye bawa okubanga n'okutuusa kati nti okubanga tubala oba babala obululu bwa presidential candidate tekunaba kubanga kubaako we kwatuuse?
Tugezezaako okwogerako nabo naddala lwaki kuba batugambye nti waliwo obubokisi obwazzenga ekikeerezi by the way waliwo n'ebimu ku DR forms ezireetedde almost ssaawa zibadde 12 ng'abamu ku bakozi omukyalo omu agamba nti yazeerabidde n'abaana be yabadde akola nabo ezo bazireese ssaawa 12 n'ekitundu era wabaddewo akanyoolagano nga enkambi zonna tezaagala bino biyingizibwe kuba buli omu abadde tamanyi bino bwe babireeta biyambaani era nga bamubaga nti baagala kutubba bululu bwaffe enkambi zonna nga buli omu alwanyisa bireme kuyingizibwa wabula abakuumaddembe n'abakakiiko batudde mangu ne basobola okubeera nti bakkaanya ku bintu bino ebibadde bireeteddwa omuli DR forms zibadde ziwerera ddala oba zibadde nga 10 naye nga zeetaagibwa naye ate nga tezaatuuse mu budde waliwo n'obumuktu bwayingidde mu soole ekyo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda tekatuwadde ansa nambulukufu lwaki kubanga akawungeezi twabaddeko kakiiko ako ku electoral commission nga bali mu kulagira emmotoka zigende zitandike okugyayo obubokisi naye ate waliwo obuyingidde mu ngeri ey'omusoole wabula enkambi zombi obwedda buli oludda lwekkaanya n'okutunula obutiribiri okulaba nti tewali kiddamu kuyingizibwa mu ngeri ekontana n'amateeka so embeera bwekyo bwekyali wano mu kibuga Mbale oba oliawo n'ebitundu ebiriraanyeewo.
Tweyanziza nnyo omusase waffe Muhammad Yiga. Of course, he was giving us what is happening in Mbale city. It comprises industrial city and the northern city. He says counting of the ballots started at around 11:30 p.m. That was yesterday, saying it was attributed to the delay in bringing in the votes and the ballot papers. And of course, they also had some hurdles in transporting the ballot papers from the sub-county to the district tally center. But of course, he gave us an analysis of who has been elected in some of the constituents that have been announced their results of voting. And of course, for the industrial city, the woman representative to parliament, it is Wanyoto Lydia. So far she is in the lead and she is the flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement. But the tight race is between her and Connie Galuango, who is an independent, and the flag bearer for NUP, that is Peace, that is Aisha Nakayenze, comes in third. And of course, the direct member of parliament, the race is between the incumbent, that is Karim Masaba, who is an independent candidate, and also Wasukira Anthony, who is an independent. The NRM flag bearer there is Wambogo John, and the National Unity Platform flag bearer is Rashid Wanchumba. But we are anticipating to have a one-on-one with the Electoral Commission chairman, that is Justice Biabakama, with one of our reporters in just a few minutes. And of course, yes, still more from Mbale city. We do have the northern city. There is Paulo Wanyoto as a contestant, and of course Haji Wumaro Nangobi as an independent. And yes, of course, there is also the Seth Wambede, Rabbi Wambede, and Ivan Masaba, the flag bearer for National Unity Platform, and also Hood Hussein. But the hot race is between Ivan Masaba, the National Unit Platform flag bearer, and also Haji Wumaro Nangobi. But of course, let's speak to Semambo to say what is happening over there. Semambo, jebale kosebo.
Kale nyabo.
Oli live ku UBC tukulire ekifomo oli ateera n'embeera nga bwetambula.
Embeera nga bweyimiridde mu kitundu kya Wakiso kino ekitebe naddala ekitebe ekikulu wenjogerera buno obudde abasirikale ne security eri very tight era okuyingira okuaccessinga ekifo kino ekyatali center kikubeerera ddala kizibu nnyo nnyini ddala omala kulaga mpapula zikukkiriza okuba ng'oyingira ekifo kino eno.
Okay, Semambo, you pardon me, but can we use English for the biggest portion of our viewers?
Okay, as I said earlier, that the place is very calm and it is very restricted, whereby one to access it, they have to be authorized, and then you have to have a letter from the returning officer to access the area. So inside the Tally Center, so far one member of parliament has been confirmed, and that is the NRM's Moses Mayanja, who has snatched victory for Busiro North. Kagwa Swaibo Nsereko of Jema Party received only 179 votes. Kasita Hussein Bukenya, an independent, got 1,919 votes. And Kato Damiana, an independent, 263. PFF's Senkungu Moses also snatched 112 votes. And Semaganda Ronald, who was in a title race with Moses Mayanja, received votes of it is 14,667 votes so far. Those who expect, we are expecting to listen from the returning officer to see more positions that will be declared, more candidates who will be declared victors, and those we expect is Nupos Mwadankunyij of Chadondo East. I've seen around Zambale Blasio Mukasa is also around, and Magola. So other candidates who were competing with them have not been at the Tally Center. Maybe by the time you come at the Tally Center, you have a snatch on what is happening and what you expect. So these people who are around, maybe they expect themselves to be victors by the end of the day.
Okay, so what is the environment like when it comes to security deployment, since you've talked about some people being restricted from accessing the venue?
Yeah, not even all journalists are allowed to enter the Tally Center, as I told you, whereby you have to have received a letter from the returning officer to allow you to enter. Heavy deployment of men in uniform is also seen at the gate and the roads that lead you to the headquarters of Wakiso district.
Okay, if we look at Nansana municipality between Zambali, Blasio, Mukasa, who else is tightly competing with him?
Right now, what the system that the Wakiso district is using, they declare region per region. So they began with
constituency.
Yeah, constituency. So constituency per constituency. So they began with Busiro North. So anytime we expect the returning officer to declare another person in a few hours. But as of now, I've seen Blasio Mukasa. As I told you, the people who expect to, who think they have already won, because by the time you come at the Tally Center, you already have your provisional results and declaration forms. So those who think that they are here to get official declarations are so far the ones around, and their opponents, none of them is around.
Okay, thank you so much, Semambo Joshua. We shall be getting back to you in a short, but as of now, let's have a one-on-one with the EC Chairman, Justice Biabakama, with our reporter.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Tunde. It is still morning. Good morning to you, Tunde, and to UBC TV once again. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa, Sabagabo Machindie, where the Electoral Commission has mounted the tally center for the 2026 presidential elections, which is, as well, as far as I'm informed, their new home that they're trying to set up, and with time they will permanently be here. Now, we have a chance to talk to the man himself, the man in charge of the whole season, the electoral process 2026, that is Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon. That is the order of the name I've come to discover. My Lord, good morning.
Good morning, Jordan. How are you?
I'm fine.
We're viewers of UBC.
Yes.
Welcome to the National Tally Center, Jambogo. I mean, Lobo. I'm seeing 2021.
Okay. How has been the process, in your view, since campaigns to date?
Oh, well, I think the process has been, of course, campaigns had a little, the usual. But overall, the campaigns went on well. The presidential candidates were able to cover the areas they wanted to cover, and quite successfully, in my view, and thankfully. We don't have major incidents like we had in 2020 when so many people died. I want to commend the people, and yesterday, of course, people went for polling at the 50,739 polling stations, where they were able to cast the votes for the president, woman member of parliament, directly elected member of parliament. And I want to say this process went well, although there were glitches in the morning on account of the biometric voter verification kits, which developed issues in some areas. In other polling stations, they worked well, but in other areas they didn't. But we were able to switch immediately to the using the manual register, and people voted, and that's why today we are here to receive the results.
Two things. There was concern about the unprecedented disqualification and denomination of candidates. How did this happen? And the biggest question is, you, Electoral Commission, denominating people you nominated. How did you discover your mistakes after making them?
No, the mistakes were not, first of all, the mistakes were not by the Electoral Commission. They were by the candidates. Yes, because you see...
If you approve my papers,
yes.
How do you again discover that they have a problem?
Now, let me tell you, Jordan. First of all, the law provides that after nomination, your papers can be scrutinized by any voter or your opponent in the rest. After nomination, the voter or your opponent is at liberty to scrutinize your papers, inspect them, and if there are issues he or she discovers in your papers, that person has a right to complain to the Electoral Commission. It is in the law. If the lawmakers had intended that once the candidate has been nominated, whatever mistakes are there, they should not be looked into, or they should not be raised. They should have said that. But the mere fact that the law recognized that even when someone has been nominated, the nomination can still be challenged in law, and the challenge can be raised with the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Commission will sit as a quasi-judicial body, entertain the complaint, look into the merits of the matter. If it finds that there was no merit, dismiss the complaint. If it finds there was a merit, then we take the necessary steps as recommended in the law.
How can voters have the capacity to detect these gaps in candidates' papers, and you, the Electoral Commission, these papers pass your stages and they go to the next level of nomination?
Yeah, first of all, let me tell you that we have 2 days for nomination, and we have tens of candidates coming in for nomination in those 2 days. Our team that verifies the papers, the nomination papers of these candidates, they are in most cases overworked. They have to catch up with the time. At times they nominate people up beyond 9 o'clock, even beyond midnight. So there are occasions, therefore, when, yes, that's why even in the courts of law, by the way, a judge will hear a case. But then you have a right to appeal against the decision of that judge. It goes to another court, and the court will overturn what the other judge decided. Will you say, well, how can you, the same courts, be the ones now to overturn what your fellow judge has decided? So that is the process of the rule of law, and that's what the process of due process means. That's what due process means. So, secondly, indeed, the law, the denominations we carried out were in accordance with the law. Let me give you an instance. If the law says for you to qualify to get nominated, you must have a minimum academic qualification of A level or its equivalent. You present certificates or your academic qualifications. Someone says, but no, Jordan, when did he attain A level? We started with him. He stopped in O level. Question the credibility or the correctness of that academic qualification. Yes, so you come to the commission. The commission will interrogate the matter. If we find indeed that you do not have the necessary academic qualifications, the law says we disqualify you. So the disqualifications that were carried out were in line with the law. And by the way, Jordan, you know, we had, I think, about 400 petitions. How many disqualifications have we done? They're about less than 15. Yeah, less than 15 or 20, if to my recollection. Then secondly, how many have we, if we had allowed there for all the 400, it means more than 300 people would have been dismissed, many of them.
Clarify about the issue of unopposed, because there are also many this time in the history of election.
You know what, Jordan?
Yes.
Ugandans have become more vigilant now.
Yeah,
the bar has gone out now. That has gone up now. For example, people are quoting the case of Makindi, the mayorship of who are about 11 disqualified. The person who complained said, "I have looked at the papers of all my opponents. They have issues. They have not complied with the law on the terms of numbers of supporters they're supposed to get from each electoral area." Just looking at the papers of the candidates. When the commission invited them and they came with their lawyers, we studied their papers, we scrutinized them, we analyzed them. Indeed, we realized or discovered that there were issues, they know, and we did not look at any other evidence apart from the nomination papers filled by each of these candidates, and we said, here the law says each of your supporter must sign against his or her name. If they don't sign, it means they do not consent to your, it's in the law, your candidature. It says, and the law says, the supporters must be from that particular electoral area. If you are getting supporters from Salama A electoral area, the 20 must be from that Salama A. Don't get supporters from Salama B and put them in the list of Salama A. If you do, and we find out we cancel those ones from Salama A, then you'll be below the quota.
Some people thought there was an element of biasness. Let's clarify that quickly.
Which bias? I have said we looked purely at the nomination papers of each of those candidates. Nothing else. Not on the papers of the petitioner, not on any other record, but the papers of the petitioner vis-a-vis our national voters register. Because the first thing we had to ascertain, Jordan Lukomwa,
yes,
who is a supporter, is he a registered voter or not? Because the law says the supporters must be registered voters and they must be from the particular electoral area which you say you are getting supporters from. So I want to tell the people, and I want to affirm, we had no bias at all. We followed the law, and if anybody is not satisfied, go to the courts of law. But now the courts of law seem to be agreeing with us.
we leave that one.
Yeah.
The biometrics, what really happened? Briefly, before we...
Yeah, the biometrics, and unfortunately, the biometrics worked.
Some people think you did not practice how to use them. They're blaming you of a lot of things. But
we did. Of course, human beings will always blame others. That is normal. But we did a lot of preparations. We practiced. We trained our people who are going to use those biometrics. And that's why in some areas they worked. It's not that there was a total blackout or failure of the biometric machines in all the polling stations. In some areas they worked perfectly well. In others they did not. So it is our interest as a commission to investigate, to establish what exactly happened in those areas. Why didn't they work in those areas? But you see, at this point in time, particularly yesterday, we had to make a quick decision. What is paramount? Is it to ascertain or establish what could have gone wrong with the machines, or to give credence, to afford the power of the people of Uganda under Article 1 priority, so that the people go to vote. And we say that thing that is sacrosanct, that is supreme. It cannot be watered down by the fact that the machines have broken. No, that power cannot be watered down by anything else. So we said, since the National Voters Register is available at every polling station, since the ballot papers are available, and all these other materials required for polling.
Verify the names with the register.
You verify the names with the register. It is provided for in the Constitution, in the Presidential Elections Act, Parliamentary Elections Act, and Local Government Elections Act. We said, and in any case, Jordan, the data that is on those kits is derived from the National Voters Register.
So it's the same thing.
It is the same thing. It is the foundation. Yeah, the foundation. By the way, the kit was merely meant to assist, to aid in the identification and verification of a voter. It was to assist. What does it mean? You are assisting is a basic thing. Now, the basic thing is the manual register. This kit was merely to fasten or to quicken the process of identifying a voter. If you come with a VLS or your national ID, it has a barcode on the machine, go. But now they had to go to the register, look for Okomwa's name. But we said whatever we did yesterday was in line with the law 100%.
You need to teach this again, briefly. How do you receive results here from the district? I've voted in the village before. From the polling station, they are ridden on the bike to the sub-county, from the sub-county now to the district. How do they get here?
Yes, the results received here come from the district tally centers. They do not come directly from the polling stations. The polling station delivers to the district tally center through the sub-county. The sub-county is just a collection point. These boxes are gathered at the sub-county. No business, no activity. Absolutely.
We need more.
No activity, no business takes place at the sub-county apart from collecting these boxes which contain the materials. From there, they are placed on vehicles and conveyed to this. It is the district at the district tally center where they are opened. The tamper-proof envelope carrying the results, the DR form, is opened by the returning officer. He then tallies these results, puts them on the system, loads them on the system, and then transmits electronically to the National Tally Center here. So the results we are receiving from the districts are being electronically transmitted. That's why you are not seeing vehicles of our staff from up country coming in and out, delivering results. Naffe tuli ba kabi wadde internet bagigaddewo naffe tusobola okutambuza tukyakola naffe tuli ba nnyo.
People I think thought that you would say this is from now PG. Justice Byabakama has gotten 3. Lukomo has gotten 3.
Yeah, I've had that concern. Yes. I've had that concern being expressed here. That, but they are not showing us where they're coming from. I'm in touch with my IT people, and we're saying, look, we are not here to hide anything.
Good.
We are not at this location to hide anything. We want the people of Uganda to know want the candidates to know what is being streamed in, what is coming in. We are going to look at that, and I promise, I hope by 2 p.m. when we come back to address the nation, we are going to see how to manage that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan.
Katamba on Star TV is telling me that we give a brief in Uganda. Straight questions. Campaigns in Badezitya.
Campaigns okutwalira wamu ba Star TV mbalamusiza nnyo zitambudde bulungi. Weewaawo wabaddewo obuntu tonotono naye okutwalira wamu tewaddewo okuyiwa kwa musaayi nga bwe twalaba mu mwaka 2020 abacandidates basobodde okutuuka bwe balina okutuuka abantu okutwala bannayuganda balaze ekifaananyi ekirungi mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala olunaku lwajjo twabadde n'okulonda ebifo byonna ebironderwamu emitwalo 5,739 byaggudwawo ebirondeswa ebyokulondesa ne bituukayo ne tubiteekayo abantu ne basobola okulonda naye okuba nti jjo twafunyemu obutaataaganyizibwa ku buuma bwaffe ebifo bimu bwakoze ebirala tebwakoze naye egyo ne tugamba nti kakati tuyimirize okulonda olwokuba nti obuuma tebukoze ne tugamba nti nedda obuyinza bw'abantu obuli mu ssemateeka bulina okutuukirizibwa naye ne tugamba nti tukozese register eziri ku buli polling station buli mulonzi waali omulonzi bw'atuuka ku polling station akakasibwe amanyirwe ng'abasinziira ku register era njagala kuwebaza abannayuganda bonna gy'omwalaze ekifaananyi twabadde n'abagenyi bangi obuzaabazi bavudde bweru naye ndowooza beewuunyiza naye nti bannayuganda ndowooza bantu bankiso kubanga bagunjubu.
Is Michael Jordan Lokoma, yes, having a one-on-one with the electoral chairman, that is Justice Biabakama. And of course, coming in just now, Bugweri County results. Now the presiding officer there, that is Michael Ogutu, has announced the winner there. And of course, Sadela Wandera, who is the NRM flag bearer there, won with 24,624 votes, while an independent candidate there, Abdul Kantutu, yes, has lost with 1,752 votes. Of course, Abdul Kantutu, for those of you who remember him, he was once in the Forum for Democratic Change, and of course, he came as an independent this time, and he was once chairman of the COSASE. He's been very vocal in matters concerning accountability and of course government expenditure. So that is it that has just come in right now in regards to the provisional results that we are receiving here on UBC. We are UBC UG polls 2026, giving you the results as they come through, and specifically from the National Tally Center there in Lubowa Reza. And of course we are awaiting for the presidential final results that only take 48 hours by law to be announced. And of course there are also other results that we are still waiting for from other polling stations, so that we have the entire information concerning the elections. And of course, yes, Justice Biabakama mentioned something that caught my mind as people try to complain about the deregistered candidates. And he said it was within the law and within their mandate, and that it was the mistake of those candidates, not the Electoral Commission mistake, because they are the ones that submitted these documents that did not meet some of the requirements to be nominated, and their being deregistered came as an aftermath of having scrutinized the documents that they submitted. And of course, we are also looking forward to give you an insight of the local government elections after the presidential and member of parliament results, of course, are given to us by the Electoral Commission. There in Remiaga, of course, tallying is still going on, and of course, in Mityana Stella, there is also tallying that is still going on. And of course, Julie is going to come up with some other results as we conclude. My name is Joanne N. Murungi. Keep it UBC. We are giving you UG Pulse 2026.
It's the UBC Uganda Polls 2026. Welcome back from that session with Joan Murungi, and of course that immense interview with the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, who has cited very interesting nuggets there. First and foremost, it's not the EC to blame for those who are denominated and disqualified from the race. It's rather the candidates that are to blame. And of course, he also did highlight on the BVV case that it was in the mandate of the Electoral Commission by law for the Electoral Commission to switch immediately to Ugandans using voter registers in the manual manner, to make that quick decision so that Ugandans are not denied their opportunity to vote, as was the issues with the BVV case. Now, let's look at a bit of a summary in regards to what statistics are coming through, especially with members of Parliament. And right there, let's start off from Chiboga West County. Looking at the pie chart, as you can see, I hope it gets clearer. As you can see, indeed, it's all yellow for the most half and a quarter of the pie chart. Looking at Lule area, Eric, NRM, who has garnered 9,235 votes, gathering 61.25% of the votes. But of course, the independent has covered the other half of the pie chart, and Mutumba Abdul on the independent ticket takes 5,842 votes at 38.75% of the percentages. Looking at some, if you look at Frank Pigahavu on the independent ticket, right here he is at 0%. The same applies to Nachanzi Grace Kakoza of Nupu, also has 0%. Sabina Daniel, independent, 0%. And the Simbwa Ben on the FDC ticket as well gets a 0%. Now, looking at Ntungamo district, as you can see, interestingly, it's a whole independent that is actually dominating the NRM side. Quite a lot of conversation here, if you ask me. But looking at the statistics, Karuhanga Gerald Kafureka on the independent ticket with 3,967 votes, getting to a 58.42%. And looking at the side of the NRM, Musinguzi Yona, representing NRM, garnered 41.58% of the votes with 2,824. Ntungamo district, a whole chart of the independent dominating right there. And of course, Biendeza Edward on the independent ticket is at 0%. Same applies to Rubahamya Magambo of the new ticket at 0%. Looking at Busiro County North, one of the hotly contested areas, as you can see, NRM and NUP were really at loggerheads onto each other. But as you can see, NRM took the most part of the pie chart, slightly ahead of NUP. And as you can see, Mayanja Moses on the NRM ticket garnered 19,319 votes. And by the way, earlier on, I did mention that he contested for the same parliamentary seat in 2021. Unfortunately, I've got my facts right. He contested for LC5 chairperson in 2021, and he lost that seat. But this time round in 2026, Mayanja Moses came back for the seat of direct MP in Busiro North County, and as you can see, he is the merging and has been already declared, by the way, by the Electoral Commission District Tally Center, that he is the winner. From there, winning the NUP candidate Semaganda Ronald, who garnered 14,667 votes, as you can see, with a percentage of 43.16%. Other candidates to look at, well, we do have Mujisha Charles Katongole, who is of DF with 0%. Sumuga Frank, independent, at 0%. Senkungu Moses as well, representing PFF, at 0% as well. Sechikubo Ashraf of independent at 0%. Kato Damiano, independent, 0%. Kasta Hussein Bukenya, independent, at 0%. Kagwa Swaib Nsereko Jema at 0%. Sentongo Emmanuel Pius, independent as well, at 0%. And Tevaneke John Bosco, independent as well at 0%. So it's safe to say that independent altogether featured nowhere mostly, but it was NRM and NUP, and as you can see, NRM took the lion's share there. Now looking at Kakumiro woman member of parliament, let's look at the pie chart. As you can see, it's all yellow for the most part of the pie. If it's a pizza plate, well, you can see that the independent side is taking a very small slice of the pizza share, and the rest of it is eaten by the NRM candidate, and that is Nabanja Robina. NRM with 78,533 votes, representing 78.01% of the votes. As you can see, the independent side had two candidates, Tushemereire Grace, who garnered 22,136 votes and getting to 21.99% of the votes, and Tibulihwa Harriet, independent, who got a 0% on there. Looking at Kinkizi County East, as you can see what the pie chart looks like here. Kinkizi, we do see yellow dominating there. Getting back to Kinkizi West, we do see yellow dominating almost that big half, but still there was a tight race with the independent. As you can see, Chris Bariomusi on the NRM ticket got 23,830 votes, and that is at 52.35%. And looking at the bigger part of the independent ticket that was carried by Arinitwe Sam Kajojo, who was on the independent ticket at 20,737 votes, carrying 45.56% of the percentage of the pie chart. And there was, of course, another independent ticket there. That is Niwamanya Benedicto of the PFF party, who indeed got 65 votes, carrying a 0.14%. We did have Naturinda Agre independent carrying a 0%, and Karunji Ruth Tukahirwa carrying 731 votes, carrying 1.61%. Looking at a Park municipality, as you can see, independent all over the place. Just a small slice of, probably two slices if it's a pizza plate, two slices for the NRM, and the rest of the slices go to the independent ticket. Ochan Patrick garnered 9,138 votes, getting to a percentage of 72.09%. And of course, Nechon Isaac Emma Odong, NRM, gets to 3,538 votes with a 27.91%. And Akora Maxwell Ebong of the UPC party gets to 0%. Now, finally, let's look at Maruzi County and see what is on there from Maruzi County. Excuse me. Maruzi County, as you can see, Opeto Moses of the NRM party garnered 10,488 votes, getting to a 45.78% there, and then getting to UPC that covers this whole area. Obong Peter Achuda, UPC, 12,421 votes with a 54.22% on there. So UPC covers Maruzi County, as we had earlier on reported. Now let's get a bit of detail from Kakumiro woman member of parliament and Kinkizi County East. These are areas of interest. Getting to Kakumiro a member of parliament, as you can see, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Nabanja Robina, who Ugandans give many names. For example, Majagere. She comes back winning and leading under the NRM ticket, 78% there with 78,533 votes. If you watched her footage yesterday as she cast her own vote, other ballots that she did take, she voted right from the basin, and when it came to her own vote, she rightly voted out of the basin and showed all cameras that she has voted for herself, and indeed she leads with a 78% against Tushemereire Grace, who is at a 22% on the independent ticket with 22,136 votes. Now, let's see what Kinkizi looks like. That is Kinkizi County East. Kinkizi County East is where Baryomusi Honorable Chris Baryomusi represents the NRM party. As you can see, with 52%, 23,830 votes leading there. And that is against Arena. It was Sam Kajojo, who is of independent ticket on the independent ticket with 20,737 votes at a percentage of 46%. That's a summary right there. But of course, the results keep on coming. And as UBC TV, we are here to make sure that you get all the results. The team is jam-packed. The team is ready. UBC Uganda goes to the polls 2026. So stay tuned to UBC TV. And of course, up next is the rest of the team as they come through with more of the results.
UBC News, UBC UG polls. Now we are joining some of our foot soldiers who are in the field to bring us some of the provisional results that are in different places of the country. We are joining Sando Martin, who is for us there in Busia. Sando Martin, are you there online?
Yes, my brother, I'm on.
Yes. What is the latest update that is happening in Busia?
Thank you very much to our listeners. This is Sando Martin in Busia District at Busia District Headquarters, Macho Hall, where the tallying of the voters is going on. Giving a brief, Busia District has 4 constituencies, including 1 municipality, with the registered number of the voters of 208,529 voters. As per now, according to the preliminaries, we are in Samia Bugwe North. Samia Bugwe North had 7 candidates. The number of registered voters had 73,840 registered voters with 7 candidates. Among these includes Mulimba John, NRM flag bearer, the incumbent, Wandera John Paul, Amama Vincent, Pade Gerald Auku, Okumu John Emru, Mulaitis Deborah, and the Deogracias Njoki Hasubi. Now, according to the results which have been just concluded by the returning officer, Madam Aduro Joan, she has declared Wandera John Paul independent as the duly elected member of parliament for Samia Bugwe North constituency after scoring 17,747 votes, followed by Mr. Mulimba John, the incumbent NRM flag bearer minister, after scoring 16,185 votes. Others like Mama Vincent scored 910, Pate Gerard Auku scored 172, Okumu John Emrut 6,763, Mulaitis 1,115 votes, Deogracias Njoki 1,194 votes. As I speak now, the counting is still ongoing, and Madam Adlo is handling Samia Bugwe South, where we have 6 candidates, among which includes Mr. Owere Odero Godfrey, the incumbent, Maganda Julius Wandera, the former minister, East African Affairs, on NRM ticket, Ekesa Fred Achoka, Nope, Ngwabe Robert, Okumu Justus on FDC ticket. In the shortest period of time, we shall be letting you know who has won in Samia Bugwe South constituency. Looking at the security is very tight, and people at the municipality, that is the Busia district, they are doing their work as normal. The other side of the constituency, that is Samia Bugwe North, where they have already declared, people are jubilating. Sando Martin, Busia, UBC.
And now that is our foot soldier, Sando Martin, giving us the latest updates in Busia municipality. Now, let's cross over to another update.
All right, now away from Busia, we are into Bukedia, where David Bechem Okwere, the NRM flag bearer, has been declared as a winner with 68,103 votes, followed by the incumbent, John Bosco Ikojo, who got 10,458 votes. Okwere refuted the allegations that he was planted by the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Annette Among, to achieve her personal interests in the district. We have more.
Because one would begin wondering that my opponent, let me say, the incumbent MP, he was a flag bearer for 2 terms. Those are 10 years. Who was using him, or who sent him at that time when he was enjoying the 10 years? Let him tell anyone. Must it be that when he loses this time, then another person becomes successful? He begins being sent by another person? So I think that's a wrong assumption. My winning as a flag bearer of the party was the will of the people. Because people actually lacked what they call quality service for the last 10 years. And they have been looking for a person who can actually wipe the tears that people have been mourning in Bukedia for the last 10 years. I can actually even tell you that even if you have a vehicle and you're having 4 tires, all the 4 tires are supposed to be running to help the vehicle move. In Bukedia for the last 10 years, it's only 2 tires which have been running. That is the tire of the Right Honorable Speaker, which has been running, and you can see the services which has provided in the Bukedia constituency. The second tire which has been running well is the one of Honorable Ishagi Opolot. If you go to Kachumbala, you see people appreciating the services these 2 people have provided. But when you come into the main seat of Bukedia constituency, even if you took a tour around, there are roads which have failed to be worked on. My question now definitely remains, what was the incumbent MP doing to supervise such works, although it was meant to be done by the local government under the leadership of the LOC 5. But there are also other things like quality services, like hospitals. They are quite daring. The other thing, of course, is the absence from people being in contact together with the community. There was nothing. I have never seen for the last 10 years when the incumbent MP is on order paper presenting issues affecting Bukedia in the last 10 years. It's not there. You'll actually find that he's ever talking that he's a chairman of national economy, and is ever flying out borrowing money for the country. The issue is, what money has he borrowed which has benefited Bukedia as well? Because he's trying to ride on some of the projects which the president has established himself about the seed school. Seed school is a government policy which has spread countrywide.
Indeed, UBC UG polls, we are coming to you live here at Broadcast House, and we are speaking to some of our political people that are in the field, giving us updates of what is happening in the field. Now we are joining Eddie Orwa, who is in Lira, giving us updates. Eddie Orwa.
Yes.
A very good afternoon. What is the latest update that side?
Good afternoon to you and all our viewers. I'm coming to you live from Lira City, the commercial and industrial city here, where we have just received the final results, final declaration for one of the most contested races here in the region. That is the contest between 2 prominent ministers. That is Gender Minister Beta Mongi and then the Health Minister Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng. The returning officers just declared Jane Ruth Acheng as the newly elected woman member of parliament for Lira City, retaining her seat Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng obtained 38,074 votes. That is for the woman member of parliament position for Lira City. And then they were in the contest, only 2 of them, and then her counterpart, the gender minister from UPC party, secured 26,199 votes. That is the results that we have just got from Lira City tallying center right now. What I can also confirm to you that is that there is a lot of excitement in the city. So many people are already lined up on the streets trying to wait for the minister herself, the winner, the victor of this highly contested race, to come around. I can hear some people dancing around the street, all kind of songs. What you can hear in the background is Kadodi song. So that means there is also a huge number of the Bagiso community living around in this city, and they have already come on street with their songs, and then they are playing high volume, trying to wait for her if she will come around, and then they can wave at her, then they can cheer her up, then they can celebrate the victory together with her. It's been a very, very, very hot contest here. But finally, the Electoral Commission has given out the results, and now we know the winner. We can confirm authoritatively that Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng has retained and secured as the current, as the woman member of parliament for Lira City. Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng was under the NRM ticket, and Gender Minister Betty Abomia was under the UPC ticket. So I can see under the UPC ticket. So I can see a huge convoy of cars coming on the main street of Lira City in celebration. People are happy. They are for the orders. Cruising around, people are enjoying, people are playing music, people are dancing. People are singing, you can hear from the background. One of their daughters, whom they highly believe in her, has already made it for the second term in parliament. If you may remember, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng was first appointed health minister when she wasn't a member of parliament. So she would always go to the parliament as an ex-official. But last term, when Lira City was granted a city status, she was the first duly elected woman member of parliament for Lira City in 2021. So this will be her second term. Yes, the woman member of parliament for Lira City.
Yes, Eddie, thank you so much. And yes, Eddie?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The health minister, Jane Cheng, has won in city. She bounces back. She first won the parliamentary seat in 2021 and now bounces back on the NRM ticket.
That has been one of the hottest in Lira for the woman district member of parliament seat for Lira.
Indeed.
And it has had its highs and its lows. And finally, the Ugandans have, chosen the one that they see fit to, hold that mantle, to take on that mantle for the woman district member of parliament. Of course, congratulations to Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng for having a second term This is her second term in the Lira Woman Member of Parliament seat.
Indeed.
All right. Well, as we promised, we will be giving you more updates across the country. We have our team spread out, ready to collect and give you the provisional results and paint you a picture of what is happening in the different parts of the country. And we here at Broadcast House will bring that also to you. Now, we would like to give you a recap of the Electoral Commission update that was held earlier on at around 10 a.m. Here on your screen, but also to remind you that there will be more updates from the Electoral Commission throughout the day. The latest I've heard will be around 2.
Uganda over the Electoral Commission. We thank you for another day. We thank you for this time
Of Uganda.
in the history of our nation. We thank you for the Electoral Commission. We thank you for the people of Uganda. We thank you for this land that you have given us. We pray, O God, that may your peace and your mercy and your protection continue to reign over Uganda, over the people of Uganda, over the leadership of Uganda, over the Electoral Commission. We pray, O Lord, as we begin today's business, that your presence will abide with us, that your peace will continue to reign over us, and that your joy will fill us and keep us safe. We give you back all the praise, all the glory, and all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Susan. You may take. I'll take this pleasure to welcome you all and to hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to take us forward in today's program. Lord Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you, members of the Commission, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners present, and heads of missions, representatives of political parties, stroke presidential candidates, our distinguished guests, international, local observers, media, and all invited guests, good morning. We are gathered here today to once again update you and the nation at large on the results of the presidential elections that we have received so far at this tally center. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register is 21,649,067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. The total number of stations from which we have received results so far is 22,758, representing 44.85% of the total number of polling stations. These are the results so far per candidate. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 23,267, representing 0.45% of the valid votes cast. Kasirante Robert, 15,929, representing 0.31% of the total votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 1,312,047, represent 1,312,047,000, representing 19.85% of the total votes cast. Maveriz Joseph, 10,910, representing 0.21% of the total votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 29,504, representing 0.57% of the total votes cast, total valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 14,742, representing 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 108,301, representing 2.08% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 3,960,438, representing 76.25% of the total valid votes cast. Valid votes in total so far, 5,194,338. Invalid votes so far, 129,441, representing 2.43% of the total votes cast. Total votes, 5,323,779, representing 24.59% of the registered voters on the National Voters Register. Spoiled votes, 17,000 281. That is the position currently. Now, as we indicated in our opening remarks yesterday, we shall be releasing these results at regular intervals. And therefore, our next session will be at 2 p.m. See you then.
Now we are heading into an official announcement from the Ministry of Education and Sports. Official announcement on the reopening of all schools and education institutions. Reference is made to official announcement issued on the 6th January 2026 by the Ministry of Education and Sports regarding the reopening of all schools and education institutions across the country on the 2nd February 2026. The ministry hereby informs you that due to the general elections and to ensure the safety of all learners, all schools and education institutions across the country are directed to reopen on Tuesday, 10th February 2026. For avoidance of doubt, this includes all international schools, tertiary institutions and universities. Vice chancellors, principals, head teachers, parents, guardians, school administrators, students, and the public are hereby notified that Term 1 for the academic year 2026 runs from Tuesday, 10th February 2026 to 1st May 2026. All school administrators are directed to adhere firmly to these dates and the approved school calendar published on the ministry website, that is www.education.go.ug school calendars. Signed by Dr. Kedrens R. Turiagenda, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, on this 16th day of January 2026. So, schools are going to reopen on the 10th of February 2026.
And not the 2nd of February.
Yes, the Ministry of Education has just pronounced
clarified
this.
that.
Yes.
And I think it's a good thing because, of course, for the safety, but also giving space for the releasing of the results for the PLE, UCE, and UACE.
Yes.
So all that will have to be compacted in between January and into Feb as well. But that's a good gesture. So teachers, principals, and even the parents, now you know that on the 10th of February, schools will be reopening. It has been confirmed and it's solid. And like we promised, we will be giving you updates from across the country online. Right now, we have Ronald Mugabe, who is in Tororo, here to give us an update on what's happening, the situation, how the situation is looking like in Tororo, and also some of the results released there. Ronald, good afternoon. You are live.
Yes, good afternoon to you. This is Ronald, and of course, Tororo, as you can see across the country, what is going on now is tallying of the final, taking tallies of the final votes, especially for members of parliament. And just to let you in on at least the latest we have is that as of yesterday, at least the people of Tororo municipality went to bed knowing who would be coming in for them. That is Shayam Jetana, who managed to aggregate more than his contender, that is Apollo YOWERI. But of course, at the moment, what's going on is a neck-to-neck, especially with the woman member of parliament, Court Angela and Sarah Opendi, are toe-to-toe. So we are yet to really get a final aggregate, but we will be keeping our ears here to ensure that we give you that information.
All right, Ronald. What has been the situation mostly when it came to the celebration? Was it all smooth, or there was a bit of resistance from the other different parties that he was standing against?
Well, of course, it was quite dramatic yesterday. Of course, as Shayam and Apollo, who were toe-to-toe, we had incidents where Apollo's supporters started on celebration, but of course, that was cut short after the final aggregating was done, and of course, by the district returning officer here, who was able to give the final announcement, and then the paperwork has already been drafted, so that one at least we can say. But of course, celebrations for Shayam are still ongoing even up to now. I've been going through the town, and you could see young youthful men and some ladies, holding the insignia of their candidate, and also the PLU insignia.
All right, the current winner, is it the first time that he had been standing for the post, or he has been, is this the first time that he's taking up the post, and is it the first time that he's been standing for the same post as well?
Yeah, Shayam comes in, of course, after Apollo, because Apollo is the incumbent and Shayam is the new now kid on the block. Of course, many of you will be uncle or father, who is Sanjay Tana, who was there before Apollo came in. I'm sure the name rings a bell quite a lot, but looking at what is on ground, because this is a youthful candidate, and he was able to rally so many youth, and you can see the majority of the people here are very youthful and very energetic, of course, coming to his cause, and I think that has been the rally cause, being for his first time. Of course, many thought that his father would come in, but after the pulling out of his dad, then he was able to come in, and by surprise, of course, you can see that the numbers are not really lying, and we could see a return of the Tana name, but of course, this time around, a much younger Tana, like he has been dubbed here, especially by most of his opponents. Of course, those are some of the rhetorics you can see on the ground, but we are likely to see him come into Parliament this electoral year.
Thank you so much, Ronald Mugabe, who is in the Tororo district, and indeed a new kid on the block, and the numbers do not lie, for sure, and we do, of course, wish him all the best as an independent, coming into Parliament. It's a new playing field for him, first of all, and also coming in as an independent. So we do wish him all the best in representing his people and his constituency. Brian?
Indeed, UBC UG polls 2026. Now let's look at the neck-to-neck race in Kampala Central. The battle for the Kampala Central Member of Parliament seat remains too close to call as vote tallying continues at the District Tally Center at Kololo Independence Grounds. Early figures indicate a tight contest between NRM's Misa Kabanda and NUP flag bearer David Louis Lubongoya in what observers UG polls, UBC UG polls 2026. Yeah, we are covering a 360 coverage of the UG polls 2026, and now I'm joined on the phone call with one of our foot soldiers who is in Entebbe for us. That is Sula Kagugube. Sula Kagugube.
Yes, my brother.
Osibi otya sebo? Yes, sebo. Webale kusima sebo. What is happening in Entebbe?
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. Generally, no any cases of violence reported so far. And if you move around along into the streets, they are all empty. Shops are still closed. So meaning, most of the people, they are still at home. So, basically, the situation is calm. And of course, everything which is happening, we are currently waiting results from what district. Of course, we are waiting for the declaration. So the chief competition between Shaka Steve Gashaija, the English brother Beara, and Nabata Namri Joyce, who is on no ticket. So, of course, supporters, they are eagerly waiting for the declaration, as police and security agencies are patrolling every corner to ensure that there is no any single case of violence reported in the Entebbe municipality.
Sula,
yes.
Our viewers want to really understand what the security is, how does the security is, are the people in Entebbe operating as usual, are the shops open, or they're eagerly waiting and looking forward on what is happening in what is coming out from the polls, I mean the results?
Okay, what I can tell our viewers, all businesses are still at standstill. Of course, they are waiting for the official declaration for the president and, of course, these members of parliament. If you move around Entebbe municipality, all shops are closed. Actually, even yesterday we are closed and they still remain closed. So as they wait for official declaration, we are hopeful maybe by tomorrow they would have declared the member of parliament for Entebbe municipality. I can give you an example, my brother. Today being the market day here at Abaita Ababili. But if you look around, all streets are empty, and of course you can't see any walk around. So meaning people are still at home waiting for maybe to hear from electoral commission. But of course for supporters, they are eagerly waiting. If you look at around different maybe camps, you can see they are eagerly waiting, and most of them travel to Wakiso, of course, to be there and witness as electoral commission declare their candidacy winners.
Ku byewakakuŋŋaanyawo Sula, ani aleebye ani awo mu lwokaano olwo?
Mu lwokaano luno bwazibidde ebyabadde biva mu kubala akalulu. Of course kino si kyankalakalira n'ebyabadde bigaga nti muna NRM Shaka Steve Gashaija kyakulembedde mu lwokaano olwo ng'aleebya munne Nabata Joyce owa National Unity Platform. N'okutuusa leero ebyo bye tukyalinawo naye nga tulinda akakiiko k'ebyokulonda, naye nga tusuubira nti essaawa yonna bajja kuba balangirira, naye ng'ate okusinziira ku RDC w'Entebbe Frank Kyazze ko naye wano mabegako atukakasiza nti bw'oba oli awo bo omuwanguzi baamulabye dda tetasobola kwogera kati kubanga obuyinza tetubulina, naye ategeeza nti guno gwe mulungi ogusookedde ddala bw'oba oli awo mu byafaayo okuviira ddala mu kalulu ka 2020 bw'oba obujjukira nti ekibiina kya NRM kibadde kisanga obuzibu mu kufuna obuwagizi bwakyo mu bantu ababa beesimbyewo okuviira ddala ku mukulembeze w'eggwanga, naye ku mulundi guno agamba bw'oba oli awo ensolo ku kizibu kweri, era nga mu bitundu by'Entebbe obwagezi okwongera ku kifo ky'obwa pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhabulwa ng'avuddeyo n'obuwanguzi mu bitundu by'Entebbe.
Okay, Sula, thank you so much for that update, and we shall be joining you later on. That was our foot soldier on ground in Entebbe, Sula Kagugube. UBC UG polls 2026.
All right, and as we continue to bring you updates on what is happening in the different parts of the country. And not only that, we have some provisional results of what has been happening in the parliamentary race for the parliamentary seats in the different parts of the country. We will start with, of course, Busiro County in North, and this is what it looks like. We see for the provisional results, we see Mayanja Moses of the party taking 56.84%, which registers a 19,319 votes. And looking at another, we see Semaganda Ronald of the National Unity Platform taking on 43.16%. That registers to 14,667 votes. And of course, if we can move to the next county. All right, still with the course Busiro County, these have been the standings in that particular county. All right, now let's look at Chiboga West County. We do see a registered win for Lule Eria Eric, still under the NRM party. He has registered a 61.25% win, which also registers as a 9,235, and we also do see Mutumba Abdul, who is an independent, with 5,846. All right, the Kinkizi County East, and we do see which also is the county of the Minister of ICT, Chris Bariomunsi. As you do see on the pie chart right here, he did register a win of 20. That is Kikinzi County. Let's get into that again. We did register a win for Kikinzi County, that is under the NRM leadership. All right, we look at the Apache municipality. We do see, remember, these are provisional results. We do see Achan Patrick, who is an independent candidate, taking on the lion's share with a 72.09%, which registers to a 9,138 votes. An opponent coming in second, that is Nechwan Isaac Emma Odong for the NRM party, coming in with 27.9%. That registers to a 3,538%. All right, let's maybe take one more for the road. Let's take one more for the road. All right, now let's get into how the country is faring. All right. Still, with some more, let's look at the Kakumiro district. Like we did say earlier on today, Kakumiro did register the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, a win for her, and then of course a win for the NRM party as well, with a 78.01%, registering to 78,533 votes, of course, which gave her a win. And we did see to Shemerere Grace, who is an independent candidate, coming in second with the 21.99%, registering with a 22,136 votes. We will continue to give you more updates on what is happening in our country, and more so what is now, as you can see here, the map of Uganda. You can see the activity that is going on right here. It's really hot, I should say, when it comes to results coming in as they go. I will take a particular into the district of Moroto, and as you can see how the presidential race is going on in Moroto district. You see YOWERI Kaguta Museveni for the NRM party, he has taken on a 90.76%, a total of 24,960 votes. And coming in second, you see Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert for the NUP party coming in with 1,446 votes, which is equivalent to 5.27%. Let's just take a look at the other candidates in Moroto district. They're standing on in Moroto district. Nandala Mafabi for the FDC party coming in with 529 votes, equivalent to 1.93%. Frank Bulira of the RPP party coming in with 191 votes, equivalent to 0.70%. Mubarak Munyagwasi MP party with 110, equivalent to 0.40%. Of course, more updates will be coming through right here with us UBC and of course the UBC UG poll. Of course, with more time that we'll be having, we'll be engaging with much more reporters who are across the country giving us updates on what is happening. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. Now, we are joining one of our reporters who is in Kanungu, and that is Crispus Arinitwe coming to us on phone. Crispus Arinitwe. Crispus?
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at the district headquarters. Kanungu district is found in the western part of this country, Uganda. It borders DRC, and Kanungu district has got 164,908 voters. It's one of the first 50 districts with many voters, and has got 441 polling stations. Has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. This morning at 8:30 a.m., the results for Chinchizi East County were officially released by the returning officer, David Mukundane. And I can authoritatively say that we have got official results for Chinchizi County East. The incumbent Member of Parliament, Honorable Chris Baryomonsi, has won. He won with 23,830 votes. In the second position is Arinitwe Samu Kajojo, who stood on an independent ticket with 20,739 votes. So Baryomonsi defeated Kajojo with 3,091 votes. In the third position, we have got Karunji Ruth Kahirwa, who also stood on an independent ticket. In the fourth position, we have got Akamfulla Akampa Wakaruma, also independent, with 90 votes. Tabaruka Aran for FDC, that is ARANF. FDC, he had 67 votes. We also have Wamanya Benedicto, PSF, with 65 votes. Now, Rinda Agre with 56 votes. Yamukama Alex, also independent, with 56 votes. They tied. So, right now, I can say that what is still actually holding us is about 5 polling stations in Chinchizi West. We are missing their declaration forms, because ideally we should have had results for Chinchizi West already out, just like for Chinchizi East in the morning. Also, we should have had results for Woman MP also already out, but they are not yet out. The returning officer is now still trying to read the results, because just a few minutes ago, that's when we have just opened 5 black boxes for those two sub-counties of Chihihi Town Council and Chi sub-county, because the presiding officers did not come with the declaration forms. They closed the declaration forms in the black boxes. So, but if I can try to paint for you the picture, Kanungu district The incumbent one for Chinchizi West, of course, we are having James Kaberuka. Preliminary results from the 14 sub-counties which make up Chinchizi West indicate he is still in the early lead because the returning officer has been reading the results. Then in the second position, from the results so far released by the Electoral Commission, returning officer for Kanungu District, in the second position we have got John Ndungutse, a retired AIGP. And for the woman MP also, we are having the incumbent Shaba Patience. She seems to be also neck to neck with the NRM flag bearer, Betty Namara. So those two candidates, that's Betty Namara who is standing on an NRM ticket and Shaba Patience with an independent ticket. They are neck to neck. So far, we don't know who is going to come out as winner for those two candidates for women MP for Kanungu District. Then for Chinchizi West, we are having the incumbent James Kaberuka in an early lead because you see, Chinchizi West has got 14 sub-counties, and so far 12 are already in. Results are already out. So results indicate that Kaberuka is still in the early lead. So until we get these two sub-counties which are remaining, then we can authoritatively know who the winner for Chinchizi West is, and also woman MP. So, but all I can say is that in the morning, after Honorable Peter Yomonsi was declared the winner, there was a victory march in Kanungu town, jubilant crowds were moving with him. So it's been an atmosphere so good for him. Then also something happened yesterday. We had a calm election exercise in Chinchizi East, except for a few isolated incidents. But for Chinchizi West, we had one person shot yesterday. We had one person shot yesterday in one of the polling stations in Chinchizi West. The polling station is called Mushunga, where a voter lady was shot by an army officer. But actually, reports indicate that reports indicate that the incumbent allegedly deployed guns in Nyanga sub-county. Nyanga sub-county is a stronghold of John Ndungutse. So they allegedly say that the incumbent deployed guns to disorganize some of the polling stations in Nyungu sub-county where John Ndungutse has got a lot of support allegedly. So what happened is Army came in to intervene to calm down the situation, and unfortunately we had a one voter lady being shot. So far, those are the things I can tell you as we still await the confirmation of the results from the two sub-counties of Chinchizi West, which are now being tallied by the Electoral Commission returning officer for Kanungu District, Deputy Mukundane.
Crispus Arinitwe, before I let you go, yes. How is the security situation in Kanungu?
The security situation is kind of tense, especially at the district headquarters. We have got army deployed around here because these two candidates for Chinchizi West, remember we're having a retired AIGP, John Ndungutse. We're also having James Kaberuka. These people, they actually have that kind of close contestation. Like what I've already told you yesterday, what happened in Nyungu sub-county, one are choosing the other, that maybe I'm the best, that kind of stuff. So here at the headquarters, we're having army deployed around here as people stayed inside, waiting for the final confirmation. But I can say that we're having James Kaberuka inside. He's been here since last night, up to now, waiting to confirm his victory. We're also having John Ndungutse also waiting to confirm his victory. They have been here since last night. Also, the Minister, Dr. Chris Barumwezi, was here last night. He left in the morning after being declared the winner. So Kanungu District, if I can paint for you the picture, it's a district which is also a bit tense, especially for politicians, because yesterday I had a discussion with the minister for ICT. He said that he was bothered by the continuous deployment of army officers on polling days, like what happened yesterday. Because even him at his polling station yesterday at Kayanja Catholic Church, we had a similar incident whereby we had polling officials who are police constables. So we had police constables at Kayanja Catholic Church, but afterwards there was a deployment of some army officers, which the government says that they had not been invited officially. So the situation is the continuous deployment of armed officers, especially during elections, somehow it affects the progress of a smooth election exercise. But for now, at the district, we have got enough security. We have got army people, they are deployed there. We have got police also deployed there. We have got politicians who contested inside here. Even we have got the woman, in fact, even those coming for the district woman MP slot, they are also here. We have got Shara Patience, she's also inside here. We have got Namara Betty also inside here. They are all waiting for the final step from the returning of Isa David Mukonani.
Well done, Crispus Arinitwe. Thank you so much. We shall be getting back to you later at a later stage, and you give us some of the results as they are coming in from Fort Portal. Minister for ICT, Chris Baryomusi, bounces back.
Indeed. Now, the chairperson of the NRM in Kakumiro, who is also the State Minister for Works and Transport, Fred Byamukama, has advised winners in the just concluded parliamentary elections in Kakumiro to jointly work together to consolidate the NRM gains in the district. Byamukama, who was declared unopposed for Bugangaizi West constituency, thanked the people of Kakumiro for overwhelmingly voting for President Museveni, with over 91% of the total votes cast in Kakumiro. We have more details in this report.
Today, thank you that we have ended the electoral process for presidential candidates and the woman MP plus members of parliament. We are happy that the president in Kakumiro district has won with over 91%. This has been a joint effort, of course, as NRM, with the command of Regional Prime Minister, woman MP, and all of the NRM people. We have got 91%. And this one has been because the people of Kakumiro, they have used the PDM, they have used the FOECA model, they have used government programs to get out of poverty. When you are out of poverty, you will support government. Even those of opposition have not supported NRM. It's because they are still poor. They think government can give them money every day, but also we shall talk to them so that they can benefit from government programs. They can use their land to become rich. When you are rich, you will support government. Kakumiro district, they have a chance to support NRM because they have roads, they have schools, they have hospitals. We thank you very much. I appreciate people of Kakumiro. They have supported Dr. Nabanja. They have supported Professor Rebecca for Bugangai South. They have supported Nosimas for Bugangai East. We have maintained our flags. This has been a joint effort, and I encourage them to forgive one another. Those have been giving propaganda that someone who killed Sunday saw, propaganda of tribalism, they should forgive one another. And I caution them in the coming elections, they should be very careful, they should focus on their vote. And also, the people of Kakumiro, we have ended the election. Those who have not been working, targeting money from politicians. Now the time has gone. It's high time you go back and work for yourselves, get school fees, get food at home, get welfare at home, because now politics is done, you have to work for yourselves. Thank you very much.
UBC UG polls 2026. Now, a little clarity here. Jane Ruth Acheng has won the woman MP seat for Lira City, not Lira District. For clarity, Honorable Jane Ruth Acheng has won the woman representative of Lira City, not Lira District. UBC UG polls continues. Earlier on today, we talked to one of our reporters in Bushenyi, who is Ambrose, and let's bring you up to speed of what happened.
Municipality district, of course, Thank you so much. Here in Shema municipality, Shema district, of course, where we have been following the elections of yesterday, we understand Mr. Honorable Dixon Katesumbwa has won the Shema municipality, of course, with 19,202 elections, totaling to 62%, defeating his immediate rival, Mr. Mukasa Joseph, who has garnered 9,201 votes. Of course, we understand there were 6 in the race, and of course, including Virginia Pran Mujeni of PFF. We also had Kaija Mustafa of MUC, who garnered 565 votes. Then we also had Jumbe Cheine of FDC, who garnered 96 votes. Then we also had Ikiriza Adrona, who garnered 600. Sheman North, the NRM flag bearer, Honorable Elliot Atumesi, the first former minister, is in the lead, or matters is yet to be announced by the Electoral Commission, but we understand is defeating his rival, Mr. Ndangire Julius. Of course, we understand right now two parishes from Shema North and Shema South are yet to be produced at the Tari Center, such that they can also be included in the votes, of course, currently being counted. We are also in Shema South constituency. Honorable Ephraim Kamuntu, former minister, is leading the incumbent Professor Elijah Muteres. Of course, we also await for the Electoral Commission to announce who the winner will be. But of course, when we go to the Shema woman MP race, we are seeing Adrian Katine Mweresa, of course, the NRM flag bearer, taking on Jacqueline Ataire Wamkuruku, who contested as an independent. In this race, Adrian Katine Mweresa is currently leading according to the results that we are having. Then when we go to Mitoma, still in Greater Busheni, we look at the woman MP race, where Charampe Rebecca is the NRM flag bearer, is winning the incumbent, Honorable Julius Batista, who is also incumbent. Those are provisional results. In the Linda South constituency, Asa Kazora is leading the incumbent, Honorable Donozio Kahonda, because that race is also yet to be declared. The issue is yet to declare a winner. And of course, when we go to the Linda Central, Aloko Satire is leading. Back here in Mshenyi, we look at the woman MP race still. Honorable Kakine Anet Mweresa, the NRM flag bearer, has been declared. She's yet to be declared, of course, but of course, as we understand, she's winning this race, winning her political rival, Vian Nyamyeni. When we look at Shema Isaka municipality, of course, Sidi Vasaja, the NRM flag bearer, is also winning this race, of course, defeating his other 6 contenders. Of course, we had the Katsbat Kundame, also who contested as an independent. We also had Kansondiakira Nicholas, but of course, Sidi Vasaja is taking this race according to the provision that we have right now. And when we go to Igala West constituency, the race is still on, much as the NRM flag bearer is slightly leading. I might use that word, slightly leading. That is current champion who is slightly leading his political nemesis, Boniface Kubume, because we also keep an eye on that particular race. Then we got it constituency, of course, the provision that show that Mawanda is leading. Now, in the district, the results that we have just gotten, Honorable Cadet Benjamin, former MP, is winning Bunyaruguru constituency. Of course, we are yet to get what is happening in the Katerera constituency. That is for Rubirizi district. Of course, the NRM flag bearer for Rubirizi district, woman MP, that was declared unopposed way back because she had nobody to contest against her. Now, when we go to Where's district, interestingly, in Where's West constituency, John Bosco Koi Kalisa, the NRM flag bearer, has defeated the incumbent Honorable Ephraim Viraro. That's what we got. And of course, that rate has already been declared. John Bosco Kalisa has already been declared as a winner. Then when we go to the district woman MP race, Namara Anet Yamukama wins that race. And then also, interestingly, and the breaking news this time is that Francis Mwite has been defeated by the NRM flag bearer Mr. Zato Kamtekanga. Honorable Francis Mwite has been defeated badly by the NRM flag bearer Mr. Zato Kamtekanga. That's all we had. And of course, some of the MPs have already been, the MP elects have already been announced by their respective districts. Now we are waiting to see how these other candidates will come out. When I will give you the updates and when they are out. But of course, we keep an eye on this particular race. I want to hand you over back to my colleague to give you more information. Thank you.
Let's cross over to my colleague here.
Very much now on to matters of security. Our very own Timothy Nyangweso had a one-on-one talk with the IGP Abbas Yakagaba on the security situation across the country. Over to you, Timothy.
Welcome to this special edition of UG Polls, and today we have a special guest that we're going to be discussing, especially what has been happening in these last few days, even as we draw towards the end of these elections come tomorrow, 5 p.m., as given by the Electoral Commission. Today, I spent time with the Inspector General of Police, Afande Abbas Yakagaba, and we're going to be talking about the generality of security in these past few days. IGP, it's good to meet you. Timothy Nyangweso is my name.
Good meeting you. You're most welcome.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
How have the days been so far for you?
So far, the days are good because I'm getting very good response from the citizens.
Okay.
Very good energy from my people. And I think the equation is balancing up. We are good to go.
Congratulations, first and foremost. A very successful polling day. Then the first day of tally. We're closing tomorrow. How have you managed to keep this country secure?
Well, first of all, I'm greatly humbled by our people, the citizens.
Yes.
Of course, let me also, first of all, use this opportunity to thank the Ugandans, all those who have participated in this election exercise, for really remaining civil, cooperative, and ensuring that we keep the peace so that this election exercise comes out the way it's coming out. And I'm greatly encouraged, and that's more morale for me to do more together with my people.
Afande, I just want to quote a few things you said, especially in one of your briefings. The mandate was to secure the elections in the country, but also maintain law and order, preserving life of all citizens. What is the status of the security situation across the country, in your view?
In my view, and from the reports I keep getting across the board, the whole country remains generally stable. And this is courtesy of the efforts of all of us as security agencies, maintaining firm control over public order and ensuring that at all times there is territorial integrity. This calls for, first of all, interagency cooperation, working together, knowing that the security of, for example, the police force is tagged to the cooperation and working together with other agencies, as it is in this country. We have what we call interagency, which we really value as something giving us extra strength to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country.
And I'm grateful you have mentioned that the interagency, some of the observers, both national and both international and national, raised concerns about the deployment. They felt like you were using a shotgun to kill a fly. Was that they felt like it was intimidation for the people to be able to go and vote? What are your thoughts about that, and why were we overly deployed?
I think what I need to explain here is that when we are thinking about security, we must first of all scan the environment. We must carry out threat assessment, threats assessment, and our deployments are not just by waking up and putting people and the other equipments in different places.
Yes.
It's out of a serious threat assessment and also looking at our capabilities, and again finally knowing how to place ourselves and ensure that we remain on top of the situation in order to offer the security that we require to offer to our population. And therefore, I feel a bit uncomfortable even to use those words like over deployment. Under these circumstances, I don't understand it, because our deployments are in consonance with our estimates, the way we look at the situation and how we should keep security. So over deployment maybe depends on someone who is looking at it from another angle, not the angle of security. But I would also like to observe this, that even as we move around, patrolling, I've been seeing quite some cohesion, seamless interaction with the public. And to me, that is what gives assurance that actually the public is valuing our presence. And I want even to attribute the success of the exercise on the 15th of this month to that deployment and the public having their expectations met vis-a-vis the provision of security. And that's why people have been able to come out and vote peacefully without any disturbances.
You, in your presser a few days ago, quoted the Police Act and talked about Chapter 3, went on to quote the Electoral Commission Act, Chapter 126, and talked about a few principles that were there. You talked about proportionality, legality, accountability, neutrality, but also non-discrimination. There have been a few incidents across the country. What examples would you give, and what warranted these incidents? What was the proportion net that you used as police to be able to quell them?
You see, first of all, we prepare ourselves to ensure that actually our best case scenario is not to have any single incident of law breaking, of disturbance of peace, but you know, in reality, because we are dealing with the situations where the people are not necessarily homogeneous, including within the security forces, and here and there you may have an incident where there is something happening which you never actually planned for. But on the whole, I would like to observe that generally there have been very, very, very few incidents. Very few, to my recollection. We can talk about what I have heard in how the reports I have received in Utambala, that unfortunate incident. The reports in Bukedi East, where one of our personnel was injured, actually as a senior security officer. A few other incidents, but on the whole, this has been a peaceful environment. And as law enforcement agencies, whenever there are contraventions of the law, never mind whether it is during elections or outside elections, measures to ensure orderliness in the country will continue to be taken.
And you have mentioned those incidents. I also want to be able to mention a few. Lowero, 3 lives there. Also, we speak about some incidents within the capital city, but about 400 people arrested. And also, we are talking about some of those 400 being police officers who fall under your docket. How do you justify, how do you proportionally speak about these 4 and those 3 people that have died?
Well, maybe the beginning point, let me comment about the 4. Well, as I told you, we have regulations.
Yes.
We have standard operating procedures. We had laws which guide us in our operations. And when you fall outside that, then the institution will also take action. The bottom line is you will not commit a crime in order to stop a crime. I think we need to balance up that, and we need to be alive to that. You don't, even if you are a security officer, you don't commit a crime to stop a crime. Everything must move within the realm of the law. And therefore, we have had even to arrest our own people, and we are going to process them until justice is achieved. Now, referring to those officers who got involved in some criminality, they are still suspects, but we are going to process them until they themselves have justice, and those they could have affected also get justice. And the bottom line is that we will not tolerate any indiscipline from our side, but also will not tolerate the contravention of the laws from outside ourselves. And that is what will create a balance for us to continue having a peaceful environment for this country, even beyond the elections.
I always say that with each process there is a silver lining. Any lessons learned from this for you as the police that you see these are areas we can improve, or these are lessons we can learn to be able to be a better force that serves and protects?
Well, my immediate comment and observation is that even as a country itself, we are still moving forward, we are still building. So also the Uganda Police Force is still building. Therefore, there are areas where we need to improve, and we are going to make those improvements. And that's why you may have certain incidents where maybe I may not go into details, but there are a lot of lessons to be learned, both the good and the bad. But on the whole, I think for this season, there are a lot of good lessons to learn. There are some lessons to learn, especially during the campaign period. But how I also wish that these lessons go beyond the forces themselves, but also to our citizens, so that tomorrow we can have a better peaceful environment for this country.
Lastly but not least, the public and the police is a relationship that needs to be an ongoing. When you look at it now, how would you rate the police and the public's confidence in each other?
I think on the whole, I could say we have a lot of cooperation from the public. Good cooperation. We are not yet there. And our best case scenario would be to have everybody on our side vis-a-vis security. And we shall continue to work towards that. Ultimately, we would like to continue being useful and more useful to the population and the residents of this country. We are clearly aware that our participation in whatever we are enjoying to do has a very big relationship to the achievements of the aspirations of the citizens of this country, because we are clearly aware security is a baseline to the achievement of all other activities, and we shall continue to do that. We have the commitment. I can talk on behalf of all my colleagues, and that's the way to go. But I must observe it is still work in progress, but we are progressing very well. Finally, allow me to thank the people of Uganda for being there with us, cooperating with us, all those who have been cooperating, but also to remind those who have not cooperated very well that we still expect them to cooperate. And we shall continue to look out for them to cooperate so that we have the best environment in this country to ensure the development of this country.
Before my last question, I would like to also give the police flowers, because on 2 occasions, yesterday I managed to move around as we were trying to get what was happening in different polling stations. Generally, the city was calm, and also talking to different people. So credit to you and the team for making this possible. Also at the National Tally Center, very commendable job there. My final question is that this process will come to an end in May. The results, the final results will be announced tomorrow by 5 p.m. How do you maintain that and keep confidence for the Ugandans that everything, their property and their lives will be secure in your hands?
I also again want to reiterate this, that our population, our people, should keep the confidence that they have in us, because we have the commitment, but also we will continue to demonstrate the resolve to protect them, the resolve to go for those who contravene the law legally, and we shall continue to be legal in all our actions, because we are clearly aware we must work within the confines of the law, but ultimately we must protect all the Ugandans and the residents living within this country. So far, so good. I would like to thank you for the flowers, and definitely the flowers motivate us. These flowers are not for me alone, the flowers for our team on my side, and that is motivation enough for us to continue. And this prevailing environment, we expect it to continue and continue from now and forever. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Inspector General of Police, for speaking to us. We really appreciate your time. I know you are busy, but thank you for squeezing us in.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So that has been a conversation with the Inspector General of Police, Fande Abbas Byakagaba, and we've been talking about the security situation of the country in this electoral process. It even goes on all the way to May, and we're asking how they're going to ensure that we're safe, both in lives and property of every Ugandan. He has given us the confidence. Regardless of the results in this country, we all have one country. We cannot set it ablaze. We can build it brick by brick. From me, Timothy Nyangweso, thank you so much, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Timothy Nyangweso, and that has been the IGP Abbas Byakagaba giving us the security situation across the country, and so far so good. I mean, just personally, I have also seen this, how the country has, well, city center really, has been calm, quiet, collected. Of course, apart from the small other, you know, other parts of the country, but so far, from what I have seen with my eyes, it has been calm.
Indeed, it has been calm. But we have an update from, that is Lira City. Betty Amongi, who is the gender minister, has rejected the results of the race. Gender minister Betty Amongi has rejected that he has not been defeated by Jane Ruth Acheng, who is the Minister of Health. We shall be talking to our colleagues who are in the field, and they will be bringing us more updates on that.
And also, just to remind you, it is a few minutes after 2 p.m. and we will be bringing you the EC's update on the presidential vote counting, how it stands. So keep it UBC and keep it with us. For us, we are signing out for now, but our other teams will be coming in to continue to keep you updated with the developments, the voting developments, from also our foot soldiers who are in the field. They'll be giving you all that and much, much more. From myself, Lorraine Masika Kazimoto, and my dear colleague,
Brian Tumwine Biarohanga. Ciao.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we were created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. My name is Colonel Banison Desiderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagan's Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Let there be peace. Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. always pray for peace.
Emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibira ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala awagira kirala naye obuzibu we buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bw'ategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes.
So tubasaba tubeere ba mpisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Hello, my name is Rosa Malango, and I serve as a special presidential envoy for tourism and trade. But before that, I spent almost 3 decades working with the United Nations and 2 years as a social entrepreneur. So I know the importance of peace for stability and for development. So at this important time, as Uganda prepares once again to go to the elections, this is an appeal that citizenship and electoral participation does not have to mean destruction. So a call to everyone to participate, to exercise their civic duties, but also to promote peace. We need peace to continue to feed our families. We need peace to be able to continue to grow. And we need peace if we really want to become the beacon of hope, tourism, and trade on the African continent.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we approach the general elections in our country, the Republic of Uganda, this is a call to all the young people. The most important thing for all of us is to ensure that we keep our country peaceful. Definitely you have the right to vote.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Well, Uganda decides, indeed, and of course this is day 2, and we are in that state where we're, anxiously waiting for the results. And of course out there, a widespread failure of biometric, the BVV kits in yesterday's presidential and parliamentary election became a problem, and it's the talk of town. But again, we have some good news, yes. Right now, let's go over to Ivan Kahwa, Sembabule, Tally Center, to receive those updates on the provisional results.
Okay, that's enough for the afternoon. I, Elijah Gracious, being the returning officer for Zimbabwe Electoral District, having added up the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of result form in accordance with Section 77, Subsection 1 of Parliamentary Elections Act, declare Rashande Emmanuel, who has obtained the largest number of votes, elected candidate for Wemiaga County constituency, Zimbabwe Electoral District.
Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira. Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira. Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira.
Electoral Commission. Right now we see Justice Simon Byabakama with his team coming in again to give us more provisional results. But there at Zimbabwe, it was a typical declaration where Rashande has taken, but he's actually won the wagon. So let's hear more from the Tally Center at Lo.
Lord Chair and the Commission, you're welcome. And before we start this afternoon session, I would like to invite the President of the Council of Presidents of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, to commit this afternoon in the hands of God, lead us in a prayer, and we begin. Your Grace, you're welcome.
This is what the scripture says. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. A vote is casted, and it settles disputes, and it settles among the mighty. Proverbs 16:33 says, a vote is casted in the lap, but its outcome is from the Lord. Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for who you are. We exalt you. We magnify you. We lift up your name, which is above all other names. Every knee must bow, and every tongue must confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. Master, there is no one like you. Thank you for creating the nation called Uganda, the pearl of Africa, with a beautiful motto, for God and my country. So Lord, we commit this country of yours in your hands. As we have gone through elections yesterday peacefully, we lift up your name to say, thank you, God. Thank you, King of Kings. Thank you for using the Electoral Commission. Thank you for using all their agents. And now, this is the tally center. We pray that you take over. We render the devil powerless, and we take the devil as a captive. We pray for Uganda, let there be peace, because peace is all that we need. Justice and unity and stability. So bless us even as we continue to listen to the results. We pray that, Lord, you will work out this and people will go back at work, because life must continue. And the blessings of God the Father, Almighty, the Son, Holy Spirit rest upon all of you now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, Your Grace, for committing this afternoon to the Almighty to be with us and to guide us in what is going to happen. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, in the interest of the people that are watching, to know who is on the podium here, from the left is Commissioner Peter Emorut. Next to him is Commissioner Honorable Anthony Okero. Next to him is Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali. Next to him is the Deputy Chairperson Hajat Aisha Rubega. Next to him is the face that you've seen and you are continuing to see, the Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. And next to him is Commissioner Honorable Stephen Tashobia. And next to him is Commissioner Caroline Bright Binamarjo. And next to her is Mr. Kamshababo Richard, the Acting Secretary of the Commission. You're welcome here, Commission. Your Excellencies, heads of missions that are observing these elections, the agents of presidential candidates participating in this presidential election, representatives of political parties, representatives of the observer missions that are observing these elections, both international and local, members of the civil society, members of the media, the staff of the Electoral Commission, all invited guests here, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this afternoon session at the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. And without much ado, I will hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to constitute us and guide us accordingly. Thank you very much, Lord Chair.
distinguished guests, maybe allow me to take special and good luck the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is in our midst. He is the head of the African Union Observer Mission to the Uganda General Elections 2026. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, heads of missions, and all distinguished heads of the various observer missions who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be gathered here this afternoon once again to give you an update or a brief on the current status of the presidential elections results that we have obtained so far from various parts of the country. The first session was yesterday at 9 p.m. Today, 9 a.m., we had the second update. Now this is the third one. Not final one, but the third one. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register are 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations where the Ugandans went to cast their votes yesterday are 50,739. The total number of polling stations whose results we have received so far here at the National Tally Center are 30,138, constituting 59.4% of the total number of polling stations. This is the candidates' performance as of this hour. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 29,713, constituting 0.44% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasavante Robert, 20,626, constituting 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 1,414,619, constituting 20.71% of the total votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 14,106, constituting 0.21% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 38,582, constituting 0.56% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 19,034, constituting 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafavi James Nathan, 144,564, constituting 2.12% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 5,148,845,000, constituting 75.38 valid votes cast. The valid votes altogether for all the candidates so far are 6,830,089. 60,830,089.
89. Invalid votes 170,655, constituting 2.44% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether invalid, valid, are 7,744, constituting 32.34% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 22,356. Now, this is the summary of the total votes per candidate so far. But now we are going to make a presentation of the breakdown of this summary on our screen. Technical, can you come and take through our guests on the breakdown of this data, of the votes, or what the results I have read to our guests this afternoon? Thank you for listening to me.
The Chair, Electoral Commission, the Commissioners, our delegates, distinguished guests and the press, good afternoon. Today I'll be the election results visualization system that we normally call ERVS in short. And this is one which helps us visualize results right from the national level up to the polling station, so that at the end of the day, a Ugandan or people in this room, utilizing these 4 screens in the room, we are able to see the results that finally aggregate to what the chair of the Electoral Commission Uganda is reading as provisional results. When you interact with this system, the landing page, which we call the dashboard, has a geographical representation of the votes where they're coming from. We have a breakdown that lists candidates depending on the leading candidate by percentage in terms of votes that they received. We have at a glance dashboard that is at the end that is able to display results right from the national level up to the region. So it will allow me to interpret for you the electoral map. As you see on the map, the colors that come up, whether it is yellow or red, this shows the different districts where we received results from the district tally centers, but we show the leading candidate at that specific district tally center that is leading in terms of the number of polling stations that have submitted the results. So that's how you end up seeing at the moment blue and red. The white there, these are water bodies. They are water bodies, and we chose white because it's neutral, as blue, which is normally utilized for visualization of water bodies, is one color for one of our candidates. The middle screen, where we see, for example, the percentages, the highest being 76.38, would display the candidate who's leading at that point. And that is what the Lord Chair has been reading out. And when we go to the region, at the moment we are displaying Uganda region, you look at the voter turnout. And here, it has changed to Kampala City region, but here we look at the registered voters in that specific region, and we see how many turned out, and we are able to calculate a percentage. If you see there, the percentage is 2%, and we're also able to calculate the number of valid votes, meaning that the difference are the invalid votes. We also look at the polling stations that are reporting. We start by indicating the number of polling stations, for example, in that region, and how many have we received results from. And the last visualization card is for specific candidates presidential candidates in that specific region, where we indicate the candidate, what the percentage they get in terms of votes and their symbol. Allow me to drill down to, you could go, allow me to drill down. We have a section where we go to the electoral map, which allows users, for example, those on laptops in this room, to drill down to the different polling stations or districts. But for purposes of this specific presentation, we shall choose Lango. You can choose Lango region, but any other region you'd be able to visualize. So in Lango, okay, if you could hover, you've chosen Otuge. Could you go back so that we're able to see Lango as a region? So it's okay. Within Lango, it will zoom and we shall look at the different districts within Lango, but you could hover over Dokolo, for example. Okay. Show names, yes. So you'll be able to see the different ones. So if you are to hover, for example, on Dokolo, okay, so we can be able to see the performance of a candidate in that specific district. And when you look at this card at the moment, you're able to see that Dokolo has 2 constituencies, and you're also able to see the number of polling stations in that specific district, and also to know that how many of these polling stations have reported. It's the same summary, but it's broken down now at district in terms of registered voters, how many were valid votes, and also we show the trend, the performance of the candidate in that specific district, and you're able to interact in this same manner for the rest of the districts. You could, for this purpose, we shall demonstrate up to the polling station for you to be able to understand that the results that are declared at different intervals are a summation of what we get from the different polling stations. So Dokolo, you could go down to, you could choose North, 1 constituency. So the maps are very interactive. You just, at 1 click, you're able to go. So could you go down up to the sub-county in Dokolo? Constituency, North, you could choose North. And then, so you're able to look at the number of the yellow ones, or the colored ones, are the ones which have polling stations that have submitted results. When you see the ones which are grayed out or white at this point, it means that in those different sub-counties, no polling station so far has submitted results. So when you look at this, at least maybe choose Adok. Adok is one of the parishes within Adok sub-county, and we are going to look at the results at least of 1 polling station. And within Adok as a parish, we see that it has 5 polling stations. So you're able to look at the breakdown in terms of polling station level, where we aggregate results from that level up to the national level. So taking an example of Odea Primary School B, at least we're able to see that we have 692 registered voters, and we had 365 valid voters with 384 voter turnout. 365 were able to have valid votes, and then the invalid were 19. But even at this level of a polling station, at least we are able to visualize a candidate who is leading, or the breakdown in terms of number of votes, which we visualize as vote count. But we are also able to look at the percentage that a specific candidate was able to receive. And you can do this for your area of interest, for your polling station of interest, and you're able to navigate across the entire country in this specific manner. So that being said, that brings me to the end of this specific presentation of how we visualize our results right from the polling station level up to the national level, utilizing the election results visualization system. Thank you so much, and share back to you. Thank you. I've been asked to to share information. This dashboard is live, and for the candidate agents, you're able, on your laptop, there is an icon. It's Chrome, but there's only one icon, which is there. If you click it, you'll be able to launch this specific system, and you're able to interact. The system at the moment is per the results that are read by the chairman of the Electoral Commission, and we shall be going live, as you know, but for those with the internet, we shall be able to access that. For those who can access outside the country, I'll ask the team to visualize, to share with us the link to this specific system. We shall be sharing it on the screen, load share, later, so that people are able to reach this specific system. It does not require any user login, so they will be able to access and interact with the system if they have internet. Lord Chair, thank you very much, and that is the information as we share.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For the moment, that's what we can share with you. And as the Director of Technical Support Services says, there are going to be a live streaming of the results per district. This, therefore, marks the end of this session. The next briefing will be at 6 p.m. after we have received more results, which we'll be sharing with you, or those who will be present, and the nation at large. Once again, I commend you for coming, for having a keen interest in what we are doing and the outcome of yesterday's processes, where Ugandans stand up to vote for their next president. I thank you and see you later.
Well, that is at Lubowa National Tally Center there. We received that update from the Electoral Commission, and a part of what we know now, we stand at 59.4% total, which is part of the total number of the polling stations. Right now, we want to go over to Kololo Tally Center, where Daniel Mugoya is on standby to give us the updates on all provisional results or declarations.
Kibiina ki National Unity Platform kye nkwasaganya nga Ssaabawandiisi. Mwena mukimanyi nti mbadde nesimbyeyo mu kalulu ka Kampala Central ng'omubaka wa Parliament. Olunaku lwajjo bannayuganda badde basuubira kulonda, naye kyetulabye mu Kampala Central ate nga tekyawukana na bitundu bingi by'eggwanga kikaabya amaziga. Ab'amawulire ekirungi ebimu mubikutte, tukedde kutambula mu polling stations ez'enjawulo awamu ne tusanga nga boxes already zijjudde, ate awalala abo bakwata mundu ne tusanga nga bali mu kutiikinga obululu bwaffe, ate awalala ne tusanga nga badeployinze eggaali z'abayaayi, si gaali ennungi ffe oluusi twogerako, naye tusanze abayaayi abakuba buli muntu yenna yenna abadde wa NUP. Era kye bakoze abo instructions nga babadde nazo, bagobye abantu baffe polling stations. Era bw'ogenda mu Kisenyi 1 maba asobodde ogendayo abamawulire mubaleba abavubuka abo ababaddeyo, bajeti baffe badde batuukayo bwe bati ne bakuba ne babagoba ku polling stations zonna zonna, awo ne batiikinga obululu kyere buli omu nga bw'ayagala oba nga bw'abadde ayagala. Tekikomyawo polling stations ezimu naddala Summit View n'awalala, amagye baleese amagye ne gabeera mu lines ne bakuba akalulu emirundi 8 10, buli omu emirundi gyonna gy'abadde asobola gy'abadde akola ki alonda. So tugumidde ebyo byonna byonna olunaku lwajjo era bwe tumaze ne tukola ekibalo kyaffe ne tusanga nti newankubadde bakoze ebyo byonna byonna tubadde tuliidinga mu kalulu ako kyova olaba tusuze wano ku Tale Center kubanga tubadde tukiraba nti newankubadde babadde bakoze emivyo mingi nnyo mu kulonda tubadde tuliidinga kikye bakoze. Of course mukimanyi bulungi nti omuntu gwe mbadde neesimbyewo naye ye minisita Museveni gwe bayita minisita Kabanda era tubadde tumuwangudde ne bw'olaba polling station zonna teri okujjako ezo zebakoze emivuyo togenda kusanga polling station yena ebadde genuine nga bamulonda oba nga bamulonze naye bagenze ne bakwata polling stations entonotono ddala mu Kisenyi 1 ne bagenda ne bakwata ne polling stations ku Summit View ne bagenda ne bakwata ne polling stations endala ku State House ne beewa obululu obutabalika nga bungi nnyo nga ne bobaani bw'oba wakulaba mu register ya Kampala Central oba tosobola kubayitako. So abantu bonna era n'amawulire gabadde gagamba Lubongoya is leading in Kampala Central kubanga bwe kibadde twagenze ekiro kyajjo nga tuliidinga bulungi nga comfortable win yaffe tugirina era buli omu nga atandise n'okutuyozaayoza naye basobo ne banyabo tugenze kukeera ku makya olunaku olwaleero zibadde nga ssaawa 3 ne batandika kusoma ebintu bye tutategeera gye bivudde ne bagamba nti ku State House awo minisita Kabanda yafunye obululu obusukka mu 14 nti ffe twafunye obululu 8 bwokka ne webuuza abo abantu bameka balonderawo.
Okay, and that was that update from Kololo, of course, there. And, you know, the opposition is still making noise about how disgruntled they are about the whole exercise. But still, we do have some good, you know, comments from other people that are really appreciating the work of the Electoral Commission. And we know when the true results come out, we will truly know the truth. In studios, I'm joined by Counsel. He is a lawyer, a political analyst, and he's here to break down a debrief on how the yesterday you know, exercise took place. What do we learn from what happened yesterday? The biometrics malfunctioning issue, is that really something that we should look into as we move ahead, probably as we prepare for the next coming elections? So basically he's here to break down the debrief for us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Bannayuganda omusayirede omusayi guyiika abantu bafe abafudde tubatwaliddemu olukwe bannemwe namusituke buli omu gyali asituke musituke tutambule nga pulezidenti bwagamba ati no musituke tutambule bannange musituke tutambule musituke buli aweddemu amaanyi kyekiseera musituke ebyo byonna ebalaga NBS byeraga tewaki temuve ku NBS amazima mugumanyi mwenna mwalonze abantu baffe bakubiddwa amasasi mu bitundu byonna ebya Uganda abantu bakubiddwa amasasi muli mayumba musituke tutambule bannanga kawe tulina okukabanja. It's now or never. Abasajja bali eyo beesunga bo bagamba Uganda bagimala dda bagitwala dda kakati emukkiriza nammwe bagitwale we bati kyekino ekiseera ensi yonna eraba. The world is watching. Buli omu atutunuulidde atulaba. Bannange musituke nkyogedde emirundi emeka bannange buli omu asituke musituke mwenna buli omu gyali alwanirira eggwanga lyaffe. Tulina eggwanga limu, bano abantu balina amawanga 2 era mubawulira, naye tulina eggwanga limu, tulina flag emu yadde baagala ogikyusa, naye tulina eggwanga limu. Bannange musituke mwenna musituke. Tubeegayiridde bannayuganda bannange ffenna tusituke ate bonna buli omu asituke buli kibuga buli every part of the country. If you're in the north, the east, the central, Buganda, I even don't have to say central, we have Buganda, north, east, west. Please stand up. Every city of Uganda, please everyone stand up. East, West, Jinja, Guru, Karamoja, Moroto. You are seated and watching NBS. We all know that whatever the presenters are presenting is false.
There were some complaints sometime.
Biabakama has presented a lot of news. Biabakama is talking, but you know what's going on? Abantu bavuddeyo ne batugamba nti bannange obululu tebunnatuuka kubalibwa ku district nenga ye Byabakama abusomye ab'ekiwoga bagambye obululu tebutuuse ku district Byabakama yabubaze dda banne mwebeereremu buli omu yeebeereremu banne tujja kusanyuka nnyo bannange bannayuganda bannange mwena musituke tutambule musituke bannayuganda mwena musituke mulaba n'abantu baffe bonna abali makomera abayiseemu kati wetwogerera obululu bwe batandise bukyanga bannange bannayuganda mwena musituke bannayuganda musituke n'abantu baffe bonna abali makomera obululu batandise bukyanga bannange kike tubanja pulezidenti waffe Bobi Wine Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu His Excellency banne tetulina na kimu kye tumubanja akoze ogugwo gwaffe gwa kutambula tusituke bannange tutambule nga bwe yayimba situka tutambule mwenna bonna bannaye musituke mutambule abantu bafiiriddwa abantu baabwe muwulidde abantu bonna babatiiridde omuntu waffe wa Buganda muwanga kivumbi muli abassa abantu famire enamba bagisse bantu 13 bassa omulundi gumu bannayuganda muve mu nnyumba okutunuulira NBS mwekubagiza musituke mutambule mukiwulira tulina okukalwanirira mu president waffe yatugala tukanoonye twakanoonyeza tukalonde bannange tubeebaza mwebale nnyo kalonda mu bungi mukakuume tukakumye kyekiseera eky'okukabanja bannayuganda mwena musituke tubanje akalulu bannayuganda musituke tubanje akalulu banaye temugenda kwejjusa tulina ensi emu yokka bano abantu balina ensi nnyingi balina ensi bbiri era kyovola fulaga yaabwe bagiwuuba ezaffe bazisikayo ne bazisuula ezaabwe zeewuuba buli wamu bannange muzuukuke bannayuganda mbegayiridde muzuukuke bannange muzuukuke bannange akalulu tulina okukalwanirira abantu baffe bayiye omusaayi abantu bonna bafudde Byabakama ali awo asoma obulumbu asoma obwekibogo obwawa naye nga ku district tebunnatuuka abantu bababbyeko obululu bonna ne bababbako buli kimu naye Byabakama byasoma ekkaramojja babaganya okulonda Byabakama yakasomye dda bannaye mwe muwulira ddi bannange tusituke bannange bannayuganda mbegayiridde mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala
to scan and then connect to the server to authenticate the fact that this is a voter is in your system. How do you do that without
Ugandans in the UK and around the world? It's time now to demand our victory from the brutal dictator Museveni and Byabakama. We won with over 85%. But now
they followed the rules, they lined up like
it's
anybody else.
The other way around, where the brutal dictator has again robbed us of our victory. We are calling all Ugandans to come out and demand for your votes. This is the time. You don't have another time. Uganda is being robbed away by these foreigners. Mbaita mwena abana Uganda bonna around the world. Naddala mu abali e Uganda. Mugolokoke mu taking over ensi yammwe fwana ebungereza tumaze okutaking over embassy ya bungereza tugikutte nga bwe mugiraba n'okuggalawo bagigadde era tugitakinze over kati abannayuganda e Uganda nammwe mu taking over ensi yammwe muve mu mayumba mulina okitegeera tikana akawulo tukayita protest vote twali tukimanyi nti bagenda tulangirira pulezidenti akoze omulimu gwe tetumubanja yadde akatini kati pulezidenti yatubanja kati naffe tulina okusitukira mu right now muve mu tulo Ugandans we don't the president doesn't owe us anything. President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu has done his job is over. Now it's up to Ugandans to stand up and take over your vote, demand your vote, get Uganda liberated. Thank you very much. We've just started. This is UK now.
We have a lot of people that are disgruntled. Lubongoya is speaking on verified information that he was cheated. Can we have evidence to that? Is it possible? We've already seen evidence that the exercise went on well, and people are really happy about where we are so far. And even with the provisional results that we're receiving from the Electoral Commission indicating that there's not much scaffold. Now, can you say something about Lubongoya as a...
uchumba tepu ai malu manu nyuti ya wiru moja kwalo utopu kwa kabedi dubu polo wachu ya wabidu wasu kara bero medre aduokinetia ungo endamita wachu Uganda pireche ngati mulo Uganda pe ngati magine dan mungure munge Uganda ngati majit mulo Uganda pe endamita wachu dano kudu yi kwir majibolo kawone kwireni kwala dubu kende jukuo kende remove tie watie ka kai watie ka yuak pitano mi Uganda watie ka lego pitano mi Uganda okwayo bero kukero paduong pa Mungu bedi uman luoru pa Mungu mondi dano chicheke mondi judongo mi kanisa chuku mondi dano cheke keto gi ai gi nyut nia lema rach ayano foyu muiwinja sama kawone afoyo date
bali wali mu bali side wali mu United Kingdom
of now, it's mostly provisional results that are coming. No winner has been declared yet. It's a
little bit later, but as we were still discussing, by press time, Minister Betty Amongi, Dr. Ruth Cheng were neck and neck, and we thought that probably there would be some celebration there of winning. We've seen in many telecenters, some people are really accepting the results. And this shows the patriotic, the democratic spirit that some of the candidates and supporters have.
There were some incidents, yes.
Yeah, you continue.
Yes, Honorable Betty Amongi and Honorable Ruth Cheng. We were in the studios here and we got reports that actually Honorable
Bana Uganda mwenna abali mu Uganda n'abali ebweru w'eggwanga eno yesawa mulindwa eno yesawa endagaane gye twakola wakati waffe ne ba ancestors baffe abaalwana mu 1962 okweggyako obufuzi bw'amatwale. Eno yesawa endagaane gye twakola ne bakitaffe abaalwana mu gy'ekinaana ne mu gy'ensanvu okuggyawo gavumenti ezaali ez'abamusibira mu ggwa. Eno yesawa endagaane gye twakola ne Katonda nti tugenda kwenunula oba tutya. Eno yensonga lwaki twabagamba nti 2026 is our 1962. Eno yensonga lwaki twabagamba nti eno ye tayimu ey'okununula eggwanga lyaffe. Tukungaanidde wano tetunaba kusimbula
tukyali wano tuli mukuri energizinga tugenda kutambula okugenda ku Human Rights Commission of South Africa.
Alright. Nga kansoke mbatwaleko ko wano. Ansoke mbatwaleko ko wano katono nnyo. So kemba twaleko ko wano katono nnyo about ebibadde eruwero side eyo. Of course nga bwe nakugambye nti bitundu ebimu abantu bo bali mukweberera mu ngeri y'enjawulo only that we need to energize each other. We need to make sure that we send support. We need to make sure that each and every hour that passes, every minute, every second, the heartbeat of change continues to beat. Tugwina kukenderamu yadde n'akamu yadde. Wensomako wano ku mawulire Daily Monitor geekoteeka galaga nti abantu abasoba mu 3 mu bana bakwatiddwa nga 3 battiddwa eruwero eyo over results zino zinyini ezigenda maaso era nga Daily Monitor kugamba at least 3 people were killed and 34 others arrested following night-long protests in Luwero Town Council Thursday, sparked by tensions over the handling of election results. Abantu basatu battiddwa abala 3 mu bana bakwatiddwa ekiro kyonna baasuze bali mu kwegugunga Luwero Town Council. Of course bino byonnyini byolaba ebitagatta. Yongera negamba the protests began around 7 p.m. after security personnel blocked voters from accessing the Luwero Islamic Primary School polling station where vote counting was taking place. Supporters of National Unity Platform candidates alleged a lack of transparency, claiming the move was an attempt to rig the elections in favor of NRM candidates. 76. Of which that is it, because how would you chase away people from observing the vote counting? Kikiri kyembagambi. Of course wano bakugamba nti kwekalakasa kwatandisaawo ssaawa ng'emu ey'ekawungeezi olwaba ebyokwerinda bablokinze abantu okugezaako okutuukirira Luwero Islamic Primary School polling station okubala obulukwadde kugenda maaso era nga baganda baffe bano bagamba ba NUP nti ekikolwa ekyo ekyokubalemesa okuobservinga okubala obululu kyabadde kigendereddwamu kumakinga sure nti no babbira ba NRM. So the article continues said the people are angry and they want their voices heard, said a local NUP supporter. We demand transparency and fairness in the electoral process. The situation escalated with the protesters mounting barricades and burning tires along the Kampala-Gulu highway, disrupting traffic for several hours. Police and UPDF soldiers responded with tear gas and live bullets, leading to death of 3 people. Sarah Nagai, 36, Ibrahim Serubiri, 18, and Robert Seninde. Imagine Ibrahim Serubiri, 18 years of age. 18 years of age. 18 years of age. Yeah. Bamuse ira naye yakafiriddemu akanyolagano ako. Yes, of course it continues to say the situation police the police and UPDF soldiers responded with tear gas and live bullets, leading to the death of 3 people. Sarah Nagai, 36, Ibrahim Serubili, 18, and Robert Seninde. We are deeply concerned about the loss of life and the destruction of property, said Savannah Region Police spokesperson Sam Twine Mazima. Taina Mazima Nakamu. Taina Yadi. We will not tolerate any form of violence or lawlessness. Now, which kind of nonsense is this? We will not tolerate any form of violence or lawlessness. Now, which law prohibits citizens from observing vote counting? Which law prohibits people from, being there at the polling station to follow the proceedings, of what they've voted? Naibo bajja kuwanguwa mango kotinga amateeka nga gafevalinga bikolwa byabyo bakoze percent. You get a point. Anyway, 34 people were arrested during the protests for allegedly throwing stones, burning tires and blocking the road. They are being held at Rural Central Police Station and face charges of inciting violence and destroying the road. Security forces have regained control of the town with a heavy presence maintained in Rural Town Council. The declaration of presidential and parliamentary election results is still pending. Now, that is the situation. Side yo eruwero. Naye, you guys, ndoza muchimanyi bulungi nti twabaddeyo kulonda because from Honorable Rutamaguzi ndowooza muwulidde kyagambye. Honorable Rutamaguzi yakutegereza. Anyway, let me see if I can land on something else.
YOWERI MUSEVENI stands at 75.38%. And Robert Chagulanyi's NUP stands at 20.7%.
Okay, kankwe wano Honorable Rutamaguzi nga bwe nkyanonya something here.
And of course, those are the numbers of the votes, 5 million votes and then 1 million votes. And then Nandala Mafari stands at 2.12% with 144,000 votes. And then we see Monto Monto at 0.56% with 38,000 votes there. And then Mubaraka Munyagwa is at 0.28% with 19,000 votes there. And then Robert Kasivante at 0.3% with 20,000 votes. We have Joseph Mabirizi at 0.21%, 14 votes there, and then Frank Bulira at 0.4%. Now, as we go further, we look at the chart. As you can see, NRM is taking the lead by 75.38%, and then NOP is number 2 in the wagon, and then the rest of the candidates there, the rest of the parties are there indicate that it's not moving so well, but at least we see that both NOP and NRM are really performing so well in different constituencies there. And then again, this is the total summary. Council, what do you make of these results?
The results so far are provisional. Representing 59% of the 50,000 polling stations.
Yes.
So far, I think what has been captured is 30,000 results from 30,000 polling stations. But if this trajectory is maintained, looks like President Museveni is heading for a landslide, a resounding victory. Looking at the margin from 75% to 20 and the others.
Exactly.
Yes. Maybe the biggest question here is this is a big change from 2021 result. Maybe the question is why? Why are things the way they are?
True.
I have a feeling the biggest contributing factor here is peace and stability.
Peace and stability.
Peace and stability.
And of course, these are just provisional results from the Electoral Commission. They will issue the final official declarations, yes, as we heard from Rashande there.
Yes.
Yeah, in Zimbabwe, Rashande has taken the lead, and actually he's, we could say right now, he has the seat for Parliament. So we will be having those, and we will keep updating you on how this transpired. Let's get back to our interview.
Yeah.
Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugalu, the 9th Arch of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go. Some people are wondering whether this is just it. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate. Proverbs 18, the Bible says, casting a vote or disputes. So, casting a vote is biblical, God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God gift. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace. Peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties. Ugandans, we should remember that voting is just an event. It's a seasonal thing to a time, and once it's done, we put leaders in a place, life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of hatred, or even fighting. And the security agencies, please do of protecting the people, so that after
And of course, on set, we are still joined by Counsel Joanna Kabagambe. He's also a lawyer. He's a lawyer, yes, as a counsel. He's a lawyer and also a political analyst. But then on set again, we have been joined by a man who has served different constituencies. He was in the previous constituencies, the East African Assembly. Was it called the Constituency Assembly?
The Constituent Assembly.
The Constituent Assembly.
Enacted and promulgated
and,
the Constitution.
And he has served democratically, and right now he is retired, an NRM supporter, but also a political analyst in that angle. Thank you so much for joining the set.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure joining you.
Well, provisional results, I'll start with you because we've enjoyed ourselves here with Council. So provisional results across the country are showing that the yellow color is actually taking the lead, and then NOP is coming next. But of course, yesterday, by news time, we had some political analysts commending the Electoral Commission for handling chaos when it comes to the biometrics, the BVV kits. And that was something that would spark a little bit of violence, at the polling stations. But now when we look at the provisional results, it's actually alarming. It has revealed unexpected outcomes, from different candidates. The ones we hoped that probably would lead the wagon or even win, in declarations, it's a different music.
Yeah, thank you very much. The trends as they are, first of all, fraternal greetings to all those that are viewing us and following this program. Thank you for making time and being part of a conversation of this nature. I'd like to salute my members of the panel and the moderator, and I'm glad to be part of this panel. What we are witnessing is not surprising. Some of us saw it coming, and definitely it confirms certain positions that we've had over time. I would like to commend the Electoral Commission for having managed a very difficult situation regarding the failure of the machines to play ball. That decision that we go manual was necessary and most desirable to avert any unforeseen trends and behavior. So that was a function of good leadership. Taking responsibility, owning up, and taking a decision. And the decision they took was...
it impacted a little bit on the voter turnout.
Yeah, it did, but it was better than taking no decision at all.
True.
Because one, it was legally well grounded, because the machine goes to confirm what is on the
ballot paper.
Yeah, on the voter register.
On the voter register.
And once you have the voter register, which is guaranteed within our legal framework, the machine just goes to take the verification to the highest level, creating highest levels of accountability and transparency.
Sure.
But the data is definitely one that is provided in the voter register. And once you have it, you are able to do what you can do with the machine. But with the machine alone, and you don't have the voter register, you can't do either way. So that was a very good decision. But regarding the trends as we see them, a strategic and good campaign is based on 4 pillars. And with that, you can be able to predict with some degree of precision. One, if you're going into a campaign, you must have a good candidate. Good candidate, credible candidate, a candidate with the brand visibility, brand name, brand recognition. One that appears and everyone knows this is the NRM candidate or this is the candidate for X, where you don't have to explain so many things around the candidate. So that is extremely important. And with candidate YOWERI MUSEVENI, NRM has a formidable and highly credible candidate with a good experience, exposure, and some good degree of expertise in managing public affairs.
Besides that, this time around as NRM all together, you joined hands and rallied together behind President YOWERI Museveni. I think that was much support in different constituencies.
Yeah, and I'm going to come to that. So the first is candidate. You need a sellable candidate. And that is, he does. Now the second pillar is the message. After having a good candidate, what message are you sending? Even if you are promoting a product, even if you are promoting a service, you must have a good message that promotes the service, that promotes. So you have a candidate, a good one, but what message do you use to promote that candidate? And the message was well thought out.
True.
You know, protecting the gains.
The gains.
That kind of mantra speaks to everyone. It speaks to the high and mighty, it speaks to the ordinary people, it speaks to the middle class, it speaks to everyone. Because during his tenure, different people have made different aspects of achievements in their lives. And that speaks directly. So when you say, let's go vote him and be able to protect the gains. I just want to give one example of an interesting dimension. Just university education. When I was in university, we had Makerere alone, just one university. And there are so many colleagues with whom were in senior 6 who didn't make it to the university because the policy was restrictive. When university, you had to get very good grades, extremely good, in order to be admitted. There are people who passed and would be able to be admitted because of limitation. They ended up not joining university, and many of them didn't even get degrees. But with the policy that liberalized university education, right now, there are those parents who would never have had their children graduating. That is a gain. There are those so many thousands, because now you get a year we graduate over 50,000. Now all those, when you talk about gains, someone graduated because of that, he's got a job because of that, that is a gain. It is elastic. It is not restrictive. There are those who have been able to get different achievements. So that message speaks to many people. And it is well informed by the different pillars that make the message. When you talk about peace and stability and security, that is the mother of all gains. And that gain appeals to each and every Ugandan. Because with the peace, you are able to do so many things. The sky is the limit. Everyone has been able to achieve. And interestingly, on a light note, one of the candidates is a very popular person in the creatives. Very popular, and I agree. But that is part of the gain. The environment that has allowed him to thrive has been part of the peace and the security. So you find that even the candidates, even being candidates itself is a gain that they need to protect as they go to contest in this election. Then from there you have development, you have wealth creation, you have job creation, you have markets, you have service delivery, and you have strategic security. Now those are the 7 pillars that make the mantra of the message. That message was so clear, it was unambiguous, was straight, it connected with the majority, it made sense, it was timely, it was most desirable. So with that, you can't go wrong. The third pillar of a good campaign are structures. Because once you have a good candidate and you have a good message, how does that message make a trickle-down effect up to the real beneficiary, the ordinary person in the village? Now, NRM has the structures from Central Executive Committee, National Executive Committee, the Delegates Conference, the district conferences, the sub-county conferences, the parish conferences, and the village conferences. Now, the message that was well packaged went through a very clear trajectory up to the beneficiaries of the message. And that message was well packaged, was scientifically arrived at, and it made a lot of sense. It was mathematical. Because we worked on the basis of numbers. We didn't want any guesswork, any projections that are not scientifically supported. So what happened is that we agreed that for us we are going to use 2 mathematical signs, the addition and the multiplication. And we totally worked against subtraction and division. So we went down to the parish where we had 63 leaders at the village level. And they got the message as packaged. And being the 63, we have 72,000 villages of NRM. Now 63 times 72, you get something like 4 million. Now that is 4 million of votes of leaders. You haven't even gone to supporters and the people that they bring. That is very scientific. So what was announced at 9 was basically a representation of the leaders before even going to the supporters and the members of the party. So with that, we went with what we called the parish mobilization model. We went to all the parishes of this country. And this was good because we engaged the entire country at the same time.
I'm allowing you to talk because you're making quite a fundamental expressions, especially when it comes to to accountable governance.
Yes.
And this is what we want. But when we travel a little bit backward in the previous campaigns, it wasn't like this. This time around, NRM did it a bit different. What broke the ice?
Yeah, you know, when you are going for any engagement, you ask yourself 3 questions. The first question is, what is it that we are doing that we should continue doing? Which means it's working. The second question is, what is it that we are doing that we should stop doing? Which means you've been doing it, doesn't add value, it's not useful, so you should drop it. Then question number 3 is, what is it that we've not done that we should start doing?
Don't you think we as the ruling party, we do have enough resources to actually support every activity, every initiative that we want to put out there? And probably the others are on the other side, on the negative side. They may not have enough resources to achieve all these, you know, strategies that you're talking about?
No. The strategy is mainly brain work. You don't have to. You just
don't
have
need
to.
Funds.
You just have to get the right brains. Most of the things have been done pro bono on a voluntary basis. These ideas, we even did some survey, and the survey was initiated by members of the party, not sponsored by anyone. So you need to be strategic. You need to get the right people in the right places to derive the right
at the
response.
right time.
So we did that. We asked ourselves those 3 questions, and we realized that we've always had a campaign team, you know, national task force, and that we should stop doing, which means you've been doing it, doesn't add value, it's not useful. So you should drop it. Then question number 3 is, what is it that we've not done that we should start doing?
Don't you think we as the ruling party, we do have enough resources to actually support every activity, every initiative that we want to put out there? And probably the others are on the other side, on the negative side. They may not have enough resources to achieve all these, you know, strategies that you're talking about.
No. The strategy is mainly brain work. You don't have to. You just
don't
have
need
to.
Funds.
You just have to get the right brains. Most of the things have been done pro bono on a voluntary basis. These ideas, we even did some survey, and the survey was initiated by members of the party, not sponsored by anyone. So you need to be strategic. You need to get the right people in the right places to derive the right
right time.
So we did that. We asked ourselves those 3 questions, and we realized that we've always had a campaign team, you know, national task force. And we are like, has it worked to the best? Are there gaps that we could fill? So this time around, we said, look, we have these structures. These structures have people that man them. You have the national, the SEC with members. You have the NEC with members. You have the delegates conference with members. You have members at the district level, sub-county level, parish, and the village. And we're like, what is it for them in this campaign? How are we going to deliver a mass kind of message without involving the structures? So this time around, we had...
You had to go back to the round table and revise
structures. We've never used the structures. And that's why we are making it good. Because the structures owned the message, the structure owned the process, the structure owned the procedures. And we gave them tasks.
True.
Because we said you are 63 on the village. Can you fail to get 2 people to convince?
Okay.
We told them, we gave them a task that each one of you should bring at least 10 people.
Now that was very strategic.
And from that we said, where do you get the 10 people? He said, you can get 10 people from your family, immediate or extended. You can get people from your place of work. You can get people from your OGs and OBs. You can get people from the church, the mosque, where you go to pray.
And Honorable,
you can do so even in the neighborhood.
Honorable, when we look at the previous campaign, it was 81 point something million voters.
Yes.
So it shows that a lot of awareness was actually made to capture a 21.6% million voters.
Yeah, the Electoral Commission has done its bit in terms of awareness creation, in terms of mobilization, in terms of engagement, to ensure that people do take up their civic responsibility, come out and be part of decision making, because that is the highest level of rights. When we talk about rights,
Council, I'll get to you in a while.
Very important.
I'm still interested in some of these areas that I think that our Honorable Mike can actually express more. Now, the issue of, before you came in, we had talked about the capacity of our parliament, 556 members, and it looks like we're having more constituencies being developed in the near future. Don't we think, as small as we are, Uganda, do we really need that much of a big, parliament, considering the fact that we are debt burdened?
I belong to the school of thought that is in favor of a small, efficient, and effective parliament that is well facilitated,
yes,
that is well supported in terms of research, in terms of... So I'm not quite excited about the numbers. And that is creating a bigger problem.
True.
Because now people are looking at parliament as the fastest means to amassing wealth. So it is becoming careerism. It is losing the service element. I want people who are ready to serve effectively and efficiently. One, the bigger the parliament, the less the unit time for
and
contribution.
We can borrow leave from,
even contribution.
From the African region.
Because right now, they give you 3 minutes. What is the quality and quantity of that debate of 3 minutes? Even before you finish your preamble, the bell has gone. So for me, I'm not in favor of a big parliament. I really want us to get a parliament that is efficient and effective.
But trimmed down from
trimmed down to good
556,
numbers. Because the numbers don't really add much in terms of the quality of debate, the quality of the laws, and all the other. So
some of the parliamentarians finish up their tenure without speaking a word.
Very many of them have not even made their maiden speech, and we are now campaigning for the next session of a parliament.
So now, as a political analyst, how can we harmonize?
For instance, we have this.
The will of people remains the key in democracy.
Definitely.
So when people decide, then there is no reason to say we got the wrong leader, because it's their mandate, as citizens, as Ugandans, to actually choose the leaders of their choice. Looking at what's happening right now, looking at the provisional results that are coming in, what do you think? Are people making the right decision? Are they... Let me put it this way. During the campaigns, we saw a lot of people rallying behind different candidates.
Definitely.
And you'd think that they would be taking the lead. But now we see these specific candidates are really just following the wagon. Are voters camouflaging as, yeah, and when they go to the ballot, they are picking someone else?
Well, there's been a lot of bandwagon effect. A certain presidential candidate is coming in my area. So borders, everybody.
So that is arranged.
Sometimes it has been like actually a music show. Sometimes. But when it comes to taking that presidential candidate, I have a feeling many Ugandans are actually taking, polling or voting for peace and stability.
Okay.
I have a feeling that's the biggest, because when you look at this country, in this era from 1986 to present, this is the time when Uganda has been stable and peaceful. The fact that you can come to work, any other person across all sectors, the informal sector, the middle class, everybody, peace and stability are the most important key elements of any country. In Uganda, we are attracting refugees from the region, far and beyond. Why? Because of an enabling environment that has been created. So we cannot negate, we cannot downplay the importance of peace.
Sure.
As a child,
just to put something little on the refugee, yes. At one point, Uganda was a net exporter of refugees. If you went in any capital around neighboring Uganda, you'd find refugees are Ugandans.
Yes.
Now Uganda is a net importer.
Yes.
It's a net importer and hosting the biggest refugee settlement.
Yeah.
Yes, from the Horn of Africa, from the Great Lakes region.
About 2 million people.
Yes.
That speaks volume.
Yeah. By the time someone leaves Eritrea to come here, and all these other countries, the biggest attraction is peace and stability.
And some people are complaining, oh, but there's a lot of poverty around. But I think when there's enough peace, there's more time to make money. There's more time to buy land. There's more time
I'll tell you
this. Peace of mind.
To develop, yes.
You see,
there's a time, I was coming from an overnight at around 3 a.m. and I was on a border. And some trucks were passing, they had, goods, charcoal, These are the trucks that I'm seeing in the night. But when we talk to our grandies, they say in times like those you'd see trucks of military and, so you'd see trucks of military and, so there's, if you have the peace of mind, then you can relax and hope for the future. Maybe the situation, because I don't think someone who was in poverty in the past years when General YOWERI MUSEVENI came into government, that they're still poor. The trends change. Sometimes you may not move from glory to glory, but at least if there's peace, if there's time, if you are allowed to have time, because people in Somalia do not have time.
Exactly. So let me just tell you this. Around 2001 elections, 2006, candidate Kizza Besigye used to score a lot in northern Uganda because that was our own area. But when peace returned, people were thankful.
And the conversation changed.
Yes. You see, 2021 elections, the story was different. And it's playing out even now. Talking about poverty. As a child, of the 10-point program of the NRM, the one I was most attracted to was building an independent, integrated, self-sustaining economy. Because I felt that when you have that in place, Uganda is going to develop faster. But as I grew, I got to know that the conducive environment for that independent, integrated, self-sustaining economy is peace and stability. Without that, you can't do anything.
Now, me, per se, I didn't own a home in 2021. But now I have a very beautiful home. And I've managed to give birth to 8 children.
You're protecting the gains.
I'm hoping for the future.
Those are the gains. That beautiful home, the children that you've given birth to, and the way you are looking after them, they are immunized, they don't have any threats of,
who is the guarantor?
And I'm thinking when these people get to the ballot, when they get the ballot paper, they're asking, why change?
Exactly.
That's the question. Is there a reason for me to change?
Yeah, because now if you're talking about the things they normally talk about, they talk about corruption. Any leader would have to grapple with that. And corruption is in the civil service and these other areas. But the single most important fundamental issue is peace and stability. If you are in the commercial sector, the working class sector, you need an enabling environment for you to go about your work, to go about your business. So I have a feeling when someone goes to the polling station, it's a sobering environment. They say, what am I voting for? I want to be able to work, to go about my business, to protect my family. You understand, that is the most important thing. And candidate Museveni is a guarantor of that.
Exactly.
For now, Uganda has been peaceful. During the COVID pandemic, he used to say, I used to watch his speech, and then he would say that in the Great Lakes region, 500 years of the Great Lakes region, Uganda has been most peaceful during the time of 1986 up to present. I used to meet people from the region, Kenyans and others, and then they would talk about during the time when a leader would come and would be in office for 2 months, 8 months, and is out. And there's a coup, there's what? You see, from 1986 up to present, I mean, investors have been coming here. The economy has grown. There's been a lot of the tax base widening. So I have a feeling. Of course, the other thing is from least developed country now to middle income. All those are gains that are worth protecting.
True.
Yes.
Okay.
And another thing, Ugandans have matured politically. They simply don't want to gamble. That is at the back of their mind. Their sense of judgment is much higher than was before, given what they've gone through. At one point, they knew Uganda is a deserted country. God forgot about it.
It was a failed
now
country.
They know it can be a peaceful country, and there's hope. And we live in hope. That's how we progress. Because when you have hope for tomorrow, you work hard, knowing that you are going to build the house, finish it, live in it, and bear 8 children, and they grow out of it. You know, that is what sustains life. Yep.
Okay, maybe supplementing on that, Uganda was a failed state before 1986, along the lines of Somalia.
Yeah,
it was a failed.
And the DRC.
Definitely, it was a failed state. But now, when we look in the region, Tanzania, Kenya, when you're comparing the economy of Uganda with those countries that were actually stable from independence, they didn't have the kind of political upheavals that we've had.
Leadership.
Yeah, right now, when you're comparing Uganda, it's like comparing one person who is slightly taller than another. So a lot of gains
in terms of stability.
In terms of even the economics of the
ours is the fastest growing economy.
Fastest growing, Kenya being the giant.
Our currency is the most stable currency globally.
Yes.
Now Kampala is a regional capital. It is a regional capital.
Yes.
When you talk about a tourism city, it is a diplomatic city. All different meetings, agreements, consultations are done here. It was Nairobi that was enjoying that.
Honorable, we're going to come back to that. We also have a number. We have a question there about the big number of incumbents that are dropping out. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's go back to Zimbabwe, where our reporter Ivan Akawa is on standby to give us what's happening there at the Tally Center.
where the the returning officer has just declared the results in the 4 constituencies in Sembabule district and the woman representative of Sembabule district. As we speak, the NRM has swept all the constituencies and Sembabule district. In Sembabule district, Florence Nambazira has won the woman MP seat and victory today, including Aine Sodo, who is. Then we have Emmanuel Rwashande, who has won the NRM seat, Rwemiyaga County. Then in Mawogola County, Mawogola West, Hanifa Kawoya has won it. So the 4 constituencies are having NRM candidates, are having NRM winners, and Sembabule district as well. As you can see, the returning officer is done with the process of declaring all the winners, and the winners now are finding their way out. All the supporters are waiting for them. It is chanting. It is all happiness. It is all victory. Sembabule has spoken. Sembabule has voted their favorites. Here are the winners. That is Desi Byuma right there. Desi Byuma, the one in yellow. He has passed. Then other winners are also moving. I can see the likes of Toyota move. That is Aine Kagu. The winner for Mawogola North. That is Sodo Aine Kaguta. Right there, being chanted. Congratulations, Honorable.
Thank you, thank you.
You have been declared winner. What's your next step? Speak to your voters.
Of course, it's to work and nothing else.
Thank you so much. Well, that is Aine Sodo Kaguta. He's a man of few words. Just to work for the voters. Well, I will be speaking to other candidates, to other winners who have been declared winner. That is Sodo Aine Kaguta, who was in the race in the Mawogola County North race. He was contesting with other 5 that include Gongozes. The supporters are so happy. Winners. Well, the happiness that comes to winning. That's the happiness that comes with winning. Oh, that's the happiness that comes with winning. Honorable, congratulations. You have been declared winner. Kindly speak to your voters. What are you going to do next?
I am still a member of parliament. I'm a sitting member of parliament. So I am continuing with my work and still as a minister of state for Minister of Health, and I am continuing with the president's program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, that is Honorable Hanifa Kaweya, who has just spoken to us. The people are excited here. I know the noise is too much, but we shall try and get each one of them to speak to at least those who have already been declared winners. We have so far had a word from Sodo Aine Kaguta. We've had a word from Hanifa Kaweya, and we are still figuring out if we can get hold of any other candidate or any other winner who has been declared this time around. 5 members of parliament representing the NRM in Sembabule district. Winner of Rwemiyaga County, he has won Theodore Sechikubo, Megade Joseph Amoti, and Ainebiona Innocent. We are going to be speaking to the general. I think he is undergoing a photo opportunity. He is speaking with some people. Well, that is General Emmanuel Rwashande.
Well, as you can see, a victory over there in Sembabule. 5 constituencies, and they've all been swept up by the NRM party. There we've seen Hanifa Kaweya, Rwashande, Daisy, Biuma, and many others there jubilating, and then voters supporting and chanting victory. Quite interesting there. Thank you very much there, Ivan Kaho. Now back in studios, still with Honorable Mike Sebalu, Kennedy, NRM supporter. He has served this country for quite some time, and he's very knowledgeable about, politics. He's a political analyst. He's with us, he's at the far end, and then next to me, it is Council, political analyst as well. Council John Kabagambe. Council John Kabagambe. He's a lawyer and political analyst. And I've been enjoying myself with these 2 gentlemen. He joined us a little bit later, but again, we both, had already spiced the interview. So I just need, what's your take from that declaration? Because now it's no longer provisional results. Now these are declarations. So what's your take home?
These are confirmed results. Clearly, Sembabule is still yellow. Sembabule is an NRM stronghold. That's what it means.
Was that the same performance in 2021?
Yes, it was. Sembabule has been that. We cannot call Sembabule a swing district. It's still a yellow district, and the results confirm. The fact that 5 slots of members of parliament have all been swept by NRM, it speaks a lot. And
tense, in the by-elections. But now we see Rwashande really winning the hearts of men and allowing the will of people to govern.
Yeah, just like my colleague has indicated, Zimbabwe has always been NRM, predominantly NRM. And once you go through the primaries and you've done your good homework, across the primaries. Definitely the general elections become ratification of the earlier position of the voters. But there is a lady who had sneaked in. I think either a woman MP or something, but the stakeholders within Zimbabwe vowed to get rid of any, and they've lived up to their word. I remember Honorable Kutesa saying that by the close of this, we shouldn't have any other political tendencies. And indeed, they've been able to do that. But it has been a very interesting election with interesting dimensions. The Rasande Sechikubo dimension was a news breaker, you know, accusations and counter-accusations. But definitely at the end of the day, it is not about the individuals. It is about how you connect with the masses, because they carry the day. Sechikubo has been a fairly popular leader from that place, but looks like his time is up and the voters have switched allegiance. I believe that maybe Rashande could have looked at the gaps. You know, there are situations where you are tick, but someone who comes in and has done his homework, they may look at your gray areas where you are not up to the expectations, and they do a bit of their homework. At times they even recruit people in your camp. You know, someone can come and get the face of your campaign. And once they've gotten them to their side, it becomes a totally game changer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mike, and thank you very much, Council John Kabagambe. It has been quite an interesting discussion. Dear viewer out there, it's time for us to reflect more on the progress, the lessons, the aspirations that continue to shape our electoral democracy. And of course, as we sign out, let's head back to the National Tally Center, where Timothy Nyangweso is waiting to give us that interview. My name is Patricia Lukoma Ampango. A pleasure allowing me into your space. Good afternoon.
Very welcome to the National Tally Center here. Today I have Moses Wirihanga, the Senior Presidential Advisor, but also the lead polling agent for the President. Good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So far, what do you see? How does it look like in your view?
Well, you have seen it here on the screen. We are winning, and that doesn't surprise me, because our target was to win at 70%, not less than that.
So when you look at some of the numbers, especially the turnout and the polling stations, do you see anything that concerns you?
Well, the turnout could have been higher, because so far I think it's about 50% thereabout. It could have been higher. Maybe let's wait for the remaining, because from what they have announced, 38,000 against 50,000. So you still have about 12,000 polling stations not yet come in. So let's wait the turn up in those areas. But for what is so far here, it's still low.
There were some incidents yesterday, security-wise. In your view, these incidents, were they avoidable? Were they something that could have been avoided? 3 people killed in Luwero yesterday, this morning, and then a few issues in different areas. What do you think about these?
I haven't studied them. I can't comment on what I don't know well about.
I can also ask you about the deployment. People felt that it was heavy deployment that might have collaborated with the biometric to bring intimidation for people not to turn out. Is that something that you see, especially with this?
Well, the deployment, security normally deploys according to the level of threat. So depending on what they know from intelligence, they will deploy to overcome what is expected. So the good thing, generally, election process was peaceful. Okay, election day itself, I voted in Kampala myself. Apart from the delay of the voting materials at the polling station, which came in at around 8, I was there around 7:40, but the materials came around 8. We already there. There were about 4 polling stations in one area. So by the time the polling materials came, about maybe 2,000 or so people had already gathered. Now, it was I call it a blessing in disguise. Why? They opened the ballot boxes when we were all there watching. So nobody can say there was staffing because we were all there. Maybe it had been opened earlier, I would have said, oh, I don't know what happened, I don't know what, but now many people were there at the time of opening. So you can't claim about staffing or multiple voting, people coming again and again, so things like that. So it's unfortunate that the machines were not used, but the register as per law was used, and the people, those who voted, I think were happy that they voted they made their choice.
Two questions, Mr. Moses. When I ask, when you look at the numbers you have benefited in some areas you have not been in before, especially members of parliament, the numbers in the votes that you have attained there, what do you attribute that to, looking at Buganda region especially?
What does before mean? We have been winning in Uganda before, only to the last election. But if you say before, well, I can stretch it to 1996. We have been having elections, so yeah, before is just short term. But yes, we did a lot of mobilization. I was sharing here with somebody from the greater Mubende, that is Kyankwanzi, Kivoga, Mitiana, Kasanda, and Mubende. It has 20 members of parliament. So far we have got 17 of them. So that's a very big win, a very big push. Here in Kampala, well, from what EC has been showing us, the performance is much better than before. Even from our own DRR forms we have been receiving, we are doing much better. So we are going to do better in Kampala than before, than last election. Our total vote and the percentage in Kampala and Wakiso is going to be much higher than the last election.
Lastly,
maybe the reason why I see in this Kisanja which we are ending, first of all, in the last election, we were getting out of COVID. These areas of the urban areas of Uganda, Kampala and Wakiso being the highest urbanized areas in Uganda. You see, getting out of COVID, the people are not working. But the landlords were demanding rent. The workers, some of the salaries had been cut to half, some were off. So the economic situation that time was so hard. But then today is totally different. That's why there was our performance in the urban areas was not that good. So people were reacting to the situation at the time. If you ask me what has happened, how it has changed, today we are not under any lockdown. People are working. We introduced programs specifically to help people get out of poverty, like PDM. In the whole country today, we have reached out. We have so far spent 3.7 trillion under PDM, which has so far reached 3.4 million households. So people are in economic activity. If you look at the economy, it's much better today than it was 5 years ago. And who is benefiting from this economy? When you hear that Uganda's coffee exports have gone up and to almost 9 million bags, away from 3 million bags in 1986, who benefits from this coffee? Coffee in Uganda is basically a peasant crop. Very few middle class people are involved in coffee growing. So when coffee exports go up, both in volume and the amount of money coming in, it means the farmers who are in the villages, who are in the rural areas, are getting money from coffee. And that's a very big benefit for them and the country at large. So that's why the voting today, when people have money in their pockets, is much different than when they lack it.
Lastly, tomorrow is the last day. We will know exactly who will be president-elect. But also, as the National Resistance Movement, you need to bring this country together, especially not to be divided by colors. How do you galvanize this country to pull together to develop it together?
Well, if you look at the map of Uganda, the electoral map as today is, it's basically yellow everywhere, with some few cases where Kyagulanyi has won within Uganda here, but we have also won, in some of the cases we have won the MPs in those areas, and our policy has always been that we develop the country irrespective of how it voted. So our programs, like for instance, look at the PDM. In the last election we lost in Uganda, but so far under PDM we have spent 627 billion within Uganda, the highest in the whole country because of the size of Uganda. Other areas are below 600 billion. But so for us, we don't discriminate. Whether you voted for us or didn't vote for us, our programs are as uniform as possible. So we shall continue to work for the development of the whole country, irrespective of how they voted for or against us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byarhanga. We appreciate your time. We'll be with you to hear the last of those polls coming in. So that's what you've heard from the NRM. They say they are performing as they expected, slightly not as much as they expected going forward, but the numbers show themselves there. About 5 million votes still coming in, and Honorable Kyagulanyi coming in at the second there, north of 1.1 million there. We also look at the rest of the candidates coming in there. We have about 30,000 polling stations that have come in, about 59%. We're left with about, give or take, 21% or 31% to be able to come in here and make the difference in those votes, 41%, sorry, and that will make the significant change as we go on. The evening, when the Electoral Commission, the chairperson, comes back here and gives us the next set of results, that's when we anticipate to see exactly where the clock will be moving, and that is the anticipation that the whole country is waiting for, to know exactly what will be happening. But also, I encourage all of us to keep peace wherever we are, because this country belongs to all of us. From us here at the National Tally Center, we hand over to you at the Broadcast House.
Jambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika kipindi hiki, na kwa sasa nitaenda moja kwa moja katika kuonyesha jinsi ambavyo matokeo ya awali ya urais yalivyo kwa sasa. Ila kabla ya hapo napenda kukumbusha kwamba jana tarehe 15 Januari uchaguzi mkuu ulifanyika ambao ulikwenda sambamba na uchaguzi wa wabunge katika wilaya mbalimbali. Na kwa sasa ningependa kukuonyesha jinsi ambavyo matokeo ya awali ya urais yalivyo. Kwa sasa tu yanaendelea, tunaendelea kuyapokea, lakini hii haimaanishi kwamba haya ni matokeo ya mwisho. Hapana, sio ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa matokeo ya urais yako hivi. Kwa sasa Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni bado anaongoza kwa asilimia 75.38. Hiyo ni sawa na kura milioni 5,148,845. Na kwa upande mwingine tukienda katika FDC, chama pinzani cha FDC, samahani naomba nikurudishe nyuma, Nandala Fabi ambaye aliwania nafasi hiyo kwa sasa amesimama katika asilimia 2.12, sawa na kura 1,000,000 ni asilimia 2.12. Alafu tukienda kwa mgombea mwingine aliyegombea urais, Mubarak Mugwanya, naomba nikurudishe nyuma, samahani. Yuko katika asilimia 28 kwa sasa, ambapo alipata kura 19,034. Na kwa upande wa Joseph Mabirizi wa CP yuko katika asilimia 21, sawa na kura 14,000, sawa na kura 14,160, asilimia 21. Alafu tukienda kwa Robert Kasibante wa NPP yuko katika asilimia 0.3, sawa na kura 20,626. And then mwingine Frank Bulira wa RPP sasa hivi yuko na kura 29,713. Tukielekea kwa upande wa mgombea mwingine wa urais ambaye ni Mugisha Muntu wa ANT, yuko katika asilimia 56, sawa na kura 38,542. Na kwa upande wa NUP sasa hivi tunaambiwa kwamba kura yake iko katika asilimia 20.71, sawa na kura 1,114,619. Na huyu nadhani nimeshamuongelea. Robert Kasibante yuko katika asilimia 3 tu na kura 20,626. Huyu nimeshamuongelea, nadhani ndo hao tu. Na napenda kukukumbusha mpenzi mtazamaji kwamba hayo sio matokeo ya mwisho, bali ni matokeo ya awali. Bado tunazidi kuyapokea kutoka katika Tume ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi, ambayo ni tume rasmi ambayo inapaswa kutangaza matokeo ya urais. Na nakukumbusha pia kwamba uchaguzi huu ulienda sambamba na uchaguzi wa bunge, lakini hiyo ingawa kuna washindi wa ubunge ambao wameshatangazwa. Kwa mfano waziri mkuu Robin Nabanja, yeye ameshatangazwa kama mshindi wa ubunge, kiti cha ubunge cha wilaya ya Kakumiro. Na vile vile kuna wagombea wengine ambao hawakuwa na upinzani. Kwa mfano, makamu wa rais meja mstaafu Jessica Alupo, yeye ameshatangazwa mshindi, hakuwa na mpinzani. Spika wa bunge la taifa Anita Among, naye ameshashinda na hakuwa na mpinzani. Vile vile naibu spika wa bunge la taifa Thomas Tayebwa, na yeye hakuwa na mpinzani. Na mwingine ambaye ni waziri ambaye anapendwa sana na vijana, Fiona Nyamutoro, Fiona Nyamutoro, hakuwa na upinzani. So ndo hayo tu mtazamaji kwa sasa, lakini naendelea kukupasha vile vile kwamba jumla ya vituo vya kupigia kura kote nchini jumla ni 50,739, na vile vile jumla ya watu waliojiandikisha kuchagua kupiga kura yani ni 1,21.6, na tunaambiwa kwamba idadi hiyo imeongezeka kwa kuwa mwaka 2021 waliojiandikisha walikuwa 1,18,000, lakini sasa unaona kwamba kwa mwaka huu 2020 kwa uchaguzi huu wa 2026 jumla ya waliojiandikisha ni 1,21.6. Alafu tunaambiwa kwamba wabunge waliojiandikisha kuwania nafasi mbalimbali za uongozi jumla yao ni 353, na vile vile vyama vya upinzani viliongezeka kwa kuwa kuna vingine vipya ambavyo viliundwa. Na nadhani tu kwa sasa niishie hapo kwa sasa kidogo tu kwa muda, lakini tutazidi kukutangazia matokeo ya awali ya urais, ambapo kituo rasmi cha kitaifa cha ujumuishaji wa kura ndicho ambacho kina majukumu ya kutangaza matokeo ya mwisho ya urais. Alafu vile vile matokeo ya ubunge yameshaanza.
3 candidates: Nabanja Robina, Tibulihwa Harriet, and Tushenere Grace. Nabanja Robina of the NRM party garnered 78,533. Tibulihwa Harriet, who was an independent candidate, garnered 3,627. Tushenere Grace, also an independent, garnered 22,132. There are 4. And accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumira Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabanja Robina, who obtained the largest number of votes, congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Atobulu wange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko chi. Abantu bamumpadde nga baagala ate nga sina budde bwa campaign. Museveni waye! Museveni tu! Abandi bona kini!
Tunaye Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko kule Lubowa kwa ajili ya kutupasha akiwa ameambatana na waangalizi wa uchaguzi huko Lubowa. Karibu sana Saddam.
Naam, shukrani sana Bella. Jinsi ulivyosema ni kwamba sasa hivi niko hapa kwenye makao makuu ya tume ya uchaguzi ambapo mchakato na vilevile zoezi la kuhisabu kura linaendelea hapa. Lakini tu Bella kukupa ni kwamba hapo awali mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi ya Uganda alikuja tu na kutuarifu jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa, ambapo aliwasilisha baadhi ya matokeo ambayo kwa sasa yametoka yakionyesha kwamba Rais Museveni sasa ana ushindi, amepata kura kidogo ambazo zinawasilisha 75%. Lakini tu Bella pia ni kwamba hapo awali nimekuwa katika maeneo mbalimbali hapa jijini Kampala, ambapo kidogo kuna tu baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao walikuwa wamefunga maduka yao kwa ajili ya kusema kwamba wakisubiria, lakini pia kumbuka kwamba huu ni muda ambapo serikali ilitangaza kwamba kutakuwa na siku 2 za kupumzika ili kusababisha au kufanya watu washiriki katika uchaguzi huu. Lakini pia ambacho kinasubiria ni kwamba mwenyekiti atakuwa tu akitujuza mengi, ambapo itakuwa ni saa 12 ya jioni kwa ajili ya kutujuza ni matokeo gani ambayo yatakuwa yamewasili kutoka katika maeneo mbalimbali nchini. Lakini kukukumbusha tu pale nyuma awali alipokuwa akihutubia nchi, mwenyekiti alitujuza kwamba kwa mujibu wa takwimu ambazo zilikuja, ambapo kuna ushindani mkali baina ya Rais Museveni na vilevile kiongozi wa upinzani BOBI, na kutujuza kwamba kwa takwimu alizotupatia Chagulanyi Robert alikuwa akiwasilisha 20.71, ambapo alikuwa na kura 1,461,161 na yeye Museveni alikuwa ashafikisha kura 5,148,4845. Hizo tu ni baadhi ya takwimu ambazo zinakuja, lakini hapa tutakuwa tu tunakujuza kwa kina Bella yale ambayo yatakuwa yanatokea kutoka mwanzo hadi mwisho. Lakini pia ikumbuka kwamba hapo kesho mwenyekiti pia amesema kwamba kesho saa 11 watu watakuwa wameshamjua ni rais mgani ambaye atakuwa ameshateuliwa. Na sasa kilicho hapa ni kwamba tunamsubiria tu mwenyekiti kututaarifu na kutupatia yale ambayo yatakuwa yanaendelea na matokeo ambayo yatakuwa yamekuja saa 12 jioni. Bella hapo studio.
Asante sana Saddam Mubale kwa taarifa hiyo, ila ningependa kujua ulipokuwa unaelekea huko, anaona kidogo ameshatolewa, lakini sasa hivi mtazamaji wa UBC TV tunaye mgeni ambaye nitazungumza naye mawili matatu kuhusiana na hali ilivyo leo, au nikitaka kuwajuza au yeye akitaka kuwajuza hali imekuwaje tangu asubuhi, maswali kama hayo kwa ujumla. Karibu sana, naomba ujitambulishe.
Shukran. Jina langu ni Luvuka Yunus. Tulikuwa hapa jana na leo nimebahatika kurudi kwa ajili ya kuchanganua masuala mbalimbali kuhusu uchaguzi ambao ulitokea jana na uhesabu wa kura ambao unaendelea mpaka wa leo. Naam.
Na ningependa kujua hali ikoje kwa mtazamo wako, hali ikoje tangu siku ya jana, tangu kufanyika kwa uchaguzi jana?
Tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Hali ambapo nimepitia nikiwa napitia mjini, hali imetulia sana. Hali imetulia, watu wako majumbani mwao, wanaendelea kutazama runinga wakifuatilia matokeo ya uchaguzi. Wachache ambao wako njiani wanashughulika na mambo yao yani kikawaida. Pili, jana kwa mfano watu walikuwa wamefunga maduka, biashara zilikuwa zimefunga kabisa, lakini sasa nimegundua kwamba biashara watu wameanza kurudi pole pole, wanafungua maduka yao, lakini kwa ujumla hali ni tulivu kabisa, ni shwari kama maji ya mtungini.
Na vile vile ningependa kujua changamoto zilizojitokeza jana katika uchaguzi zinawezaje kutatuliwa?
Shukran. Ninashukuru sana.
Vile vile ningependa kujua changamoto zilizojitokeza jana katika uchaguzi zinatatuliwaje?
Asante kwa swali hilo. Tangu jana tunatambua kuna baadhi ya changamoto, pamoja na kusema kwamba kura zilipigwa kwa amani na utulivu, lakini kuna baadhi ya changamoto ambazo zimetambulika. Mojawapo ni vile vifaa ambavyo tulivitegemea vya kutumika katika uchaguzi. Pili, idadi ya wapiga kura katika baadhi ya maeneo hasa mjini iligundulika kwamba idadi ilikuwa ni ndogo kulingana na ile ambayo ilikuwa inatarajiwa. Alafu tatu, kuna changamoto ya uharibifu wa kura. Kura nyingi zaidi nimeona tangu nitoke, nimeona zaidi ya 80,000. Hizo ni kura ambazo zimeharibika. Kwa hivyo, alafu na vurugu za hapa na pale. Kwa mfano, kuna vurugu ambazo tumepata habari katika wilaya ya Ruero, wilaya ya Butambala, wilaya ya Kayunga, pamoja na mjini Nansana. Kwa sababu nina ndugu yangu kutoka huko kijijini amenipigia simu. Jamani, mbona tunasikia mjini risasi zinafyatuliwa na kadhalika na kadhalika. Unajua mkiwa kijijini mnaanza kuhofia sana, lakini tu ni maeneo machache ambayo yametokea na vurugu hizo. Kwa hivyo utatuzi wa changamoto hizo kama ulivyoniuliza, swala la kuharibika kwa kura, nimeshangaa. Unakumbuka jana tulikuwa tumefikiria kwamba uhamasishaji, elimu imetolewa ya kutosha kuhusu wapigaji kura. Nakumbuka hata juzi tulipokuwa tunajiandaa, nilikuwa katika soko la Chireka na familia yangu tukiinunua vitu vya matumizi nyumbani, tukakutana na mlevi.
Ndio.
Saa 2 jioni. Mlevi alikuwa amelewa chakari. Mimi nikaamua kumchokoza na kumsumbua. Nikamuuliza, hivi wewe katika lugha ya Kiganda, nengeri jota midde enchono kuba kalulu? Akaniambia, wewe gwesebo ngenda kukuba akalulu bulungi, nja kutikinga mpola akasalete kaita mu box. Huyu alikuwa mtu ambaye alikuwa amelewa, lakini bado akiwa na anafahamu kwamba anafaa kupiga kura kuhakikisha kwamba ile tik haipiti nini, kwa hivyo haitoki nje kuharibu kura. Mpaka mlevi alikuwa na hiyo fahamu. Kwa hivyo tukawa tunaamini kwamba watu wengi wana elimu ya kutosha. Ilishangazwa kwamba idadi kubwa ya kura ziliharibika. Kwa hivyo nadhani wakati mwingine tume ya uchaguzi inahitaji kutoa elimu zaidi, kuhamasisha wapiga kura ili hali kama hiyo isitokee. Kwa mfano, asilimia hiyo ama idadi hiyo ya kura ni kura nyingi sana nchini Uganda katika karne hii ya 21, ambapo watu wengi wanaenda shule, elimu watu wanapata, lakini kukuta kwamba watu wanaharibu kura, hilo si jambo ambalo la kupendeza. Alafu jambo jingine,
ndio
changamoto nyingine ile ya mitambo. Hiyo pia tumesikitika, kwa sababu walifanya majaribio ya mitambo hiyo awali, tukawa na imani kwamba itatumika vizuri, Lakini sasa zaidi ya hilo, pesa ambazo zimetumika kununua mitambo hiyo ni pesa za mlipa ushuru na ni pesa nyingi. Kwa hivyo iwapo mitambo hiyo haijafanya kazi, maanake hizo ni hela ambazo zimefanya nini? Zimepotea ama zimeharibika bure. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingine hali iendelee kuboreshwa ili tuweze kutoa matumizi sahihi ya hela za mlipa ushuru. Alafu hizi vurugu changamoto, unajua pale ambapo kuna masuala ya kisiasa, uchaguzi na kadhalika, ile mihemko inakuwa juu.
Na lazima utegemee kwamba ukishindwa kubali matokeo. Ukishinda basi furahia, lakini
Mswahili anasema asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani.
Lakini sio lazima tena wanze mambo ya kupigana nini.
Exactly.
Hapana.
Sasa hiyo hali imekuwepo kwamba kila mmoja anapoingia pale dimbani anategemea ushindi. Lakini mwisho wa siku washindi hawezi wakawa wangapi? Wawili, lazima kutokee mshindi mmoja.
Na ukishindwa utajaribu tena mara nyingine, sio mwisho wa tukio.
Ndio. Na nchi haiishi kesho ama haiishi leo kwa sababu ya uchaguzi. Bado tunahitaji kuendelea kama nchi. Kwa hivyo kwa hali hiyo nadhani vituo vya usalama wamedhibiti. Alafu jambo jingine katika hilo, nilimsikiliza msemaji wa polisi anaitwa Rusoke akisema kwamba hivi ni vikosi vikosi vijana ambao walibebwa kutoka mjini Kampala. Nansana alikuwa anasema hivyo, wakapelekwa Butambala kwa ajili ya kuleta vurugu. Kwa hivyo hali kama hiyo, hali tulisema na tulizungumzia jana, si jambo zuri, kwa sababu wewe kijana unatumika tu na yule mgombea mwanasiasa kwa ajili ya kutimiza maslahi yake. Mwisho wa siku ukikamatwa, wewe ndiyo utakayefanya nini? Utakayeadhibiwa, familia yako ndiyo itakayopata hasara. Kwa mfano magari ya watu ambayo wanasema yaliharibika, mpaka walitaka kufanya mipango ya kubeba zile boksi ama vikasha vya kura ili waende. Hiyo vurugu na uhuni kama huo hatuutarajii katika nchi yetu. Tunachokitaka na kung'ang'ania ni amani katika uchaguzi huu. Naam.
Okay. Nashukuru sana kwa Dr. Yunus kwa taarifa hiyo. Lakini hivi sasa Saddam Mubale yuko tayari kuzungumza nami tena kwa ajili ya kukupasha wewe mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV. Na wakati tunamsubiria Saddam Mubale, ningependa kujua ya kwamba tumesikia katika matokeo ya ubunge ambayo yamekuwa yakitangazwa, kuna wabunge wagombea wa kujitegemea ambao na wenyewe wameshinda na wametangazwa kama washindi. Unadhani unalizungumziaje swala hilo la kuwatangaza pia watu ambao ni wa kujitegemea?
Safi sana. Haya, kwa jambo hilo naweza nikasemaje? Raia ama wapiga kura wao wanachagua kiongozi ambaye atawafaa, kwa sababu uongozi ni dhamana ambao mtu hapaswi kulinga. Uongozi unapaswa kuwajibikia nafasi yako kwa ajili ya watu ambao wamekuchagua. Naam.
Na sasa hivi mtazamaji wa UBC TV tunaye Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko tayari. Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko tayari kutupasha. Saddam, karibu tena.
Naam, Bella, shukran sana. Bado niko hapa kwenye makao makuu ya tume ya uchaguzi, lakini jinsi nilivyomsikia Daktari Yunus hapo akieleza wajibu wa kiongozi. Lakini cha msingi tu ni kwamba saa 12 bado tunamsubiria mwenyekiti wa tume hii kwa ajili ya kutupasha zaidi kuhusiana na matokeo ambayo kwa sasa yamewasili katika tume hii kwa ajili ya kuwajuza watu ni rais gani ambaye atawawakilisha kwa miaka 5 inayokuja. Lakini kwa sasa hali hapa bado imetulia tulituli, lakini pia maeneo ambayo nimepitia hapo jijini Kampala hali ni ile ile, imetulia. Watu wanasubiria kwa hamu na gamu kumjua ni nani atakayechukua kinyang'anyiro hiki cha urais. Bella,
tumesikia habari za kwamba baadhi ya maeneo kulikuwa na watu ambao walijawa na hasira na kuanza kufanya vurugu za hapa na pale. Je, una taarifa huko hali hiyo imeshakabiliwa ama ikoje kwa nyie ambao mmepita mjini leo?
Naam, Bella, wakati nilipokuwa na kuja katika tume hii kumekuwa tu jinsi ulivyosema kwamba vijana ambao walikuwa wanataka kuzua vurugu, lakini wakati niliopitia hapo hali hiyo ilikuwa imetulizwa, manake kumekuwa tuna maafisa wa usalama ambao wamekuwa katika eneo hilo, na maeneo mengi tu hapa jijini Kampala nilipokuwa hali ni ile ile, imetulia tulituli. Maafisa wa usalama wameshika doria katika maeneo mbalimbali na hali imetulia. Bella, hizo ni tetesi tu ambazo tulikuwa tumezisikia hapo awali, lakini ninapozungumza kwa sasa hali iko shwari kabisa.
Na vile vile ningependa kujua wewe kama kijana Saddam, una matarajio gani na uchaguzi huu wewe binafsi?
Bella, kwa kweli kama kijana yeyote anayenitazama, lakini kijana yote ambaye yuko katika umri, vijana ni changamoto tu mbalimbali ambazo zinawakumba, na nafikiria kwamba kiongozi ambaye anakuja, ambaye atatangazwa hapo kesho, ana changamoto kubwa ya kushughulikia changamoto hizi ambazo zinawakumba vijana, na mkiwemo changamoto ambayo ni kubwa zaidi ni changamoto ya ukosefu wa ajira kwa vijana, na ni swala ambalo tunaliangazia tuone swala hilo litatatuliwaje, na kiongozi ambaye atakuja kwa ajili ya kuitawala hii nchi ana sera gani kuhusiana na kuwaondoa vijana kwenye dimbwi la umaskini.
Asante sana Saddam, lakini sasa ushauri wa mwisho kwa vijana, wewe kama kijana ni upi?
Kitu ambacho naweza kusema ni kwamba tumeshatekeleza wajibu wetu wa kidemokrasia kama wananchi wa Uganda, na kile ambacho tunapaswa kukisubiria ni matokeo, na kwa yeyote atakaye shinda uchaguzi huu kivyovyote vile tuende naye, na uchaguzi unakuwa na uchaguzi unaisha. Miaka 5 tutakuwa tena tunamchagua rais mwingine kutoka sasa. Tukijihusisha na purukushani au vurugu, ni nchi ya Uganda ambayo itakuwa inaharibika, na sisi kama wananchi ndio tutakuwa vile tunaathirika. Na basi ni wito tu wa amani kwa yeyote yule ambaye ananitazama kwamba ni muhimu sana kutekeleza amani na kumsubiria yeyote atakayekuja kwa ajili ya kuendeleza nchi na kuondoa wananchi katika dimbwi la umaskini, na vile vile kushughulikia changamoto ambazo zinawaathiri wananchi wa taifa hili zuri la Uganda. Bella.
Asante sana Saddam Mubale kwa taarifa hiyo. Na kweli Bwana Yunus, vurugu haijawahi kujenga taifa, inabomoa tu, inaharibu kila kitu. Kwa hivyo ni vyema vijana wakatulie, wakubali matokeo kwa wale ambao tayari wameshaanza kunungunika, au sio?
Kweli kama unavyosema, vurugu haina nafasi katika ujenzi wa taifa, na ndiyo maana kila hatua serikali imehakikisha kwamba inadhibiti uwepo wa vurugu ili amani idumu. pale ambapo tumefikia, kwa mfano ukiwa umeshindwa hujachaguliwa, kuna pale jukwaa jingine ambapo unaweza kuwasilisha malalamishi yako ama kero zako. Na huko ni mahakama.
Sawa kabisa.
Na mahakama ipo tayari, kwa sababu juzi nilikuwa nasoma pia kwenye taarifa za habari kwamba na wao walijitokeza kutoa mafunzo ya kutosha kwa ajili ya kupokea malalamishi kutoka wale ambao watahisi kwamba wameibiwa kura ama hawajaridhika. Kwa hivyo upande huo pia upo mpaka mwisho, mtu aridhike kwamba nimeshindwa, aliyeshinda basi tufanye kazi pamoja kwa ajili ya nchi yetu Uganda. Hizi zote ni hatua za kidemokrasia ambazo zimefanya nini? Zimewekwa na serikali. Mpaka mtu asiachwe na dukuduku na manunguniko kuhusu mchakato huu wa uchaguzi. Na kabla ya kutoka tulikuwa tunazungumzia wale viongozi ambao wanajitegemea. Na ni kweli nilikuwa nasema uchaguzi unafanyika na raia. Raia anatarajia huduma kutoka kwa yule mtu ambaye amefanya nini? Amempigia kura. Na ndiyo maana baada ya kuwaweka kwenye mizani wakaona hata pamoja huyu kuwa amekuwa kiongozi wetu ama huyu ni wa chama fulani lakini masilahi ya wananchi yamewekwa mbele. Hilo ndilo la msingi. Hatujakataa kwamba tuko kwenye mfumo wa vyama, lakini hutaweka kikaragosi kwamba ni kiongozi katika chama alafu mpigie kura. Pana. Raia wanataka thamani kutoka kwa wale viongozi wao. Ndio. Na ndio maana tumekuta kuna baadhi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza kama wagombea huru na wamepita. Pili, inaashiria kwamba huko nyuma katika uchaguzi wa vyama, ina maana kwamba baadhi ya wagombea hawakupata haki. Ilikuwaje? Sasa mtu unaweza ukajiuliza, ilikuwaje wakati ule hukupita alafu wakati huu sasa umeibuka mshindi? Ina maana mtu hakupata haki, na wakati huu sasa sauti ya wananchi imesikika kwamba huyu ndiye kiongozi tunafanya nini? Tunataka.
Okay. Na hatua ya kuongezeka kwa vyama vya siasa nchini inaashiria kitu gani?
Huo ni ukuaji wa demokrasia. Ukuaji wa demokrasia kwamba kila mtu ambaye ana uwezo, kila mtu ambaye ni mwana Uganda ana haki ya kushiriki kwa namna yeyote katika siasa za nchi. Na tunaona tume ya uchaguzi imewaruhusu wengi, ndio maana mpaka sasa tuna wagombea 8. Huo ni ukuaji wa nini? Wa demokrasia, pamoja na wengine kwamba walifutwa kwa ajili ya kutotimiza masharti ya tume ya uchaguzi, kutokuwa na vyeti, yani elimu, kwa sababu bunge, kwa mfano nazungumzia wabunge, si asasi ambayo tunatarajia kila mmoja kuwepo. Ni asasi ambayo ni ya watu ambao wamesoma, ya watu ambao wanajua mabadiliko mbalimbali ya taifa na mahitaji ya wananchi, ili waunde sera ambazo zitatuendeleza kama nchi. Kwa hivyo wale kudondoshwa, ina maana kwamba tume ilikuwa makini sana kutoruhusu kila mtu ambaye, pamoja na kusema kwamba una haki, lakini haki lazima kuna yale masharti ambayo wewe kama mtu unafaa kufanya nini? Kutimiza. Kwa mfano kuna wengine ambao walikuwa wamerudufu zile sahihi, waliomba watoe sahihi kadhaa, lakini wengine wakafanya utaperi. Sasa huyu mtu akipita
hata kweli atahudumia watu
utaperi unatambulika. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kazi kubwa ile tume ilifanya kuhakikisha kwamba inachuja kutoa wale viongozi ambao ni mwafaka, na mpaka wakikabidhiwa mamlaka wanaweza wakapeleka nchi yetu mbele, na wamefanya vizuri kazi hiyo.
Okay, swali lingine ni kwamba swala la baadhi ya wabunge kupoteza nafasi zao. Unalizungumziaje hilo swala?
Jambo hilo linarudia pale ambapo nimesema riwaya nampenda sana na ni rafiki yangu kutoka Kenya, naitwa Profesa Rocha Chimera. Aliandika riwaya yake inaitwa Nyongo Mkaliaini. Nyongo ni yale maji chungu ambayo yanapatikana kwenye ini.
Ndio.
Sasa maji hayo yanatengenezwa na ini kwa ajili ya kusaidia ini kufanya kazi zake, usafisha na kadhalika, ili binadamu apate uhai. Sasa ini katika mfano halisi tunalinganisha ini na viongozi. Samahani, nyongo ni viongozi ambao wanachaguliwa na ini. Unaona vile ini liko kubwa. Sasa hao ni raia, wananchi ambao wanachagua viongozi. Sasa wakishachaguliwa vile ini inapotengeneza nyongo ikifika pale inaanza kuwa kali chungu. Inakuwa chungu. Hao ndio viongozi wetu. Wakishachaguliwa wanapewa mamlaka ya uongozi, wanasahau kwamba walichaguliwa kwa ajili ya kutoa huduma kwa wananchi. Wanaanza kuwa wababe, wanaanza kuona kwamba sasa ndio wao, ndio wanyao. Wakasahau wale ambao waliwanyanyua. Sasa hilo ndilo limesababisha viongozi hao. Yule raia unaweza kumuona kwamba ni mtu wa chini, labda ana elimu duni, lakini wana akili.
Lakini bila yeye usingefika hapo.
Huwezi. Sasa kama nyongo haiwezi ikawepo bila ya nini? Ya ini. Ini ndio inatengeneza nyongo. Kwa hivyo wale viongozi walisahau kazi yao. Alafu baadhi yao wamechukulia kazi za ubunge ama wanasiasa kama ni ajira. Hiyo si ajira. Ajira ni ya kwetu. Kwa mfano mimi pale ni mfanyakazi wa Chambugu. Uwezi ukanitoa kesho. Ukiamua kunitoa mpaka tutaenda mahakamani. Lakini ubunge baada ya miaka 5 utaweka kwenye mizani. Na watu ndio watakuwa na sauti, ama wakurudishe ama wakutoe, baada ya kuhakikisha kwamba umetoa huduma na umewaridhisha. Kwa hivyo wale viongozi wajue kwamba usipotoa huduma, yani raia watakutoa. Wamechaguliwa, wakaamua kujitenga na wale ambao wamefanya nini? Wamewachagua. Wakasahau kwamba kesho ipo. Kwa hivyo bahati mbaya wamepoteza, lakini huo uwe mfano pia liwe funzo kwa hawa viongozi wengine ambao wanaingia ofisini. Umekuwa pale kutumikia wananchi. Hilo ndilo jambo la msingi.
Lazima miaka 5 utawahitaji.
Watumikie wananchi ili unajua sasa mcheza kwao, Mswahili usema hutuzwa. Wao wamesahau. Baada ya miaka 5 watarudi kwa wapigaji kura.
Tena kuomba kura.
Alafu jambo la kushangaza, wakishachaguliwa wanasema kwamba sisi kazi yetu ni ya kutengeneza sheria wakiwa bungeni. Lakini huku chini wakiwa wanatafuta kura wanaanza kutoa ahadi nyingi. Yani wanaahidi raia mbingu na ardhi. Tutajenga barabara, sijui tutaleta zahanati fulani na kadhalika. Lakini wakishaenda hadithi inabadilika, inaanza kusema kwamba wao watafanya nini? Samahani. Naam.
Okay. Sawa. Na kwa mujibu wa mtayarishaji wa kipindi naambiwa kwamba tumebakiza tu dakika chache.
Naam.
So tukiwasubiri wenzetu wa Kiganda na wenyewe waje walete taarifa kuhusiana na matokeo ya awali ya urais ambayo yameandaliwa na tume huru, tume ya uchaguzi ya taifa. Na hiyo inamaanisha kwamba hayo sio matokeo ya mwisho, bado tunaendelea kupashwa. Tutakuwa tukipokea taarifa hizo. Wenzetu hata wale wa Kiingereza na Kiganda hapo baadaye wataendelea kukupasha, na hata kama uelewi lugha hizo mbili, basi usihofu, kwa sababu hata kesho ni siku nyingine. Tutakuwa hapa kuendelea kukupasha, huku tukisubiria matokeo rasmi ya urais kutangazwa kesho na Tume ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi ambayo mwenyekiti wake ni Jaji Simon Mugenyi Byabakama. Na ndo hayo tu mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV tuliokuwa tumekuandalia, na naomba utoe ushauri wa mwisho kwa vijana au kwa wananchi kwa ujumla.
Shukrani sana. Ushauri wangu hautatofautiana na sauti za wengine ambao wamejitokeza. Ni kwamba tuendelee kudumisha amani, tuendelee kuwa wavumilivu, tuendelee kuwa watulivu, kwa sababu nchi hii inatuhitaji leo na kesho. Pamoja tunaweza, pamoja tunaweza. Shukrani sana na Mungu atubariki. Sitasahau kushukuru shirika la UBC tena kwa fursa hii ya Kiswahili ambayo imekuwa ya pekee, kwa sababu ni lugha rasmi ya pili kama watu wengine hawajui.
Na tunajivunia lugha hiyo. Sisi tunazungumza Kiswahili.
Bila shaka. Shukrani.
Shukrani sana. Na sasa hivi namsubiri mwenzetu wa Uganda aje hapa kukupa taarifa. Naona anapanda ngazi sasa hivi, na wakati muda wote nitazungumza naye mawili matatu nipate kujua maoni yake tu kidogo tu kuhusiana na hali nzima ya uchaguzi kwa mtazamo wake yeye binafsi. Jebareko Amina.
Emirimu jebale kiri kitya
chakabi
tutambudde tutya
kati nze kambuze gwe okulonda kuno okulabya otya?
Twebaza era tusiima nnyo era ne tuba nga twongera okwebaza bannayuganda okubanga bajjumbidde okulonda ko bakujjumbidde bulungi. Twebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Ekirala kyenjogera ku nsonga y'okulonda kuno, okutwalira awamu embeera nzikakkamu. Okulonda kwatambudde mirembe, abantu balimuse ne balonda, buli kimu ne kitambula bulungi, ne tusiima n'ab'ebyokwerinda kubanga ab'ebyokwerinda bakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo, kubanga ebyokwerinda byabadde fitedde, kwegamba omulumulu bwabadde butonotono.
So kati kwabo bobo betulidde nti oba tebasanyuse emitima gyabwe gyebagamba simanyi babbi obululu, oba wa advice ki abavubuka naddala ababali mu kucomplaininga?
Kakati ebiseera ebisinga buli wabawo okulonda mubaamu omuwanguzi ne mubaamu nakola ki nawangulwa. Kakati buli wamubeera mu kazannyo mwino kisuubira nti mu kazannyo kano ke tuli mu kiringa goal ya mupiira oba tournament y'omupiira wabawo awangula ne wabawo akola ki gwe bawangulwa. Kakati oyo gwe bawangudde kituufu, naye bw'oba nga tokkiriza mu mutima waliwo enkola era z'olina okuyitamu. Enkola ezo beera ozimanyi nti ntandikira wano nkoma wano, naddala mu mbuga z'amateeka. Osobola okwekubira enduulu mu mbuga z'amateeka n'oleeta n'obujulizi bwo bulungi nga bulambike ne baba nga bongera okulambika.
So Amina, nze kankulekere amawulire, osoma amawulire z'ogwange ngukoze ogw'Oluswayiri ogwaleero, tujja kuddamu tulabagane enkya.
Amina. Tweyanziza nnyo Bella Masangano, oyo ye munnaffe Bella Masangano. Kakati Bella oyo yabadde atuwa amawulire ag'Oluswayiri, nsuubira buli kimu mukitegedde. Amanya gange yenze Amina Nabule Kajimu okuba nga nkutwala mu mawulire ag'Oluganda wano ku UBC TV. Emboozi yaffe tandise olunaku olwaleero ye y'akakiiko akavunaanyizibwa ku by'okulonda mu disitulikiti y'e Kakumiro, kavuddeyo ne kalangirira Robina Nabbanja ng'omubaka omukyala omulonde agenda okuddamu okukiikirira disitulikiti eno mu Parliament. Biri mu kulangirirwa era emboozi katugirabe.
Nabbanja Robina of the NRM party garnered 78,533. And accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumiro Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabanja Robina, who obtained.
Honest Baguma yalangiridde obuwanguzi bwa Ssabaminisita w'eggwanga Robina Nabanja ng'awangulidde waggulu n'ebitundu 7.5 ku buli 100.
Congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Ate obululu bwange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko ki.
Ngoza kusiima abantu ba Kakumiro kubandiza kimu abo okusagika muzeeyi n'obusagiki obwo bwona timanyira ahandi ko bakozire baitu Kakumiro mwolekeze ngo muzeeyi ni wakusinga kandi wakusobora.
Nabanja alambuludde lwaki ekibiina kya NRM kyegirisiza mu Kakumiro.
Let us work as a team, tukole nk'ekitole tusobole kuweereza abantu ba hano n'abantu ba Uganda. Bantu ba Mukama, gavumenti yaitu ekozire ebintu bingi ebyenkulaakulana. Amasanyalaze tukagafuna, enguudo za koolasi tuzifunire, kandi tukuniira n'okutunga ezindi. Singa tulakola nka tiimu, oluguudo lw'okuluga Narweyo, Kisiita, Nkooko, Kakumiro, Nkooko, Ntwetwe, kugendera kimu mpaka Masode kuli ya Kyankwanzi.
Honest Baguma era alangiridde President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nti yawangudde mu Kakumiro n'obululu 10,000 nga bye bitundu 91 ku buli 100.
Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert of Nook obtained 9,260. Yoweri Tibuhabura Kaguta Museveni of the NRM obtained 109,027 votes. So subsequently, the results will be declared by the Electoral Commission chairperson. So hereby
Musaza lya Bugangayizi South, Professor Jojo William Lubega Amoti, ameze Josephat Tumwesige, ate Onesimus Twinamasiko yawangudde Bugangayizi East.
Thank you very much. I promise to serve you.
Our people were killed yesterday with bullets and guns coming from the UK. Shame on the UK. Shame on the UK. You cannot play double standards. You talk about Russia, a brutal dictator of Russia who invaded Ukraine. That is very wrong. But we are talking about Uganda, a country which is going through a brutal dictator for 41 years. That is the life of Ugandans. For the last 41 years, we are living under this brutal junta, Museveni of Uganda. And every year, the UK sends £1 billion to facilitate and long stay the brutal dictator Museveni, the junta of Uganda. That cannot be democracy. The UK, you can't play double standards. When it comes to Uganda, you walk away. And when it comes to Venezuela, you condemn the dictator of Venezuela, who has been in power for only 13 years. But you keep a blind eye about Uganda, a brutal junta who has been in power for 41 years. That does not represent democracy. Being the UK, the mother of human rights and democracy, you should be condemning, and by now, Museveni should be in the International Criminal Court. Museveni has murdered over 1 million Hutu in Rwanda. Museveni went to Sudan. He has murdered over 4 million Sudanese. Museveni is in DRC Congo. He has murdered over 5 million Congolese because of their minerals. and those millions are coming to the UK. Shame on the UK. Shame on the UK. Shame on the UK.
That is being deprived of us. That is being deprived of us. We are here in unity. We are here to express our concern to the international community that is standing with the dictator, that is standing with the oppressors, instead of standing with the oppressed.
dankali
We
watu
want you to
tribalistic
stand with
libamu
the oppressed,
baitu abo ni
instead
nsaba
of
baganyirangane
standing with the oppressor.
baitu kandi ko kuba musango kudupira mugenzi
The
wawe
UK government,
nokuisayitinga variance omu bantu
stop funding the dictator.
obulije bisanje ebindi
Stop
musera
supporting the
karukawe
dictator.
oleka kusisa mugenzi wawe
Stop sending
kuja
arms,
kuisayitinga
firearms that are killing the Ugandans right now. The UK, stop funding the dictator Museveni. Museveni has been in power for over 40 years right now.
Tribalism,
as we speak.
kandi bakahondera omukozi ekyokubanza tukusima majegere wetu prime minister woman MP niwe atandike district yenu atubereireho kandi abantu bamahira akarukaingi nitusima no kumaintain ka flag bearer baitu abugangaizi east honorable Nesmas na abugangaizi south honorable professor kusima abantu babugangaizi west na nyowe nkarabano opposite kana kyerwa nkwazizo obuhanguzi bwange abantu bakakumira district nkubasima bahire NRM ekibaire NRM babayibayi na reason abuka president Museveni nguda azikozire amaiza agakozire amasomero agakozire amarwara agakozire so bayina reason yokuhereza president Museveni 91% obutundu kienda na kamu no genda iguru so tukubasima muno kandi bakakumira kibaire Museveni akaruka ingi bayina maka cento munsawo enkora ya PDM enkora ya foeka modo ebahiro mu bwavu yabateko mbugaiga so muntu bakubaina maka cento munsawo na uchi kumangura ku support ka government na abataito abatagire government tugenda kubeta niko nabo basobole kura bafuna akasente baruga mu bwavu bafoka bagaiga nabo sokoja president Museveni abakusinga batenda akasente musaba bagire opposition bene kuja kubayayo bagire president Museveni kongere nare myeto mumaisa abanyaka 10 kubasimba na Uganda yona kugisima baitu president Museveni kusinga akaruru ebere teamwork nkaini are mwitwe na kandi tuli commanded by prime minister na abantu bona nimbasima muno mwebale kandi nterera abantu oburubuhoire tunagendo mbyaro tukekolera abaire batakukora mbyaro ko mulinzire murafuna kasendo mbakandidate atoburubuhoire tekagendo mukyalo tukakora tukafoka bagayiga nimbasima muno kandi tukubaniza teamwork nga NRM itwena kuru tubakoleire kuruga hansi kuruga iguru paka kusirimuka hansi
yombuye ko twagala connecting kati
mawulire UBC rero tuli ku UBC TV ogenda maaso n'okubanga tukutuusaako butereevu ebigenda ddala maaso n'okubalibwa n'abaka mu parliament abagendera ddala maaso n'okubanga balangirirwa ku buwanguzi kakati katweyunge ku namawulire wa UBC nga Joshua Semambo ono ali mu district eye Wakiso atubulira ati Wakiso kitambula kitya Joshua.
Yes mukuwulira neza nnyo kubanga tutusako na Uganda kiki ekigenda maaso no ku district Wakiso olukera olunaku olwaleero nga ebifo bina byalangirirwa okubadde ekyentebe ekya East North South na municipality naye endakika emabega n'ekifo ekya woman MP Wakiso
Grandma, wamefunga. Come next week, Mama. They close. They close there. We are fighting. Look at your age, you to be here. You are here in the cold. You are supposed to be home eating cassava, eating millet, eating this dried fish. Now look at
ako kakwatangaalye ekikajjo. We have gathered here together to call upon the UK
to stop funding the dictator. There is a dictator in Uganda, he's called Yoweri Museveni. He's been a president for the past 41 years and he still continues. Now he managed to organize elections which are sham, murdering people, doing all the atrocities. So we say to the government of the UK, stop funding the dictator. If you continue to fund the dictator, remember, you are continuing to fund the atrocities he does in Uganda. Now, the next message goes to my fellow Ugandans back in Uganda. You worked so hard. You moved with our president, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. You supported
kakati mwami Joshua okusinziira nga bulaba embeera yo eyetya kukyamukirira kiri kityawo.
For sure we won. We won and he lost. He's trying to reach our victory. Please come out with big numbers. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take. Come out, stay there until the dictator just runs out of power. Museveni must go. Museveni must go. Stop funding the dictator.
Webalenye munnaffe Joshua Ssemambo oye munnamawulire wa UBC TV nga Joshua Ssemambo ali mu district ye Wakiso okubanga tutegeeza ebintu nga bwe bigenze mu maaso n'okutambula olunaku olwaleero. Tugenda kuba tukuleetera abasasi baffe ab'enjawulo mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo nga batutuusaako embeera etambula etya, biki ebirangiriddwa, ani yakalangirwako ku buwanguzi, ani atalina kulangirirwa. Naye nga jjukira nti bitutuusaako bino bye bikakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akakulemerwa omulamuzi Simon Byabakama Mujenyi. Ate ezo bizinesi ezisinga obungi mu bitundu eby'Entebbe zigale era nga n'oluguudo ebidduka bitono ddala ng'abantu bakyali mu Uganda alonga balinda okuba nga balangirira ebyavudde mu kulonda kw'omukulembeze w'eggwanga awamu n'ababaka mu paalamenti. Ebyokwerinda bisiibye ebinywezzeddwa nga bakuumaddembe balawula okukakasa nga tewali kajagalalo konna katuukako mu bitundu eby'Entebbe. Katweyongere ku munnamawulire waffe Sula Kabugube gy'ali mu bitundu eby'Entebbe abe nga naye
akawungeze gulonge ekibeekolokudde ebiwata okubala kabitundu naddala mu bifo omulondebwa wabadde kugenda bikwakku era bamusobatambudde naddala munisipaali y'Entebbe twabidde mu kifo kino ng'okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kwabadde wakati wamu na NRM Shaka Stephen Gashayija saako ne munnanno Nabatta Namuli Joyce nga n'abalala obuuli ababadde bakyalina essuubi nga mu kiseera kino wetwogerera bindirira omuwanguzi nga n'abavuganya abawagizi baabwe bali eno bali bulindaala era bali mukeetereekerero nga buli omu awaga nga bwe basuubira nti buli omu agenda kuvaayo n'obuwagizi newankubadde ebyenkomeredde tuliiridde e Wakiso okulangirira essaawa yonna wabula kino tekirobedde abawagizi baabwe
And the reason why we are standing here today is about the brutal dictator Museveni of Uganda, the brutal dictator who have ruled Uganda for 41 years. Most of you are not yet known. And we as Ugandans, we condemn the double standard of the UK and the American government by kidnapping or taking Maduro of Venezuela, who has been in power for 13 years. I do understand he's a brutal dictator or he was a dictator. But you don't talk about Uganda, where we...
ngabwe kiri nti nalima wagonda atera na nyuka nange nno sefuuka ekitaba kusengejero engeri gye kiri nti n'ebiseera tulina bigere ddala nzikiriza mu kaseera kano nkuwe munanga akwongereyo akutegeeza ebibadde gy'otubadde wano ojja kukikakasa tiwamma gwe UBC TV twaze tumazeeko nga muwogo tiwaggulunva wakati nkwate wansi mmere era tuli bamalirivu ng'akatogo akasirira ate nga bukatokota okutuusaako ebyo byonna nga bwe byatambudde mu kifo awalondeddwa nga kyolina okukola kimu kyokka ezabugula kuzibukalamu ate gwe byewulireko era obiggwe ennyalwe zesula kagugube wano municipality y'Entebbe.
Webale nnyo munnaffe Sula Kagugube awo mu municipality y'Entebbe ategeezezza nti twazze tumazeeko nga muwogo. Kakati ate akulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu disitulikiti y'e Rukungiri naye avuddeyo n'alangirira ebivudde mu kulonda kw'ababaka ba paalamenti mu kitundu kino nga mubamu ku balangiriddwa ku buwanguzi kwe kubadde ne minisita Jim Bwezi.
Himself going out of his house. That's the situation. I've managed to get this update from NTV.
Elections Act CAP 177 declare Mwezi Jim Katugugu who has obtained the largest number of votes to be the elected candidate from Bura County constituency.
January. We have been informed that we must leave this place. That is the order that we have gotten from police, and indeed we must vacate as we have ordered us to go, and they are saying we cannot access him today. So
n'abaana bangi abampire support kuruga omu family munonga bakampitya aha businguzi bakaija baterera karuru nahatu banyemerera rubaju mwebare muno. Thank you Canon Susanna, thank you my security team, thank you food soldiers, thank you the COA team, thank you my quotas, thank you my agents, thank you the people who stood against me in the primary but stood behind me during the campaigns. Franka Rukanurwa, Ambrose Chivuka, Fred Muye, Obadia Musime, Bandi, Bona Independence, Pade, Omujisha, Amanya, Anaclet, Naband Mwena, Mwebare Munong.
Accordingly, as returning officer for the electoral district and in accordance with the section 77(1) of Parliament Act, CAP 177, declare Tumukunde Henry Kakurugu, who has a number of votes, to be the elected candidate for the municipality.
Yogeyoge nnyo bannaffe abatuuse ku buwanguzi obwo. Kakati akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu disitulikiti y'Elira kalangiridde minisita avunaanyizibwa ku nsonga z'ebyobulamu Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng ng'ono kati ye mubaka omulondo w'ekibuga eky'Elira. Katubirabe.
I declare Acheng Jane Ruth Ochero
When I said I was going to discipline my opponent, the Honorable Amokti, I meant every bit. But of course I was relying on the Almighty God. It is not by might, it is not by power, but it is by the Spirit of God. Trust in their horses and chariots. She trusted in her money.
So many of our supporters were terrorized by the army, and we have been a target. Over 22 polling stations were denied voting materials from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Dr. Jane Ruth Aceng is not our member of parliament as the people of Lira City. She will remain a member of parliament for those who planned for her cheating, and she can never have peace and respect in Lango sub-region.
Where there is true, genuine love, it is for Jane Ruth Aceng Ocheru. The people of Lira City love me genuinely, and I love them in return. So I want to deeply appreciate them. But specifically moving forward, as we make that qualitative leap into the upper middle income country, we are all going to run the race to ensure that we move our people out of poverty, to continue with very high level of advocacy to ensure that our industrial park is built, the airfield at Anai is constructed, because those are areas that will offer employment to our youth, but also enhance the development of this city. We look forward to you that will come to improve on the roads. I don't have anything against my opponent. I have nothing against her at all. And my message to her is to tone down, work for the people of Lango, and avoid lies.
No, because she is not an elected member of parliament. Yes, I cannot transact a business with a criminal, and we shall not disappear politics of this country because of the targeted, orchestrated, planned intention of rating us and members of UPC.
Katweyunge kumunamawulire waffe Ivan Kahwa ono ali mbitundu ebye Masaka wamu ne Frank Bwekumbule bali Masaka okubanga nabo batubulira n'okutumenyamenyera ku ngeri embeera bwetambula n'abani abalangiriddwa. Ivan Kahwa ne Frank Bwekumbule. Tugezaako okubanga tufuna Ivan Kahwa ne Bwekumbule.
But here we are. I'm joined by one of our own, Bwekumbule Frank. But strategically, we're going to use Uganda so that he can brief us on what exactly has transpired today. As you can see right now in the background, Justin Namere has also lost, and she's addressing the members of the press. But all these, we are going to hear from our colleague to explain to us how he has seen the election process until up to now, because these are the people who have been on ground. While I was in Zimbabwe earlier on, my colleague here was following up the developments in Masaka City. Bwekumbule Frank, tweyanziza nnyo okukufuna essaawa eno. Twagala otutangazeemuko enteekateeka ey'okulonda ebadde etya nga tetunaba na kutuuka ku kyokulangirira ani awangudde n'ani gwe bawangudde.
Abalabi baffe mbeebaza okuba nga mutugoberera ku UBC Inspiring Uganda. Nga muganda wange Ivan bamusabye okusiga ekifaananyi embeera eno nga bwe badde okuba olunaku lw'eggulo nti okulonda ng'ekifo by'abaka palamenti nga Nyendo Mukungwe bwe zawedde essaawa emu yakawungeezi olunaku lw'eggulo nga constituency ya Nyendo Mukungwe avuganya nga ate pulezidenti wa DF Oweekitiibwa Mathias Mpuuga Nsamba yabadde amaze okufuna obubonero obulaga nti asingiddwa mu kalulu, kubanga ekiraga nti omuntu asingiddwa
bebamu kubawagizi kubanga tebalabeseko wano kutale center olunaku lw'eggulo naye yennyini ate nga tumanyi nti alina ttiimu nnene n'embeera ye y'amaanyi nnyo nnyini ddala era enonda eggulo ng'oggyeko omuluka gw'Essenyange Oweekitiibwa Mathias Mpuuga gwe muluka gwe yasobodde okubeera nga awangula olunaku lw'eggulo ku bitundu byonna ebirondebwamu. Wano Masaka City tulina polling station 2 oba ebifo 2 ebirondebwamu. Kati mu kwetooloola constituency kwa tulina constituency 2 tulina Nyendo Mukungwe ne Kimanya Kabonera. Era okubuganya kubadde wakati w'abantu ab'enjawulo. Tugalako mu constituency ya Kimanya Kabonera okubuganya kubadde wakati wa Dr. Abedi Wanika Omugalatiya kosa ne Patrick Kimba Kuteesa. Dr. Wanika wa DF, Kuteesa Patrick Kimba wa NUP, kosa ne Asimu Robert wa NRM. Nakubadde nga mu kusooka badde yabuusibwa amaaso oluvannyuma lwamu kubamuganya nti mukaluka nobaddemu omuntu abasinze ebigambo bonna ng'atera ettutumu by'obufuzi Dr. Wanika abadde akozesa nnyo ebigambo ebibatuyoboola nga yeyambisa ebigambo nti ono wa NUP teyasoma ng'agamba Kuteesa addeyo waabwe erukwingiri nti wano waffe mu Buganda abadde atekamu nnyo obusosoze era obulwasiime bwafunye kinewunyisiza nti obaolyawo ennonda ya wano ku mulundi guno mu Kimanya Kabonera ebyamawanga tebibaddeemu okuggyako obaolya bamukubirwa pate ye naye nga ebyamawanga abantu tebabiwuliriza nti ku bonna abadde mu kalulu abo abasatu Dr. Wanika abadde basinze ettutumu n'ebigambo n'okukonjera nga obaolyawo abantu bali balowooza nti ono asiimwe owa NRM tajja kufuna ku bululu obaolyawo bwafunye ku mulundi guno kuba afunye obululu obusoba mu 6 nga nenkobadde ne Dr. Wanika badde mu 6 nga ate ono owa NUP badde mu 8 n'omusobyo. Kati embeera eyo bwetyo bekoze ki bwebadde bwetujja wano mu Nyendo Mukungwe bw'otunuulira wano aba NUP wano mu Greater Masaka obaolyawo ne mu Buganda okulwalizaamu tulaba nti ennonda ya Masaka City oba eya Nyendo Mukungwe yabeera Lubowa Sebina owa NUP ayinza okuba nga yasinze okufuna ku bulu obutegereka bw'otunuulira magini gyawanguliddeko kubanga bwetugenda Masaka District owa NUP incumbent Namutaawe Joan asinzeeko owa NRM Nalule yabuganya naye era ku lundi guli oguwedde yajjanga omwetengereze kubanga bw'otuddako mu history wa Masaka omugenzi Kasemubanda yali akwatidde NRM bendera yafa mu mwezi gwa December nga tugenda okulonda akalulu. Nzijukira n'ekyotera yafa COVID n'omugenzi Lobina Sentonga yali ombaka omukyala wa district yali bafiira mu kiseera kyekimu. Kati NRM yaleetawo omusika omuwala yali ayita Mubanda Senga najja yesimba mu district eri ye Masaka. Kati ate Namutaawe ono incumbent kati azemu n'awangula yajjanga independent oluvannyuma lw'omukyala Sebuufu register wa NRM ye yakwata kaadi ya NUP mu district ye Masaka Namutaawe nagira kaboneko essaawa kati mu kusala eddiiro najja neyegatta ku NUP mu kulonda kuno kubaddewo era kati olaba nti owa NUP owa NRM kulwadde omusika omugenzi Mubanda yafuna obulu nga 6 ono Nalule nafuna obulu busoba mutwalo kugamba ngo olaba nga bugatoba Nalule ku mulundi gwe nabadde asobola okuwangula era challenge badde Masaka nti minisita Kasolo bajje Masaka okwesimbawo nadde ekyotera abalonzi olw'omukwano gwe bali balina ne Kasolo basalawo ne badduka ngaga nti minisita tujja tuleka eno kuba yali amaze bakwata omugamba bakola transfer abantu ne bagaga tugende mu district eyekyotera olw'omukwano minisita gwe yali akoze ki gwe yali abatadde mu kuba Kasolo yali amaze okukwatayo mu Bukoto Central n'asala ladde ekyotera kati abantu abali mikwano gye nga bagamba nti tetusobola minisita totuleka eno mu Bukoto Central wakiri ketugende tukola ki ketugende naawe era abaliranye ebitundu nga Bukunda ekyanamukaka batandikira abaliranye Lusaka lwa Mmese eri mu gombola yerwankoni mu kyotera basala ne bagenda ekyotera kugamba nakyo abalonzi abo ebitano mu butaano owa Nuupu bwawanguzizza wa NRM mu Masaka District bambi kiraga abamu ku balonzi abagenda eri olw'omukwano gwe waali balina ne minisita Kasolo obaolyawo kyekyamuleetedde okuba nga takola ki nga tawangula era wano embeera ebaddewo nga bwemubuuziza abalabi baffe mu Tale Center muno wabaddewo okutaalinga ebintu nga tebikwatagana ng'era abakakiiko ebyokulonda nga singa omuntu avayo n'agamba results zino ng'abakakiiko ebyokulonda nga bamugamba nti si kituufu nga bawa opportunities mukyala nammere ng'agamba nti lwaki bano aba NUP babawadde nnyo favor era Mukyala alaze obutali bumativu ng'agamba nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda tekabadde kenkanya mu kufebalinga nga ye bateekayo okwemulugunya kwe nga tebamuwuliriza nnyo ng'ate wa NUP bateekayo okuwulirizibwa kwe nga bamuwa omwaganya era ekyo obaddewo embiranye ey'amaanyi.
nga munnamawulire yabadde alaba ensonga ezo gwe ekyo olaba kyabadde kituufu oba
nyinamu okutya nti ebintu ebijjira mu kabokisi okubanga ebya isi tebikwatagana ne bano bye bayina ne Mukyala Namere byalina ebibye obunafu abo bwe bunsoberedde nti ebintu ebadde biba mu bokisi za isi nga tebikwatagana na dial forms n'ezabano aba NUP ketugeze Mukyala Nalubowa Rose ng'ate ne Mukyala Namere naye ng'alina ebiki ebirala nga twebuuza obone results ezo mu bokisi eya isi ani yazitaddemu ekintu ekyo kugamba nsigadde awo mu bbanga ng'owamawulire kubanga results ezo zibadde nga za njawulo ng'era Mukyala Namere ateekayo kukola ki okwemulugunya eri akakiiko era alaze obutali bumativu.
wafunye ku kigambo kyonna eri abo abawanguddwa naddala babadde bamanyiddwa nga abanene tulaba Bedi Bwanika Mathias Mpuuga ne Justin Namere wuyo bamuwunzise balina kye bayogedde kyewawulidde
sofa ekigambo kyempudde ekya Mukyala Namere yalaze obutali bumativu eri akakiiko k'ebyokulonda era omwami we mwami Nsubuga Amuza yakubidde President Museveni omulanga aveeyo nti security n'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda tekakoze mulimu gwako era nalaga nti bajja kukola likawunti biyenga kyasaba era Mukyala Namere ayogedde awo nti mu wiiki emu agenda kukola okwemulugunya kwe mu kooti ku bigambo byayogedde nga temunabakola ki kujja ensonga ezibadde okwebyo ku mbeera
semba tuwulire ku byokwerinda ffe wetujjidde nga bwetuvudde Sembabule tuyise wali bwetubadde tuva Sembabule tusanze ebyokwerinda nga binywezeddwa nnyo bwe nga munnamawulire abadde mu kitundu kino sooka otutangazeemu ekyo kyalaze ekifaananyi ki naddala mu kitundu kino eky'e Masaka.
Kati security okubanga eri ggulugulu baganda baffe aba NUP babadde nga bavaayo butereevu ne bategeeza ab'ebyokwerinda nti bo babadde balina omulamwa gwabwe nti kalonde kakuume kabanje kati oba oliawo security kigitiisizza okubanga abakulu bano bayinza okwagala okubanja akalulu mu mbeera etali nnungi nekira security ene kigiretedde okuba wano beba kifeesi okuva mu nnyendo badde bakoze road blocks ku kuba eringira wali bwe wengira wano ku mbuga za pokero okusaza bamakanika ab'enjawulo nga bakuba search bakwata mu nsawo z'abantu nga bababbako ebintu byabwe ekyo kibaliriza poliisi yaffe wano okuba omukka ogubalagala buli kasonda konna oba oliawo badde bateebereza okubeera nga waliwo obumenyi bw'amateeka era mu kiseera kino obaddewo FFU oba poliisi ekakanya obujagalalo kosa n'abamagye babadde beebulungudde kino era oba oliawo embeera eno ewaliriza aba NUP okulowooza nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kandyeko oba poliisi yaffe yandyekobaana n'abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda oba oliawo ne balangirira abantu abalala era obadde ebigambo bibadde bingi nnyo naye nga tukizudde nti oba oliawo poliisi okubeera ng'ebadde nnyingi nnyo wano mu kifo kino ewalonderwa oba ewabalirwa obululu kibadde kyakkuma butebenkevu abantu obutatusibako buzibu. Mu kiseera kino tuli n'omwogezi wa poliisi mu bbendobendo ery'e Masaka Afande Twakasirye. Sebo Afande Twakasirye oli butereevu ku UBC TV yaffe ey'eggwanga.
Sebo aneesimye nate okubeera ku UBC TV. Twebaza abalonzi baffe abalonze ne batakola mivuyo gyonna era nga mukalabye akalulu bbendobendo lyonna katambudde bulungi. Ekyo tukyebaliza ebitongole ebikuumaddembe ebikulembeddwa mu Uganda Police, UPDF sakosa ayina emmundu omupoliisi emmundu kitundu ku mubiri gwe nti okukuba omukka ogwo tubadde tugumbulula abantu abadde baagala okuyingira tale center n'eryanyi nga tetusobola kukkiriza ate kujja bakyankalanya embeera egenda maaso. Abantu abadde muno wedde badde wawala nga noona wajjudde nga sinayo tuyinza kuteeka ate bali balala. So kye tukoze era bwe tukubyamu omukka ogubalagala abantu ne beesega emirimu ne gitambula bulungi.
Bubaka kiboowa abantu abatebe mu kulonda mu bbendobendo n'eri Masaka kubanga tumanyi abawangudde bagendagenda mu maaso n'okuyisa ebivvulu ate oba oli awaliwo n'amamu abali bewerera bannaabwe ndi bwe tukuwangula tugenda kukola bwe tuli bwe tuti.
Ffe amagezi ge tubawa nti bakkirize mu kakiiko k'ebyokulonda kuba akakiiko k'ebyokulonda naffe ke tubadde tukolera wano we tubadde okulaba nga tukawa obukuumi obulabika nga abantu baffe balonda nga tebayiwo abakuba ku mukono. Abatuuze abeefuze, we salute you okweyisa obulungi mu mbeera gye mweyisizaamu. Ate n'ekirala oyo awulira nga si mumativu n'ebivudde mu kulonda waddembe okuddukira mu kkooti n'anoonya ekiddako. Naye ffe ngaffe tubaddewo ne tukuuma electoral commission n'abantu ababaddewo era abantu basanyufu nti at least security ebadde nnungi.
Abalabi baffe aba UBC twebaza okubeera nga mugoberera UBC Inspiring Uganda. Twebaza okuba nga mubadde mutugoberera mu bendo lino Masaka nga tubatuusaako ebyokulonda mu bendo lino. Ku lwa UBC Inspiring Uganda, nze muzzukulu wa Nakirembeka Frank Bwekumbule wano ku kitebe ky'ebyokulonda ku mbuga ya Pokino mu kibuga eky'e Masaka.
Nnyo munnaffe Frank Bwekumbule awamu ne Ivan Kahwa bwe batyo batugiddeyo agafeeyo mu bitundu eby'e Masaka nga nabo batubuulira ne batumenyeramenyeramu baani abawanguddwa baani abawangudde. Kinajjukirwa nti ebintu bijja tubawa bye tufunako ebyabo abawangudde naddala ebyababaka mu Parliament ate nga ne ssentebe w'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda omulamu Simon Byabakama naye bw'ajja n'atubuulirako bye yakafuna era byonna ne tubikuleetera. Era nga tugenda okufulumya amawulire gano nga gakakasiddwa akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda. Mu maaso kaawo tugenda kuba nga neeyungibwako munnamawulire Shaidat Nassaku wano ku UBC leero mu bbanga tono nnyo agenda kuba atwegattako. Naye nga tanatwegattako Ssaabaduumizi wa poliisi Abbas Byakagaba naye akakasizza bannansinga eggwanga bwe ligenda okusigala nga temuli busambattuko mu kiseera kino ekyokulonda n'okulonda nga kuwedde. Kakati Byakagaba agamba nti obumenyi bw'amateeka obubaddewo mu biseera by'okunoonya akalulu awamu ne mu biseera ebyokulonda mpulunguse nnyo zisobola okumalibwamu era bo nga ab'ebitongole by'ebyokwerinda bakoze enteekateeka okulaba nga eggwanga lisigala litebenkedde. Katubirabe.
Poliisi ya Uganda ku muwendo gw'abajjasi abalawuna n'okukuuma emirembe mu Kampala n'emiriraano so yonna okutwalira awamu. Bino bikoleddwa mu kiseera ng'okubala obululu n'okulaya abawangudde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo okugenda mu maaso oluvannyuma lw'okulonda olunaku olw'eggulo nga 15 January 2026. Bannansi bakakasiddwa nga bwe batajja kubeerawo butabaira n'abakubiriza okugenda mu maaso n'okukola emirimu gyabwe kinnawadde.
Kozesa omukisa guno okusiima abantu baffe beebale nnyo eddala okukuuma emirembe ate mbasaba tweyongere bwe tutyo tugikuume n'okusinga wano kisobozesa abantu okukola ebintu bye baagala.
Ssaabaduumizi wa poliisi mu ggwanga Abbas Byakagaba annyonnyodde obumateeka obwabaddewo mu kulonda.
Akusinga ddala twakutte abantu ababadde bagenda mu bitundu ndowooza nga waliwo abaagala obakozesa kukola kutaataaganya embeera naye abasinga twabakutte era basuubire okubatwala mu mbuga z'amateeka naye okutwalira wamu obutebenkevu bwanyi nnyo era nze nkozesa omukisa guno okusiima abantu baffe nnyo beebalire ddala okukuuma emirembe.
Ebyokwerinda binywezeddwa pulezidenti w'ekibiina ekya National Unity Platform Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
Kuva bwe tatandika ebyokulonda abakulu bonna ba presidential candidates balina security. Kati simanyi teereddwa nze nateekayo dda. era buli omu akimanyi n'abasirikale baffe mubalaba obudde bwonna bakana balina security.
Byahagaba era annyonnyodde naye abadde mu maka g'omubaka kikiira Butambala County Muhammad Muwanga Kivumbi
waliwo abantu omukulu oyo be yajja mu Kampala n'atwalawa n'atwala Butambala kati tumonyereza lwaki obudde bw'okulonda abantu abadde balondera mu bitundu byabwe obajje eyo ate obakoze eki batutte mu kitundu gye batasobola na kulonda ate andisokola ki okwagala okutaataaganya embeera eri mu
ab'ebyokwerinda bagamba nti bajja kugenda mu maaso n'okulaba nga buli munnayuganda abibwa naddala mu kiseera kino eky'okubala obululu paka lwe banaalangirira omuguzi.
Mawulire ga UBC leero tuli ku UBC TV kakati tweyongedwako ne munnaffe Shaidat Nassaku naye abenga atubulira embeera bwe mutambulidde ate ne munnaffe oboneyo Dorothy Namuyomba naye atweyunzeeko okubanga naye agenda ddala maaso notuwa obonero. Shaidat, assalamu alaikum. Akalulu gy'otambulidde biri bitya?
Embeera okusinziira we naviiriddeyo ssaawa zabadde nga 8 nga zigenda mu 9 naye embeera yabadde tosobola gamba nti yabadde esanyusa nnyo kubanga mwabaddemu okwegugunga lwakuba ekirungi nti abakuumaddembe bazze mu budde era ne basobola okutaawuluza embeera ekibooko yanywese anti abantu babadde babanja kalulu babagambye bw'omala okukalonda oba okukasuula kakuume omala okabanja kati babadde bazze kubanja bululu bwabwe kati embeera eyo nereetera abakuumaddembe okubanga ate bagezaako okutebenkeza ekitundu omanyi mpangalira eyo ku barracks ez'emakindi kakati eyo omuzinzi gw'okukuuma eddembe tegusibuka so embeera bwetyo bwe yatambudde
neera ntongera n'okusiima abakuumaddembe bakoze bambi kyamaanyi nnyo kubanga akalulu bakakuumye bambi ne bakuuma obutebenkevu okulaba nga ekiseera kino kyonna okuvira ddala nga bakanoonya n'okukalonda kati tulinze ebinaava mu kulonda n'ebirala bijja naye ng'ate era tukyali bulungi nnyo
era embeera bwetyo bwolina okutambula naye nekikya kiyinza okunsanyusa nti oliawo luli okwekanga kwalimu nnyo nga kungi naye kati okwekanga ne kubaamu ekirungi tuli batebenkevu nti emirembe gyo weegiri egyatuleetebwa gavumenti ya NRM.
Okwekanga kutya
okwekanga nti oba oliawo essaawa waliwo ekigenda okubaawo abantu bagenda kwekalakaasa naye kati essaawa zino tebikyaliwo abantu balina okubeera bakkakkamu balindirire ebyo ebinaaba bivudde mu kusalawo kwe bakoze olunaku olw'ejjo. Nze Shaidat Nassaku
neewuunyiza munnange olunaku olw'eggulo akaseera badde katono nnyo naye we twatuukidde akawungezi essaawa emu byenaadde nsuubira nti oba tunaasanga abantu mu kkubo ng'ekkubo jjereere tuwe ku bivuddemu
kati okusooka kwabyo njagala okujjukiza munnayuganda ali eyo nti okulonda kwagenze mu maaso okwetooloola eggwanga edistricts twabadde na 16 mwe mwalondeddwa ababaka n'abakulembeze. Tugenda kulaga ebyakalangirirwawo naddala ku bifo eby'obubaka obukiise mu Parliament. Tugenda kutandika n'abeesimbyewo ku kifo ky'omubaka owa district ya Kinkizi West. James Kaberuka ye yawangudde ekifo ky'omubaka akiko obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu. Ne kuddako era wa NRM n'era Rashande Emmanuel ono Jeno Mulamba wa NRM wa Lwemiyaga County yawangudde akalulu ka Lwemiyaga County. Henry Musasizi naye wa NRM awangudde Rubanda East wa National Resistance Movement. Kakati abalala betulina Robina Nabbanja Sawa Minister w'eggwanga ali ku kaadi ya National Resistance Movement awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka omukazi mu district e Kakumiro. Chris Baryomunsi Minister ow'ebyempuliziganya teknologiya n'okulungamya eggwanga naye awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka akiko obutereevu mu Parliament ekya Kinkizi County East. Tuyina Moses Mayanja owa Busiro North. Kakati tuyina Lule Eric naye awangudde ku kaadi ya NRM awangudde Kiboga West. Tuyina Minister General Thacheng awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka akiko obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu eky'omubaka omukazi. Ono nno wabaddeyo kalumanywera erireeyo kubanga babadde abantu babiri nga baminisita betulina abeesimbye ku kifo ekyo. Tulina Gerald Karuhanga awangudde entuŋŋamo ku kaadi ya abadde ku bwannamunigina ye teyajidde mu kibiina. Tulina Jim Muhwezi awangulidde ku kaadi ya NRM ono naye ajidde ku mu kibiina ekya omukyala Asha Mafabi naye awangudde ekya Sironko eky'omubaka omukazi akika mu Parliament. Emmanuel Magola awangudde ku bwannamunigina mu Busiro East. Eno yewava eyali omubaka oba eyali asunsuddwa okukiika ku kifo ekyo Mathias Walukaga. Kakati bwe tukutwalako mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebirala ebyenjawulo kale ebyo bye tubadde tukyalinawo ebisinga ku ebyo bigenda kujja ogenda kuba obyekkaanya. Ngenda kuzzaayo ewa Amina Nabulwe tube nga ate tukutwaliriza mpola mpola nga bwe tukyakuleetera ebigenda mu maaso. Baani abawangudde mu kitundu ki mu buvanjuba mu bugwanjuba mu bukiikakkono ate wamu ne mu Buganda.
Naye omanyi embeera gy'obaamu ng'olinza okulangirirwa nga bagenda kulangirira bwe bati owulira otya?
Obeera tomanyi kyakuwulira kyekisookera ddala kubanga kisoboka okubanga osobola okubanga okankana olwokubanga tomanyi kigenda kuddirira. Osobola okubanga tomanyi nti gwe bagenda okulangirira. Embeera ebeera ya bunkenke okutwaliza awamu olwokuba nti obeera tomanyi naye bwe bakulangirira osooka n'otowolokoka. Nze nsooka n'ensaalayo eraka 2 okwebaza omutonzi.
Naye okimanyi nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kandibadde kateekawo emmeeza ng'eno emmeeza yakubudaabuda abawanguddwa. Okimanyi ekyo kimisinga?
Ekyo kituufu
kubanga abantu abamu bagenda ne bamenyeko emitima n'owulira nti stroke yamukubye n'owulira nti abadde tabisuubira bateekamu ssente nnyingi nnyo okunoonya akalulu.
Ekyo kituufu naye ekirungi kya byonna bw'oba ogenda okuvuganya mu bifo ebifaananako bwe bityo nkusuubira okubanga obeera olowooza ku biki ebinaavaamu era ogenda kubitwala otya nti singa abantu balonda ne kivaayo nti sigwawangudde nkusuubira okubanga weeteekateeka nti singa siwangula nina engeri gye ngenda okweddaabulula. Naye bw'ogenda obugenzi otyo mu kalulu kyova olaba muvaamu abafuna stroke muvaamu abeeraliikirira muvaamu abagenda mu depression n'abanga takyetegera. Naye singa aba yeeteekateeka n'agamba nti akalulu konna ebinaakavaamu byebyo lilla embeera eba ejja mutambulira bulungi.
Kale kakati tuli ku mawulire aga UBC leero ku UBC TV ndine Shaidat Nasaku okubanga twongera okubalambulira n'okubalaga ku biki eby'amaanyi ebigenda mu maaso obululu obuzenga bubalibwa na biki ebivuddemu. Era omulamuzi Simon Byabakama naye watyo n'avaayo n'abanga atubulira emitendera kati ali ku mutendera gwa kusatu okutubulira biki ebigenze maaso n'obululu obwakabalibwako. Era ffe nga aba UBC TV tuli beteefuteefu okuba nga tugenda mu maaso n'okubatuusaako buli kimu nga bwe kifaanana, naye nga by'ebyokwerinda tubasiima nnyo okuba nga musobodde okuuma ebyokwerinda n'abalonzi era ne twongera nammwe okuba nga tubasiima okubanga mwajjumbidde bambi mwasitukiddemu ne mugenda ne mulonda. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalege ate era n'okukuuma obutebenkevu mmwe mwennyini ne mugamba nti kamukuume emirembe nga okulonda bwe kugenda mu maaso era n'okulonda nga kuwedde ne mugamba nti tugenda kusigala nga tukuuma emirembe. Byonna byonna ne bibanga bituuseewo bwe biti.
Mpozi okujjukiza okulonda lukusa lukuweebwa ssemateeka. Kakati mu bufunze tuweebaza bannayuganda okubanga bajjumbidde naye era babadde bateekeddwa kikola.
Naye ate okimanyi waliwo abamu abasobola okuzira.
Ekyo kituufu naye bw'ozira olina okukkiriza ebivuddeyo era olina okutambula nabyo butereevu kubanga wasazeewo abalala bakusalirewo. Bw'obanga akaluluko liba ddoboozi lyo bw'oteenyigira mu butereevu oba osuubira ki?
Ate era ku luno baakenyigiddemu mwattu.
Kituufu babadde bateekeddwa teeka lukusa lubaweebwa ssemateeka kubanga nze bwe siironde Amina n'olonda kakati nga nvaayo nga ngamba lwaki ebbeeyi y'ekintu eri bweti ng'ate naganya okwenyigira mu butereevu.
Nze abakusalidde
mwebale nnyo akaluluko lyeddoboozi lyo
waliwolesewa.
Mpozi okwongerayo katono twagala tukulage ababaka era abayiseemu mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Lule area Eric wa NRM yayiseemu ku kaadi ey'okukiika mu Parliament afunye ebitundu 73 ku 100 bwe bululu 9,235. Mutumba Abdul afunye ebitundu 27 ku 100 yaddiridde Lule Eric Eria nga naye ajidde ku bwannamunigina afunye obululu 15,842. Kishuru ye ajidde ku bwannamunigina. Bw'otunuulira aba Kiboga West nsonyiwa mukatini abantu nga mu municipality bano Karuhanga Gerald Kafule afunye obululu 3,967. Ali ku bwannamunigina owa NRM Musinguzi Yona yakafuna obululu 2,824. Bwe tugenda mu Busiro County North owa NRM Mayanja Moses afunye obululu 1,919. Ali kadi ya NRM Semaganda Ronald alina obululu 1,167. Ono ali ku kadi ya National Unity Platform byebitundu 43 ku 100.
Kakati Shaidat nga okyagenda ddala mu maaso n'okubawa ebigenda mu maaso tugenda kusooka tubawumuzeemu katono nnyo tukomewo n'ebirala ebyenjawulo naye tugenda kusooka tubawumuzeemu katini n'olulala tubeere nga tukomawo tubawe abalala abasobodde okuba nga bayitamu. Mwekumire ku UBC leero tuli ku UBC TV okubatuusaako buli kimu ekigenda mu maaso. Tovaayo.
upon all Ugandans to ensure that when you're contributing towards this peaceful environment that we are currently having. On our side, we are determined and committed, and we are clearly aware that in order to have it very well, we have to continuously work together with the population, the good citizens, because after all, we know that this is delegated duty, and we do it on behalf of citizens of this country. That one we shall never forget. The only thing we shall continue to remember is that we shall put all our efforts towards the achievement of what delegated to us to do. We expect all the direction from the public against wrongdoing, but also we expect a lot of support when we are operating within their environments where we protect them, like our patrol teams. Expect them to be received with grace and support, so that really they can also keep getting energized to do what they are doing on behalf of the
yalangiridwa Shamim Malende ali ku kadi ya National Unity Platform kuba yabadde bakwatidde bendera.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Don't need a second job. You just need to know these AI tools.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it. Just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
And just in case you did not know, you are tuned in to JK Live here at Citizen Television with two young men, one in his 40s, just barely, the other still in his 30s. These guys, these lawmakers, these backbenchers, they always call it without fear or favor. Kiara Member of Parliament Didi Nyoro, Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino. In the House, we may be looking at the future of Kenya right here. What are your thoughts? So, the other day, and you've been very outspoken about this, Didi, Safaricom shares, and you know, I'm so close to Safaricom because I was very close to former CEO, my good friend Bob Collymore, God rest his soul in peace. And now we're hearing stories that we're selling, what, 15% of our own government stake? Explain it to me like I was a 2-year-old.
Jeff, I've been speaking about this issue, and the context is that, number one, I'm a proponent of privatization.
Yeah.
Because it brings around efficiencies when companies are run in market-driven scenarios. And therefore, privatization is always good. The big problem that I have, and I am glad I have seen even the professional bodies like ISPAC have put a voice in support of the same, is that we cannot afford as Kenya to be too desperate to give Safaricom for a song. I raised this issue when it came up, and I saw the National Treasury responding to saying that they are selling it above market price. And what I saw there was dereliction of duty. Because any person who knows about how capital markets work, capital markets provide liquidity, but not necessarily valuation. And I'll give you examples. And the reason I'm saying that is because this transaction, Jeff, our country, Kenya, has the capacity to lose over 100 billion shillings.
What?
In this deal.
What?
Just by people not doing their job and for competence not being front of it. All the companies in the world, as we have seen even in the US currently, there is a sale of this owner of CNN is on sale.
Yeah.
There are two companies bidding. Correct. That is Paramount and yes, tuna watch movie inaitwa nini? Netflix. It is they are also bidding to buy. It shows you that when you are selling a block stake in a company, the market ceases to be the basis of valuation. It is only used by the buyer, not the seller, because it is to the advantage of the buyer. And I'll give you a few examples locally here. Because I'm talking it in good faith and I wish you can do the right thing. In the year 2014, I had some few shares of a company called Rea Vipingo. It was then trading at 27.5 shillings. Some guys gave up a bid. They wanted to buy us out as small shareholders. And they were buying us at 40 shillings per share.
From 27?
From 27.5. Jeff, nilikuwa nauliza hiyo pesa itafika lini? Because I thought I'm getting an upside of 45%. Yes. This is too good a deal. Your friend, the late Chris Kerobe, through Centum, petitioned CMA. They said, no, this is a listed company, you're also going to bid. And they bid for 50 shillings. The long and short of it is that the same guy who had offered us 40 shillings had to sit down even with Kerobe, negotiating, canvassing for him to get out of the deal. The negotiation, the long and short of it is that we ended up selling our shares, area 27.50, for 85 shillings.
Wow.
In a span of, I think it was 2 or 3 months. So my take has been this, and I can use many examples, many examples. Our current market has been very bearish, meaning the share prices have been very low. That's why you see banking sector, the shares are very low, and all the others. So my proposal is this, practical. If there is no ulterior motive or anyone cutting a deal and getting personal money out of this deal, why can't we let all other companies bid for Safaricom stake of 15%? And I can guarantee you, we are going to get much more than this. The second thing is this. We are selling to a company which is already part of the composition of the board of Safaricom. Definitely there is information asymmetry there.
And a conflict of interest.
Yeah, definitely, that's what I'm trying to say. So the best way to cure, even in terms of the market, where there is asymmetry of information, is to open up the bid. And I'm repeating that word because that is where the solution lies. If you look at the valuations of other telcos, just like Safaricom, and by the way, I can guarantee you, even these guys who are buying us, they also want to sell to somebody else. Because the T-Salat initially actually wanted to buy them. But that is besides the point. The point is that if you use all the canons of valuing a company, a bank has the way they are valued in terms of price to book based on the core capital. Telcos has the way they are valued. And the simple term I may use is something called a PE ratio, price of earning ratio. Safaricom, by end of this year, will have a PE ratio of 16.1. Let me break down what PE is in a minute. PE is like this, Jeff. You buy a flat for 10 million. 10 million shillings, new back. So, PE measures, how long would it take you to recover your 10 million using the rent?
Right.
Now in terms of years.
Correct.
So how many years will it take you to recover your money after buying, let's say, this flat? So PE ratio of Safaricom is around 16.1 by end of their financial year. If you look at other companies like Orange, their PE ratio is over 33.
From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
The guys who are buying us, Vodafone, they are listed Vodacom themselves because that one is owned by the other one that is listed in the JSC.
Correct.
The best their PE ratio has been is the year either 2020 or 2022. It was 40 PE ratio. Currently it's negative because the guys who are buying us are actually making losses in their parent group. So my take is, I'm not even against these guys. Let's have a sequence where Kenya gets the best value. And the best value is as follows.
Yeah.
One, we may list Safaricom. I had proposed this when I had a chance back then.
Yeah.
List Safaricom in the London stock market, LSE, exposes to the global market, so people get to know there is this profound, nice company, which is not just a telco, but a fintech, but also a tower company. Then from there, open only 3 months bid for people to bid. You'll see a Tesseract bidding, you'll see KKR bidding, Blackstone bidding. If Kenya gets more than the 2 or 4 billion, and we get 350 billion, don't we all benefit as Kenyans?
Absolutely.
Jeff,
and why, Babu, wherever Bob is right now, he must be spinning in his grave.
I know, Jeff, and it's quite unfortunate when it comes to selling money. We are selling 15% to Vodacom, but remember that there are other foreign investors who've invested in Safaricom.
Correct.
Therefore, it means that close to 50% of these...
You were in darkness. This is a message to the people of UK. But now, you are light in the Lord. Walk as children of light, for the fruit of light is found in all that is good and right and true. And try to discern what is pleasing to the Lord. Take no part in unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. For it is shameful even to speak of things that they do in secret. But when anything is exposed by the light, it becomes invisible. It becomes visible. So anything that becomes visible is light. Therefore, it says, awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Look carefully then how you walk, not as unwise, but as wise, making the best use of time, because the days are evil. Therefore, do not be foolish, but understand what the will of the Lord is for Uganda and for this world. Because what we're trying to say is, we're here to expose the evil that is happening in Uganda. For those of you who don't know, there is a process held by a man called Museveni. And this man has been in Uganda for 40 years. And every year, every 4 years or 5 years, he pretends that there's election. We call it selection. He has already premeditated everything. And this is now the 41 years that he's trying to do it. And as we speak now, there's somebody pretending that they are reading. Yesterday, Ugandans went for polls. And you'll never see it on BBC, because BBC is already compromised. And we were there at the BBC last week, and we told the BBC we're going to decampaign them, and we're not going to pay any license. And so, yesterday all Ugandans went out excited that they want to change the polls. And by evening, results started, but mind you, Uganda went to vote in darkness. All internet were shut down. and they purchased the most expensive machines called the biometrics. And apparently they're supposed to be using internet. And all the money, billions and billions of Ugandan shillings. And I want you people to listen to this. Uganda is not poor. You need to tell your government to stop sending money to Uganda. If they can afford to spend billions of Ugandan shillings to buy a stupid machine that even they never used yesterday, that should be a message that you should tell your government. Instead of sending that money to Uganda, they should be funding the NHS. They should be funding and looking after this country more than Uganda. Uganda is not poor. How can you spend billions of Ugandan shillings on a machine that you know is not going to work, that needs internet, of which the internet is shut? I want you to see, I want you to understand the British people, that your money is being wasted. And if you don't care, the money will be again taken and sent to Uganda, where it's just being wasted. Uganda is not poor. Uganda is rich. We are rich with lovely people. We are rich with lovely resources. We are rich with lovely fruits. Uganda is not poor. The problem of Uganda is leadership. We have bad governance. We have bad leaders. We have corrupt leaders. We have people who don't care about the future of Uganda. They want to stay longer in power so that they can feed their greed. They are not caring about the education system. The billions of money that was spent on the biometric school.
We've got a message to send out to the public, to the government of the UK, to the international community, that Uganda is bleeding. Ugandans are being murdered as we are talking. We are standing right now here because they are fighting for their freedom. We had a so-called elections 2 days back. The brutal dictator who has been in power for 41 years, he has again, for the 8th term, robbed Ugandans of their victory. Not only robbing their victories, but he has robbed their lives. He has robbed, he has killed, he has murdered, he has tortured, he has killed, as I can tell you right now. Uganda is bleeding as we stand right now. That's why all of us, you see us wearing and carrying the Ugandan flag, is merely
about 10 p.m. to give us probably the last update of the day. But as of the way things look right now, out of the 50,000 polling stations so far, we have covered about 35,000. That is 483. That is about 69.95%, according to the different polling stations that we have covered so far. That means we have about 40% of the different polling stations that we have covered so far from this particular time. But results coming in from the different candidates, that is the presidential, according to how information is coming in. Brigadier Frank has actually not made any adjustment when it comes to percentage. Has about 0.44%. That is coming in with 35,315. When you do add some mathematics, he has done some addition there in Kasibante Robert. He has moved an inch from 0.30% to about 0.31%. Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu right now has about 1,709,000 474. That is making it 21.3% from 20.71%. Mabirizi Joseph coming in there, sticking from to 0.21%. Actually, from the time Justice Simon Byabakama started announcing these results, Mabirizi Joseph has been on that percentage, 0.21, coming in there with 16,813. Gregory Mugisha Muntu coming in there with 44,367. That is 0.55%. Monyagwa coming in with 0.28%. After adding in, that is about 22,232. Nathan Nadala Mafabi coming in there with 1.96%. That is 157,111 coming in there, and YOWERI Kaguta Museveni right now having that percentage over 74.92. Now it looks like it is over, but it is not over yet, because now it is now clear that the tussle is between Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu and candidate YOWERI Kaguta Museveni. I want to see if I can get some opportunity to talk to some of these people who are there, so it is very important we shall be having that opportunity. However, Ugandans didn't have a choice, or still have a choice, because it was done. It is done, and what we wait for is tomorrow to see how best can we get to that, because the tussle being between YOWERI Kaguta Museveni and Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, this is the second time they are meeting on the ballot. Who will take it away? President Museveni, candidate Museveni rather, has always been saying that he has to win this with beyond 80%. How can we get to this? That is something we shall be justifying that come tomorrow from Justice Simon Byabakama. But the other candidates also still have hopes to see how best they can get there. So the question is, will Ugandans send back the same candidate to lead the nation? That is making it the 5th decade. That is, if candidate Museveni goes through, that will be his 7th term from the time he came into this position, that is in 1986. So those are some of the things that Ugandans have to put in place. Those are some of the things that people must think about. We have very many observers here. We do have very many important guests. I have seen the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, that is Right Honorable Anita Among. So it is very important. Just as my camera person can show you, I want to see if I can talk to some of these people. It is very important. If the speaker is in place, what needs to be done? We shall be getting at least a word, one or two, so that she shares her opinion right live on UBC. Yes, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament is still going through some of the issues. The map is displayed by the Electoral Commission, so she has to look at how things have been unfolding. But when we do get an opportunity, we shall have to understand what does she think. I do understand she does have an overview of the entire picture. Polling has been going on, but what do Ugandans have to understand from the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament? Looking at how the polls have been coming through, you will realize that Ugandans have tried so much to ensure that they abide by what has been put in place by the Electoral Commission, by the way, but also putting in mind that the police has also did put up a number of measures, and these are things that Ugandans now need to abide to. We did have the first national vice chairperson of National Resistance Movement, that is Haj Moses Chigongo. He did appear here. He did observe what happened. He did observe actually the second reading of Justice Simon Byabakama. And right now we do have the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Anita Among, and also the lawyer of the National Resistance Movement, that is Edwin Karujire. And those who have been following the different nominations, those who have been seeing what has been taking place, he is one of the agents of the National Resistance Movement. So we shall be understanding from some of these people, that is, if we do get an opportunity, but also putting in mind that part of the observers that we do have coming in from the different parts of the country. We do have those from European Union, but they were given guidelines because I do understand tomorrow there will be a presser that is at about 10 a.m. To address the nation on what has been observed. 2 days down the road, this is a democratic journey that very many Ugandans have been waiting for. So the question is, how best can this be achieved? If the process has been free and fair, how did we get to that? We do have different opinions from some of these leaders. So it is very important if we do get the people who are behind the entire process. Justice Simon Diawakama has always been hinting on a number of issues, how they did follow the law and how to ensure that Ugandans actually abide by what is put in place. This is something Ugandans have been waiting for, but the most important thing is tomorrow. If Justice Simon Diawakama says that tomorrow by about 4 p.m. we shall be in position to understand that what will be the final declaration. Now, how will it be? All right. Now, as we do wait for the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, that is, if we do get a chance to speak to him, we also do have other dignitaries around. I will be giving a chance to Michael Jordan Lokomwa to give us a debrief for our Luganda audience to also get a feel of how things are unfolding as of now. Jordan.
Yes, Jethro, thank you so much. We are still coming to you live from the National Tally Center, much as yes, every kind of duty has challenges. It could be people, it could be individuals. Yes, it could be people that stand in the way of others as they execute their duties, but of course we have to give you whatever is happening here. There are so many dignitaries that are in this place to ensure that in different capacities, observers from region, international observers of the political parties. Political parties have sent their leaders here. You have seen the NUP leader, you have seen the NPP, the NRM has theirs here, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Chiwanda of the National Consultative Council, and we shall have a chance to talk to all of them because we are the national broadcaster. It is not a mistake to talk to any of them because we know our duty at the end of the day. Now, mu Luganda okuwaako gwali ku Star TV okuwaako maybe ku byakafulumizibwa omulundi ogwokusatu chairman Justice Simon Diawakama atuwadde bifulumiziddwa ebirala nga bino bivudde mu polling stations emitwalo 3.5 mu 409 nga wetwogerera bibitundu 7 ku mitwalo 5 eza polling stations zetulina mu Uganda. Frank Bulira aine emitwalo 3.5 mu 315 nga bye bitundutundu obutundutundu 44 ku buli 100. Kasibante aina emitwalo 2.4 mu 564 bwe butundutundu oba 0.31%. Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu owa NUP aina akakadde kamu n'emitwalo 7 mu 9 mu 474 nga eyo 21 butundutundu 21 mu kamu n'obutundutundu 33 ku buli 100. Mabirizi Joseph Elton aina emitwalo 16 mu 8 mu 13 nga bwe butundutundu 21 ku buli 100. Then Jeno Muntu aina emitwalo 4 mu 367 nga bwe butundutundu 55 ku buli 100. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga alina emitwalo 2.2 mu 232 bwe bulubwalina bwe butundutundu 28 ku buli 100. Then Nandala Mafabi wa FDC alina emitwalo 15.7 mu 10.11 obululu bwe yakafuna bwe butundutundu 1.96%. ate Yoweri Museveni wa NRM alina milioni 6 n'obululu 6 mu 3,357 bye bitundutundu 74 n'obutundutundu 92. So wetwajidde wali emabega wabaddewo embeera ey'okugamba nti okwebuuza bituuka bitya wano bisembera bitya wano webiri ababireeta bituuka bitya electoral commission efuna etya byefunye. twayogedde ne justice byabakama ku makya natugamba ngenda kulagira abantu bange bateke ku screens nga bwolaba emabega wali balage bituuka bitya okuva ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli bituuka bitya ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli. Yes. Honorable Chiwanda, kiki kyoyinza okuwa omuntu wewamwe Kasanda kifaananyi kikyolaba?
Wemtiana? No, first of all, ekintu ki okusinziira ku bingeri results ezijja wano twabadde twemulugunyiza ku makya kubanga okuva jjo obwera tuweebwa percentages era ntukyogerako nga twagala tulagibwe percentages zino engeri gyezibadde zitambula mu districts kuba n'abantu bagala okulaba district zaabwe balonze batya yabalonze batya so tuli basanyufu nti electoral commission okuva yatandise okutulaga etulaga percentage district ku district nene bweyagala ogendera ddala paka ku polling station buli kibiina ekiri wano ekyasimbyewo candidate kirina omukisa okuba nti kiteekawo kirabira ddala kutuukira ddala paka ku kyalo kuba buli kimulina ekiri wano waliwo ebibiina 8 ebyasimba bwa president kati osobola okugjayo results zo paka ku kyalo paka ku polling station ezavuddeyo naye ekisinga obukulu mu byonna mpulidde nti abantu abadde bakyemulugunya eyo balangidde nensaba bannayuganda tukuume emirembe teri muntu yawangudde kalulu kuba member wa parliament atagenda kulangirirwa buli muntu ajja kulangirirwa naye tukuume ensi yaffe nga ya mirembe tetwonkya nsi yaffe ensi yaffe tubeere nga tusobola okubeera because tetulina nsi ndala
nga National Consultative Council oyogeddeko ne banna abalala bwe muli mu bibiina ababadde naddala ababadde beebuuza feedback kijofunye?
No, bwenjogeddeko n'ebibiina 8 ebyateekawo ba candidates of course ng'ogyeko ekya NRM ate kyenvaamu bakandidate abalala bagenze bamanya kubanga nabo bonyini bafunye results okuva mu byalo by now bacandidates bago kuba president abasinga DR forms bamaze zifuna ba agent babe bogedde nabo ne bababuulira era ndowooza nti kino kyakoze bulungi okugenda empola kuba bamala okulangirira abantu ne baddamu ne bakuba amasimu n'amanya eyo nakoze ntya ali nekirala kati kituyambe nene okuba nti results kati zigenze ku screen ku pieces zaabwe buli muntu kati bw'aba alina kyayagala okuwakanya akirako naga nti kino si kyabadde wano so the process has been okay.
Entambula y'obululu nga buli omu bwafuna obaddeko mu kalulu ogiraba otya?
Entambula y'obululu ku level y'aba president ekisooka nti President Museveni it has been a landslide tebana electoral commission tenalengirira bisembayo ne bwolaba difference wakati wa $6,000,000 ne $1,000,000 n'okusoba oba olabedanga difference nene nnyo naye era kivudde ku difference nga bwogiraba ku districts kubanga obadde olaba district ezisinga President Museveni ali mu bitundu 8 ali mu 9 mu 7 I think Bukedia is in 96 point something a district like Ruhura is 99 so all these ones is an indicator because kino kyonna nakyo kiva mu ngeri gundi gye abantu engeri gye balonze this is a reflection of what has been done on the districts and the polling stations.
Okay, bitambula bitye goyinza okutuwa update kati
tutambula bulungi ba MP okusooka nze nga chairman wa National Consultative Forum naye ate ng'ogyeko ekyo ate ne mbadde coordinator nze mbadde team leader owa Greater Mubende ina ba flag bearers 20 aba NRM but by now ba flag bearers 16 abadde ba NRM bawangudde mu Greater Mubende mulimu district nga Kasanda, Mitiana, Mubende, Chankwanzi ne Kiboga mulimu constituent ba member of parliament 20 but out of 20 NRM already ifunye kwa member of parliament 16 so that's a great improvement. Of course electoral commission yeyinawo obuyinza obusembayo okulangirira abawangudde ne constituency yange gyemvamu eya Mitiana North Mwami Kibedi yawangudde Honorable Nabakoba yawangudde nga member of parliament omukyala yes these are confirmed Honorable Makumbi wa Mitiana South yawangudde Mitiana mu district ya Kiboga ba member of parliament bonna basatu Mwanyinaze Desire Muhoza Lule Elik Dr. Kefa then bogenda mu Kyankwanzi Kyankwanzi tubadde ne member flag bearer waffe Entwetwe Dr. Chikabi, tubadde ne flag bearer waffe Butemba Patrick Bingi, ne member parliament omukyala Anna Maria Nankabirwa, bonna basatu. Yes, ate nova bwe tugende Kasanda Dr. Bukenya, that is Bukuya abaddemu Dr. Bukenya abaddewo, then katateneka ne constituency nda Kasanda no Kasanda South ebadde ya Nupu Mwami Kabuye gyabaddemu nayo tugiwangudde, Haji Bisasa wangudde, member parliament omukyala ebaddemu Honorable Kabuye, then ndabaddemu Nabagabe member parliament omukyala wa Kasanda, member parliament Rebecca naye awangudde. So olabanga constituency esinga ezibadde za national unity platform naddala mu Buganda tuzijjeeyo tusobodde okununula constituency nyingi olwalaba already Wakiso tununudde constituency 3, Busiro South tugitutte, Busiro North tugitutte, then tuyina Busiro South kati member for parliament wa NRM ya wangudde, Busiro North wabadde wali Sematimba kati wabadde yes wabadde Mwami Kenya, then Busiro wabadde Mwami Nsubuga Busiro North Mayanja yajiwangudde Busiro North, then era tuna constituency 3 so far mu Wakiso. Kampala naye mugiwulira etambula, boilinga etambula, and we have and buli constituency gy'olya mu Buganda tunonyeeyo nnone tuyinza okubanga ku mulundi guno tujja kusukka abaka parliament ababa mu Buganda abadde 32 abadde 31 tuyinza okuyingira abaka nga 6 mu Buganda. Masaka sinafuna no information yonna no simple sinawulya bisembayo kuba zino zenjogerako. I was in charge of these very districts. So njagala kwebaza abantu abatuwadde akalulu era mmanyi nti mube bakakka mu mikwano gyange mwenna, ayina mu abawangudde muleme kulowooza nti mwe musoose okuwangula, ayina mwe bawangudde mulowooza nti mwe munsembe okuwangulwa. Just become and we see what to do. Ensi yaffe, let's become tukakane tujagale and we move on.
Bwaka chimwoine eri abavubuka kubanga buli ombe yeralikira nti abavubuka bagenda kola kino bagenda kola kino.
Ekisooka abavubuka kye balina okumanya nti omuntu yenna akutwala mu kintu kyo ekimenya amateeka ye mulabewo, kubanga oyo yennyini akutwala ye obuvubuka bwe yabukwata bulungi n'abaako byabukolamu. Gwe obuvubuka bwe ayagala obumalire era mu kkomera oba omale ng'oliko ekizibu ku mubiri gwo. So kye tubasaba abavubuka mulina okukimanya nti obuvubuka it's not a destination. Obuvubuka myaka gy'okozesa it's a stage. Ffenna twali tubaddeko abavubuka President Museveni n'ekigungu yali abaddeko omuvubuka, n'omukadde oyo ogulaba ku kyalo asembe yali abaddeko omuvubuka, naawe nange nali mbaddeko. I came to parliament nga n'emyaka 23. I was 23 years, much younger than you. Olwayagala okwekalakaasa nenjagala okukutegeeza emyaka gye gy'obuvubuka engeri gy'ogikozesa nkulu nnyo, kwaba onoogikozesa obubi gigenda kufuukira omugugu mu maaso.
Abakulembeze ensonga abavubuka ze beemulugunyako oluusi eziyinza okubateeka mu mbeera bwe zityo mu oluusi mutazirowoozezaako ekyo kyogerako kubanga nabo tebava mu bbanga singa balalu singa bali butabika.
Tukubiriza wano abavubuka baffe abantu baffe abakulembeze
bakubiriza bayise bulungi naye mufaayo ku nsonga z'abavubuka. Mbadde njogera ne Honorable Balamu programu zino zabadde atambuleeyo ninga osanga oluusi akazibu katono nnyo akabadde keetaaga okufikisinga nga kabavubuka nga katono nnyo. So kye twetaaga tukubiriza abakulembeze baffe naddala mu abawangudde tubeere sensitive nnyo, tufeeyo nnyo si ku nsonga z'abavubuka zokka, but let's be close to the population. Obuzibu bwe toba bungi nnyo bwe tunaabukolako tujja kusobola okuba nga tubeerawo emyaka mingi nga National Resistance Movement. Ninamu abavubuka lekerawo okulowooza nti gwe babeere nga bakwata bukwasi nga giraasi bwaba nga lwo programu za gavumenti ezigenda maaso. Please gyenyigiremu, waliwo PDM etambula, emyoga weegiri. Please get involved, beeramu nawe beera mu class, tolowooza nti gwe bagenda kukugira bugizi. So nawe weebeereremu kitegeeza. Yes, faayo beera mu class, goberera. Bw'otagoberera ensi ejja kuleka gwe nga wayita muvubuka the next day ojja kuba nga tokyali muvubuka ng'oli mu bantu ate abasinga obukulu. Tweyanza nnyo
kale naye neyanza nnyo, mwebale
Kale sebo atulaba ku Star TV byebyo ngawe bitambula. To you watching us on UBC TV, we thank you so much. That is how we are here at the National Tally Center. Yes, we had endeavors to talk to the Speaker of Parliament, but I think it has failed. I would say we are blocked and we may not have her. Yes, that is it. We are blocked. We may not have her, and it is an opportunity that we may not push to have. We thank you so much for watching. Keep it with us. We'll give you more updates here from the National Tally Center and other parts of the country. Thank you so much for watching.
Mwebale nnyo bannaffe omuli Jordan Michael Komwa ne Jethro Kasaiji bali wali webabalira obululu ku kakiiko k'ebyokulonda erubowa eyitibwa Tally Center okubanga batutuusaako byonna era emabegako omulamu Simon Byabakama ngono essentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda yazze era n'ayogerako eri eggwanga ku ngeri obululu obwakabalibwawo gye bujja bufulumizibwamu guno mulundi gwakuna ng'ayogerako eri eggwanga. Ndi Amina Nabule Kajimu awamu ne munnange Shaidat Nasaku no bubonero ono ye Dorothy Namuyomba okubanga tukutuusaako byonna nga bwe bigenda mpozi n'okulungamizibwa Lutamaguzi Semakula tannawangulira tugenda kuba tukuleetera omuwanguzi essaawa yonna era n'okulungamizibwa okulala kakiiko akavunanyizibwa ku byenjigiriza oba ekitongole ky'ebyenjigiriza era nakyo kivuddeyo ne kituleetera amawulire nti abateekateeka school fees mwetegeke kubanga nga ennaku z'omwezi 2 Feb babadde balina okutandika olusomo olusooka lwongezeddwayo okutuusa ennaku z'omwezi 10 omwezi ogwokubiri omwaka guno lwe lusoma olusooka. Tugezaako okubanga tweyunga ne bannamawulire aba UBC leero okuva mu bunyomero obw'enjawulo tugenda kuba tubikutuusaako byonna mu bunyomero nga bwe bitambula naye nga tukyali ne Shaidat Nasaku naye abe nga atubuulira ebyabawanguzi n'abantu abatuufu abawangudde okusinziira ku bisomebwa. Kakati tugezaako kubanga tuleta n'ebifaananyi awamu n'okubulira abawanguzi ab'enjawulo. Shaidat.
Atulaba ku UBC TV tukyagendera ddala maaso n'okutuusaako ebyo ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga baani abakawangula baani abatannaba kulangirirwa amabegakaawo tubaddeko n'okwogerako omulamuzi Simon Byabakama nga tubuulira ebikyagenda mu maaso obululu bwakaleetebwa ate n'ebyo ebyakakuŋŋanyizibwawo naye tuli n'abasasi baffe okubanga ate batutuusaako ebigenze mu maaso mu constituency ez'enjawulo okwetooloola eggwanga. Tugenze Mbale Yiga Muhammad gy'asinziira twagala tubuulire ebigenda mu maaso Mbale. Yiga Muhammad.
Mwanyinaze Shaidat Nasaku olunaku olwaleero akalulu akakubiddwa akamagomolola abiri agakola ekibuga Mbale okuli Northern City Division wamu ne Industrial City Division ate kwogatta ak'omubaka omukyala akiikirira ekibuga kino kakalangirirwa emabegakaawo eddakiika ngaana era nga kati nyinza okugamba nti ekibuga Mbale kibuutikiddwa ttabbulu enduulu okucacyanca n'okusagambiza wakati w'abawagizi abo abantu baabwe abawangudde. Akalulu kano kabaliddwa okuviira ddala ssaawa 5 n'ekitundu ez'ekiro naye bagenza okalangirira nga zigenda mu ssaawa 11 ez'akawungeezi k'olunaku olwaleero. Wabaddewo engeri y'okutaataaganyizibwa n'obutategeeragana mu miwendo egibadde gibalibwa egy'obululu n'oluvannyuma b'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kyaddaaki bamaze ne babeera nga ate balangirira oyo omuwanguzi nga bwe nagambye Mbale ekolebwa Industrial ne Northern City Division. Kati bwe tusookerako wali mu Northern City Division abavuganya babadde basoba mu bantu nga 6 naye nga nja kuwaako abamu n'abawanguzi. Haji Umar Nangoli awangudde. Haji Umar Nangoli yasooka n'awangula fulaga mu kameefu ka NRM wabula Hud Hussein eyali RCC w'e Masaka naye ne bamutwala ekkuumi gy'alinga RDC yamala ne yeekubira enduulu ku kitebe kya NRM n'afuna bendera naye Haji Umar Nangoli olwaleero amaze n'avaayo ng'omuwanguzi era
nga afunye obululu omutwalo gumu 15,496 olunaddirira Hudu Hussein RDC w'ekumi ng'afunye obululu 7,716. Paulo Wanyoto naye abadde ku independent afunye obululu 6,467 ate nno yabadde omubaka w'ekitundu kino ekya Northern City Division afunye obululu 2,362. Kakano nno bwe tugendako wali mu Industrial City Division Karimu Masaba ono nga yabadde akiikirira ekitundu kino ekya Industrial City Division seyo n'obuwanguzi ng'afunye obululu omutwalo gumu 2,331 naddirirwa Wasuukira Anthony amubadde amusuza teyeebase era asula akulungutana olw'omulenzi ono naye Wasuukira afunye obululu 7,213 abadde ku tiketi ya independent oba ya bwannamunigina. Wambogo John yabadde akutte bendera eya NRM afunye obululu 6,620 Walimbwa Rashid owa Nuupu n'afuna obululu 19,661 ate nno Regan abadde ku independent afunye obululu 5,000 ate wokuli Madanda Margaret owa FDC n'afuna obululu 8,888. Kakati nno kano kawunzikiddwa ne abesimbyewo okuvuganya ku kifo ky'omubaka omukyala ow'ekibuga eky'Embaale era nga kano kawuutiddwa Wanyoto Lydia. Ono kinajjukirwa nti azze avuganya kumpi buli kisanja naye nga tayitamu wabula ku mulundi guno Mukama Katonda amuwanzeeko eddusu awangulidde ku bululu 2,668. Olwo nno naddirirwa Koni Nakayenze Galiwango abadde ku independent era ng'ono yabadde omubaka omukyala akiikirira ekibuga kino eky'Embaale mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu afunye obululu 8,014 oyo Koni Nakayenze Galiwango. Ate nga Aisha Nakayenze ono nno ye yabadde ayina bendera eya Nuupu afunye obululu 5,639 naddirirwa Hajat Sarah Kanabi era nga naye yesimbyewo ku lulwe ng'omuntu afunye obululu 2,907. Kakai Harriet ono abadde amyuka meya w'ekibuga Mbaale naye yazze ku lwannamunigina n'afuna obululu 2,089. Halima Asena mu Nanuupu naye ng'abadde ku independent ticket afunye obululu 4,014. Olwo Robina Masibo era wabula nga yazze ku lulwe ng'omuntu n'afuna obululu 2,269. Obululu obutyo butambudde naye ng'ekibuutikidde ekibuga Mbaale z'ettabbulu n'okukyanca ebidongo n'ebirala ebigwa mu kkowe eryo abantu basanyufu bajaganya okwetooloola ekibuga. Bano nno bagenda bawerekerwako abakuumaddembe era emmotoka z'abakuumaddembe zirawuna ekibuga kyonna. Bano bwe batambula naye ng'ate era bwe bakirwako kabangaliza poliisi emmamba n'ebirala okubatangira obutakola fujjo n'ebirala ebigwa mu kkowe eryo. Nno ekibuga Mbaale bwe kityo bwe kitambudde. Mu bitundu ebirala tujja kwongera okubatuusaako ebyavu ebinaaba bivuddeyo naye nga Wanjinyabo
embeera kulangirira abo abawangudde embeera egenze etya ki ekitambula abantu bafaanana batya?
Omuntu yenna ayagala okuyita mu kibuga Mbaale toyina w'osobola kuyisa kigere okuggyako bayite eno ku mabbali naddala booda toyina w'osobola kuyisa kigere. Emmotoka booda ziri kumukumu ez'ebidongo n'ebirala. Kati ekibuga Mbaale omuntu yenna alabika nti ayinza okukiyitamu naye ng'obadde ku mirembe gyo tosobola kukiyitamu okuggyako ng'oyita ku nguudo ezeesudde ekibuga naddala nga Tororo Road na zino eza highway kusala okudda ku Kumi Road.
Kakati bo abawanguzi bali mu mbeera ki? Walabyeko n'omu ku bawangudde?
kibadde kizibu nnyo kubanga babajjewo nga nseenene abawagizi baabwe ne babateeka ku mmotoka waggulu naffe twagadde okwogerako nabo naye nga tosobola kwogera kuba waliwo be batadde ku loole waggulu waliwo be batuuzizza ku takisi ku butanda bwa takisi waggulu ng'omukyala Lydia Wanyoto bamutuuzizza ku kabangali waggulu nga nawe yali agadde okwogerako naye mu ngeri ey'okunyumyamu emboozi ey'enjawulo nga bannamawulire kibadde kizibu okumutuukako era abasinga obungi tugambye nti katubalinde bakkakkane bamale okugwamu essanyu liri oba oliawo tunayogera nabo gye bujja okubabuulira okutubuulira biki bye bazaako oluvannyuma lw'okuweebwa obuyinza.
Kale Muhammad Yiga tweyanziza nnyo okubanga ate otutuusizaako ebigenze maaso eriwuli oliwo baani
okunyumyamu emboozi ey'enjawulo nga bannamawulire kibadde kizibu okumutuukako era abasinga obungi tugambye nti katubalinde bakkakkane bamale okugwamu essanyu liri oba oliawo tunayogera nabo gye bujja okubabuulira okutubuulira biki bye bazaako oluvannyuma lw'okuweebwa obuyinza.
Kale Muhammad Yiga tweyanziza nnyo okubanga ate otutuusizaako ebigenze maaso eriwuli oliwo baani abasobodde okuwangula ate nabaani abagoberedde n'ebiringa ebyo tukyasuubira obululu okuva mu nsonda z'eggwanga ez'enjawulo abalangiriddwa tukyabasuubira era nga tukyakwongerayo. Kale Amina nabule kajimu kajirenga ate atwongerayo ng'era bwe tukunoonyeza ebirala ebyokutegeeza
ate era nemawulire agakajja mu kitongole wano ku UBC galaga nti munnakibiina kya NRM National Resistance Movement ono ebasajja Subi Nsereko Charles alangiriddwako buwanguzi mu kifo ky'omubaka mu Parliament owa Nakaseke ey'omu Maserengeta. Muna NRM basajja Subi Nsereko Charles yalangiriddwa ku buwanguzi mu kulonda okw'omubaka mu Parliament owa Nakaseke ey'omu Maserengeta. Onajeyo Paulson Lutamaguzi Semakula abadde akwatidde ekibiina kya NUP Bendera okubanga avuganya mu kulonda kuno. Basajja Nsereko alangiriddwa basajja Subi Nsereko Charles alangiriddwa kulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu kitundu kino ono Aida Tusiime n'obululu emitwalo 3,279. Basajja Subi Nsereko alangiriddwa nti awangudde n'obululu emitwalo 3,279 awangudde Paulson Lutamaguzi Semakula. Kakati Shaidat tuyitiremu ku nsonga ez'obululu nga butambudde naddala kubwa omulamuzi Simon Byabakama byakatuwaako.
Omulamuzi Justice Simon Byabakama bwaze okwogerako eri eggwanga n'okulitegeeza biki ebikyuseemu ku bululu obukulembeze bw'eggwanga nabaani abesimbyewo. Tulina Yoweri Kaguta Museveni owa National Resistance Movement yakyala ebya banne bonna alina obululu obukadde 6,357 nga yakafuna ebitundu 74 n'obutundutundu 92 ku 10. Akyaddiridwa Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu owa National Unity Platform nga ye alina akakadde kamu mu emitwalo 7,974 byebitundu 21 n'obutundutundu 3 ku 10. Akyamuddiridde Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tulina Nandala Mafaabi owa FDC nga ye alina akakadde alina emitwalo 15 mu 7,111 ate kyekitundu kimu n'ebitundutundu byebitundu kimu n'obutundutundu 96 ku 10. Tulina Mugisha Muntu alina obululu emitwalo 4,367 alina 0 n'obutundutundu 55 ku 10. Tulina Mbarak Munyagwa nga ye alina 0 n'obutundutundu 28 ku 10 alina obululu emitwalo 2,232. Tulina Robert Kasebante owa NPP alina 0 n'obutundutundu 31 ku 10 bwe bululu emitwalo 2,454. Tulina Mabirizi wa Conservative Party alina obutundutundu alina 0 obutundutundu 21 ku 100 bwe bululu omutwalo gumu kakaaga 813 ate akyasembyeyo oba oyinza okugamba essaawa zino akyasibye ekira ye Frank Bulira mwana tu si akyasibye ekira naye obululu bwalina wa RPP alina obululu emitwalo 3,15,315 nga bye bitundu 0 n'obutundutundu 44 ebyo bye tukyalinawo ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga bye byakafulumizibwa naye bikyagenda maaso tugenda kuba tukyafuna ebikwata ku kulonda naddala ku kifo eky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga omulamuzi Simon Byabakama atusuubiza nti gye bujjako awo mu maaso ndowooza ssaawa zijja kuba nnya ez'ekiro agenda kuba ate aliko ebirala byakuŋŋaanyizaawo era bitegeeza eggwanga kale katweyongereyo ne Amina nga bwe tulindirira ebikyajja Amina.
Kakati mwebale kuba naffe mwebale kutambula naffe gye twatandikidde amawulire aga UBC leero okubanga tubatuusako mu Luganda ebibadde bigenda mu maaso ebivudde mu kulonda era nga nze Amina Nabule Kajimu ne Shaidat Nasaku nga kwotadde n'abalala. Kakati nkuleka n'emboozi eno nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu ggwanga nga kakulembeddwa mu ssentebe wako omulamu Simon Byabakama ko kakyagenda ddala maaso n'okulangirira ebivudde mu kulonda kwa president nga bwe bijja okuva mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo. Abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda amakanda bagasimbye lubowa ku luguudo lw'Entebbe tugenda kubibalekera naye nga twebaza ne tusiima bwongerwa okubanga mututegedde amatu awamu n'okutwegeka amaaso okubanga mutwesiza okugenda mu maaso n'okubanga tubatuusako ebivudde mu kulonda twongera okunga abantu okubanga bongera okukuuma eddembe mu kiseera kino ekyokulonda.
On behalf of the Electoral Commission, all guests here, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. This afternoon session.
Guests, maybe allow me the recognition of His Excellency Jonathan Goodluck, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is in our midst. He's the head of the African Union to the Uganda general elections. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, heads, and all distinguished heads of the various observer missions who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored that here this afternoon once again give you an update or a brief status of the presidential elections result that we have obtained so far from various parts of the country. The first session was yesterday at 9 p.m. Today, 9 a.m., we had the second update. Now, this is the third one. Not final one, but the third one. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register 21,649,067. The total nations where the Ugandans went to cast their votes yesterday are 739. Total number of polling stations whose results we have received here at the National Tally Center are 138, constituting 54% of the total number of polling stations. This is the candidate's performance as of this hour. Bulira Kavinga, 29,700, constituting 0.44% of the valid votes cast. Kasavante Robert, 1,626, constituting 0% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 414,619, constituting 20.71% of the total votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 14,006, constituting 0.21% of the votes cast. Mugisha Muntu Oyera, 38,082, constituting 0.56% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Serunga, 19,034, constituting 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafavi James Nathan, 144,564, constituting 2.12% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta MUSEVENI, 5,148,845,000, constituting 75.38 valid votes cast. The valid votes altogether for all the candidates are 6,889,000. 60,830,089. Invalid votes 107,655, constituting 2.4% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether valid are 7,744,000. 7,700,000.
Geragana ku 10 bwa butikitiki 7.92 okutwaliza wamu obulubuno bw'obugata obulamu oba twandise valid bwabaliddwa buli obukadde 8 n'omutwalo gumu mu 13,533. Invalid votes obubufu b'emitwalo 2,808. Obululu bwonna obubaliddwa okutwalira wamu obufu obubadde bufu n'obulamu buli emitwalo obukadde 8 n'emitwalo 21,641. obululu bwayonoleddwa spoiled votes buli mitwalo 2,774 mitwalo 2,774 basebo ne bannyabo ebyo byetwakafunako ebivudde mu kulonda kwa president ku ssaawa 4 tujja kuba twongera obategeeza ebiki ate birabye tufunye nga tubigatta ku bino bitufunye already tuwongera okufuna ekifaananyi ebintu nga bwe biyimiridde ffenna akakiiko twewaddeyo tujja kuba tutegeeza bannayuganda ebivudde mu kulonda kwa president essaawa yonna okutuuka bwe tunaamaliriza bwe tunaatuukira ddala ku ssaawa eyo esembayo okutegeeza eggwanga ani president addako w'eggwanga lyaffe mu Uganda. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Kale.
The end of these elections come tomorrow, 5 p.m., as given by the Electoral Commission. Today, I spent time with the Inspector General of Police, Afande Abbas Byakagaba, and we're going to be talking about the generality of security in these past few days. IGP, it's good to meet you. Timothy Nyangosi is my name.
Good meeting you. You're most welcome.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
How have the days been so far for you?
So far, the days are good because I'm getting very good response from the citizens.
Okay.
Very good energy from my people. And I think the equation is balancing up. We are good to go.
Congratulations, first and foremost.
Thank
a very
you.
Successful polling day. Then the first day of tallying. We're closing tomorrow. How have you managed to keep this country secure?
Well, first of all, I'm greatly humbled by our people, the citizens.
Yes.
Of course, let me also, first of all, use this opportunity to thank the Ugandans, all those who have participated in this election exercise, for really remaining civil, cooperative, and ensuring that we keep the peace so that this election exercise comes out the way it is coming out. And I'm greatly encouraged, and that's more morale for me to do more together with my people. Yeah.
Afande, I just want to quote a few things you said, especially in one of your briefings. The mandate was to secure elections in the country, but also maintain law and order, preserving life of all citizens. What is the status of the security situation across the country, in your view?
In my view, and from the reports I keep getting across the board, the whole country remains generally stable, and this is courtesy of the efforts of all of us as security agencies, maintaining firm control over public order and ensuring that at all times there is territorial integrity. This calls for, first of all, interagency cooperation, working together, knowing that the security of, for example, the police force is tagged to the cooperation and working together with other agencies. As it is in this country, we have what we call interagency, which we really value as something giving us extra strength to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country.
And I'm grateful you have mentioned that the interagency, some of the observers, both national and both international and national, raised concerns about the deployment. They felt like you were using a shotgun to kill a fly. Was that, they felt like it was intimidation for the people to be able to go and vote. What are your thoughts about that, and why were we overly deployed?
I think what I need to explain here is that when we are thinking about security, we must first of all scan the environment. We must carry out threat assessment, threats assessment, and our deployments are not just by waking up and putting people and other equipments in different places.
Yes,
it's out of a serious threat assessment, and also looking at our capabilities, and again finally knowing how to place ourselves and ensure that we remain on top of the situation in order to offer the security that we require to offer to our population. And therefore I'm even I feel a bit uncomfortable even to use those words like over deployment. I under these circumstances I don't understand it, because our deployments are in consonance with our estimates, the way we look at the situation and how we should keep security. So over deployment maybe depends on someone who is looking at it from another angle, not the angle of security. But I would also like to observe this, that even as we move around patrolling, I've been seeing quite some cohesion, seamless interaction with the public, and to me that is what gives assurance that actually the public is valuing our presence. And I want even to attribute the success of the exercise on the 15th of this month to that deployment, and the public having their expectations met vis-a-vis the provision of security. And that's why people have been able to come out and vote peacefully without any disturbances.
You, in your presser a few days ago, quoted the Police Act and talked about Chapter 3. You went on to quote the Electoral Commission Act, Chapter 126, and talked about a few principles that were there. You talked about proportionality, legality, accountability, neutrality across the country. What examples would you give, and what warranted these incidents? What was the proportion net that you used as police to be able to quell them?
You see, first of all, we prepare ourselves to ensure that actually our best case scenario is not to have any single incident of law breaking, of disturbance of peace, but you know, in reality, because we are dealing with the situations where the people are not necessarily homogeneous, including within the security forces, and here and there you may have an incident where there is something happening which you never actually planned for. But on the whole, I would like to observe that generally there have been very few incidents, very few to my recollection. We can talk about what I have heard in how the reports I have received in Utambala, that unfortunate incident, the reports in Bukedi East, where one of our personnel was injured, actually a senior security officer, a few other incidents. But on the whole, this has been a peaceful environment, And as law enforcement agencies, whenever there are contraventions of the law, never mind whether it is during elections or outside elections, measures to ensure orderliness in the country will continue to be taken.
And you have mentioned those incidents. I also want to be able to mention a few. Lowero, 3 lives there. Also, we speak about some incidents within the capital city, but about 400 people arrested. And also we are talking about some of those 400 being police officers who fall under your docket. How do you justify, how do you proportionally speak about these 4 and those 3 people that have died?
Well, maybe the beginning point, let me comment about the 4. Well, as I told you, we have regulations.
Yes.
We have standard operating procedures. We had laws which guide us in our operations. And when you fall outside that, then the institution will also take action. The bottom line is you will not commit a crime in order to stop a crime. I think we need to balance up that, and we need to be alive to that. You don't, even if you are a security officer, you don't commit a crime to stop a crime. Everything must move within the realm of the law. And therefore, we have had even to arrest our own people, and we are going to process them until justice is achieved. Now, referring to those officers who got involved in some criminality, they are still suspects, but we are going to process them until they themselves have justice, and those they could have affected also get justice. And the bottom line is that we will not tolerate any indiscipline from our side, but also will not tolerate the contravention of the laws from outside ourselves. And that is what will create a balance for us to continue having a peaceful environment for this country, even beyond the elections.
They always say that with each process there is a silver lining. Any lessons learned from this for you as the police, that you see these are areas we can improve, or these are lessons we can learn to be able to be a better force that serves and protects?
Well, my immediate comment and observation is that even as a country itself, we are still moving forward, we are still building. So also the Uganda Police Force is still building. Therefore, there are areas where we need to improve, and we are going to make those improvements. And that's why you may have certain incidents where maybe I may not go into details, but there are a lot of lessons to be learned, both the good and the bad. But on the whole, I think for this season, there are a lot of good lessons to learn. There are some lessons to learn, especially during the campaign period. But how I also wish that these lessons go beyond the forces themselves, but also to our citizens, so that tomorrow we can have a better peaceful environment for this country.
Lastly but not least, the public and the police is a relationship that needs to be an ongoing. When you look at it now, how would you rate the police and the public's confidence in each other?
I think on the whole, I could say we have a lot of cooperation from the public. Good cooperation. We are not yet there, and our best case scenario would be to have everybody on our side vis-a-vis security, and we shall continue to work towards that. Ultimately, we would like to continue being useful and more useful to the population and the residents of this country. We are clearly aware that our participation in whatever we are enjoying to do has a very big relationship to the achievements of the aspirations of the citizens of this country, because we are clearly aware security is a baseline to the achievement of all other activities, and we shall continue to do that. We have the commitment. I can talk on behalf of all my colleagues, and that's the way to go. But I must observe it is still work in progress, but we are progressing very well. Finally, allow me to thank the people of Uganda for being there with us, cooperating with us, all those who have been cooperating, but also to remind those who have not cooperated very well that we still expect them to cooperate, and we shall continue to look out for them to cooperate so that we have the best environment in this country to ensure the development of this country.
Before my last question, I would like to also give the police flowers, because on 2 occasions, yesterday I managed to move around as we were trying to get what was happening in different polling stations. Generally, the city was calm, and also talking to different people. So credit to you and the team for making this possible. Also at the National Tally Center, very commendable job there. My final question is that this process will come to an end in May. The final results will be announced tomorrow by 5 p.m. How do you maintain that and keep confidence for the Ugandans that everything, their property and their lives, will be secure in your hands?
I also again want to reiterate this, that our population, our people, should keep the confidence that they have in us, because we have the commitment, but also we will continue to demonstrate the resolve to protect them, the resolve to go for those who contravene the law legally, and we shall continue to be legal in all our actions, because we are clearly aware we must work within the confines of the law, but ultimately we must protect all the Ugandans and the residents living within this country. So far so good. I would like to thank you for the flowers, and definitely the flowers motivate us. These flowers are not for me alone, the flowers for our team on my side, and that is motivation enough for us to continue. And this prevailing environment, we expect it to continue and continue from now and forever. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Inspector General Police, for speaking to us. We really appreciate your time. I know you are busy, but thank you for squeezing us in.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So that has been a conversation with the Inspector General Police, Fande Abbas Byakagaba. We've been talking about the security situation of the country in this electoral process. It even goes on all the way to May. And we're asking how they're going to ensure that we're safe, both in lives and property of every Ugandan. He has given us the confidence. Regardless of the results in this country, we all have one country. We cannot set it ablaze. We can build it brick by brick. From me, Timothy Nyangweso, thank you so much, and have a blessed day. You're very welcome to the National Tally Center here. Today I have Moses Birhanga, the Senior Presidential Advisor, but also the lead polling agent for the President. Good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So far, what do you see? How does it look like in your view?
Well, you have seen it here on the screen. We are winning, and that doesn't surprise me, because our target was to win at 70%, not less than that.
So when you look at some of the numbers, especially the turnout and the polling stations, do you see anything that concerns you?
Well, the turnout could have been higher, because so far I think it's about 50% or about. It could have been higher. Maybe let's wait for the remaining, because from what they have announced, 38,000 against 50,000. So you still have about 12,000 polling stations not yet come in. So let's wait the turn up in those areas. But for what is so far here, it's still low.
Though there were some incidents yesterday, security-wise. In your view, these incidents, were they avoidable? Were they something that could have been avoided? 3 people killed in Luwero yesterday, this morning, and then a few issues in different areas. What do you think about these?
I haven't studied them. I can't comment on what I don't know well about.
I can also ask you about the deployment. People felt that it was heavy deployment that might have collaborated with the biometric to bring intimidation for people not to turn out. Is that something that you see, especially with this?
Well, the deployment, security normally deploys according to the level of threat. So depending on what they know from intelligence, they will deploy to overcome what is expected. So the good thing, generally, election process was peaceful. Okay, election day itself, I voted in Kampala myself. Apart from the delay of the voting materials at our polling station, which came in at around 8. I was there around 7:40, but the materials came around 8. We were already there. There were about 4 polling stations in one area. So by the time the polling materials came, about maybe 2,000 or so people had already gathered. Now, it was I call it a blessing in disguise. Why? They opened the ballot boxes when we were all there watching. So nobody can say there was stuffing, because we were all there. Maybe it had been opened earlier, I would have said, oh, I don't know what happened, I don't know what. But now many people are there at the time of opening. So you can't claim about stuffing or multiple voting, people coming again and again, something like that. So it's unfortunate that the machines were not used, but the register as per law was used, and the people, those who voted, I think were happy that they voted they made their choice.
2 questions, Mr. Moses. When I ask, when you look at the numbers you have benefited in some areas you have not been in before, especially members of parliament, the numbers in the votes that you have attained there, what do you attribute that to, looking at Buganda region especially?
What does before mean? We have been winning in Uganda before, only to the last election. But if you say before, well, I can stretch it to 1996. We have been having elections, so yeah, before is just short-termed. But yes, we did a lot of mobilization. I was sharing here with somebody from the greater Mubende, that is Kyankwanzi, Kivoga, Mitiana, Kasanda, and Mubende. It has 20 members of parliament. So far we have got 17 of them. So that's a very big win, a very big push. Here in Kampala, well, from what the EC has been showing us, the performance is much better than before. Even from our own DR forms we have been receiving, we are doing much better. So we are going to do better in Kampala than before, than last election. Our total vote and the percentage in Kampala and Wakiso is going to be much higher than the last election.
Lastly,
maybe the reason why you see in this Kisanja which we are ending, first of all, in the last election, we were getting out of COVID. These areas of the urban areas of Uganda, Kampala and Wakiso being the highest urbanized areas in Uganda. You see, getting out of COVID, the people are not working. But the landlords were demanding rent. The workers, some of the salaries had been cut to half, some were off. So the economic situation that time was so hard. Then today is totally different. So that's why there was our performance in the urban areas was not that good. So people were reacting to the situation at the time. If you ask me what has happened, how has changed, today we are not under any lockdown. People are working. We introduce programs specifically to help people get out of poverty, like PDM. In the whole country today, we have reached out. We have so far spent 3.7 trillion under PDM, which has so far reached 3.4 million households. So people are in economic activity. If you look at the economy, it's much better today than it was 5 years ago. And who is benefiting from this economy? When you hear that Uganda's coffee exports have gone up and to almost 90 million bags, away from 3 million bags in 1986. Who benefits from this coffee? Coffee in Uganda is basically a peasant crop. Very few middle-class people are involved in coffee growing. So when coffee exports go up, both in volume and the amount of money coming in, it means the farmers who are in the villages, who are in the rural areas, are getting money from coffee. And that's a very big benefit for them and the country at large. So that's why the voting today, when people have money in their pockets, is much different than when they lack it.
Lastly, tomorrow is the last day. We will know exactly who will be president-elect. But also, as the National Resistance Movement, you need to bring this country together, especially not to be divided by colors. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, to develop it together?
Well, if you look at the map of Uganda, the electoral map as today is, it's basically yellow everywhere, with some few cases where Kyagulanyi has won within Uganda here, but we have also won, in some of the cases, we have won the MPs in those areas, and our policy has always been that we develop the country irrespective of how it voted. So our programs, like for instance, look at the PDM. In the last election, we lost in Uganda, but so far, under PDM, we have spent 627 billion within Uganda, the highest in the whole country because of the size of Uganda. Other areas are below 600 billion. But so for us, we don't discriminate. Whether you voted for us or didn't vote for us, our programs are as uniform as possible. So we shall continue to work for the development of the whole country, irrespective of how they voted for or against us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byarhanga. We appreciate your time. We'll be with you to hear the last of those polls coming in. So that's what you've heard from the NRM. They say they are performing as they expected, slightly not as much as they expected going forward, but the numbers show themselves there. About 5 million votes still coming in, and Honorable Kyagulanyi coming in at the second there, north of 1.1 million there.
Praise the Lord, dear brethren. My name is Reverend Namara Betty. I am a curate here at All Saints Church in Barrow Greater. All of you know that on 15th this month, we have general elections. But my calling is that let us have elections with peace. Because we know that as Christians, we know that Christ is our peace. And we have to protect this peace. And again, as citizens of Uganda, it is our responsibility to choose leaders. So don't go home and sit down and say,
my work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
AI can now build a website in 90 seconds, while the only AI most people over 40 know is ChatGPT. Disappear for a month and do this instead.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with microlearning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
And just in case you did not know, you are tuned in to JK Live here at Citizen Television with two young men. One in his 40s, just barely. The other still in his 30s. These guys, these lawmakers.
who obtained. Onespa Kuma declared Nabanja Robina as winner for the position of Woman Member of Parliament for Kakumiro District.
Congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Atobulu wange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko chi. This landslide victory is a result of good performance from the president, the NRM government, and the people. I want to support the idea of the people of Kakumiro that NRM is the best party. It's the mighty party.
Later, Nabanja explained why the NRM party enjoys overwhelming support in Kakumiro district.
The people of Kakumiro support peace and security. Our people are happy with the development, the roads, the Tamaka roads. And they know it is only the president and the NRM that can bring more development in this area. So for them, they decided to vote development. PDM, household income, Emyoga, and many other government programs.
Baguma also announced President YOWERI Museveni as winner in Kakumiro district.
Chakulani Sentam Robert of Nook obtained 9,260. Yoweri Tibuhabura Kaguta Museveni of the NRM obtained 109,027 votes. So subsequently, the results will be declared by the Electoral Commission chairperson. So hereby.
In Bugangazi South, Professor George William Rubega Amoti trounced incumbent Josephat Tumwesige, while Onesimus Twinamasko emerged winner for the Bugangazi East constituency.
Thank you very much. I promise to serve you. I promise to fulfill whatever I promised you. Kakumiro district, you have also spoken very loudly and supported our president with an overwhelming majority. I thank you for recognizing his service for this country.
Thank you so much for that report. Now, in more news, the chairperson of the NRM in Kakumiro district, who is also the state minister for works and transport, Fred Byamukama, has advised winners in the just concluded parliamentary elections in Kakumiro to jointly work together to consolidate the NRM gains in the district. Byamukama, who was declared unopposed for Bugangaizi West constituency, thanked the people of Kakumiro for overwhelmingly voting for President Yoweri Museveni with over 91% of the total vote cast in Kakumiro. Byamukama was speaking to journalists shortly after the Electoral Commission in Kakumiro declared winners in the district.
Today, thank you that we have ended the electoral process for presidential candidates and women MP plus members of parliament. We are happy that the president in Kakumiro district has won with over 91%. This has been a joint effort, of course, as NRM, with the command of Regional Prime Minister, woman MP, and all the NRM people. We have got 91%. And this one has been because the people of Kakumiro, they have used PDM, they have used the FOECA model, they have used government programs to get out of poverty. When you are out of poverty, you will support government. Even those of opposition who have not supported NRM. It's because they are still poor. They think government can give them money every day, but also we shall talk to them so that they can benefit from government programs. They can use their land to become rich. When you are rich, you already support government. Kakumiro district, they have a chance to support NRM because they have roads, they have schools, they have hospitals. We thank you very much. I appreciate the people of Kakumiro. They have supported Right Honorable Nabanja. They have supported Professor Rebecca for Buganga South. They have supported Nosimas for Buganga East. We have maintained our flags. This has been a joint effort, and I encourage them to forgive one another. Those have been giving propaganda that someone who killed the Sunday soul, propaganda of tribalism, they should forgive another. And I caution them in the coming elections, they should be very careful, they should focus on their vote. And also, the people of Kakumiro, we have ended the election. Those who have not been working, targeting money from politicians. Now the time has gone. It's high time you go back and work for yourselves, get school fees, get food at home.
But without further ado, we have our reporter Moses Mutabali in Kasese, and he has updates that are coming in straight from Kasese. So Moses.
Commission, they said the challenge was the transportation from the polling station. You know, when you look at Kasese district, the terrain, of course, is hilly, mountainous, and getting them from the polling stations was a challenge. But what I can tell you at the moment, the returning officer, Godfrey Mbabazi, has started announcing the winners. And for Kasese municipality, Kampala Srigo, the incumbent, has retained his seat, gained 11,899 votes, followed by Francis Mugisa Chitura, who got 9,787 votes. Then Robert Centinare of the FDC got 5,141 votes. When it comes to the independent candidate, Stephen Dire Kapsave got 132 votes. Then the candidate of the PFF, this is Joseph Mafunguro, got 147 votes. Then we had also candidate of the National Unity Platform, that's Robert Mutoma. He got 1,014. So you can see at the moment the Electoral Commission has so far declared Kampala Srigo the winner, and this is going to be his second term in Parliament. That's it for now.
Well, Moses, allow me ask you a question. I want to find out, what do you think are the factors that have led to this win this time round?
Well, Mark, when you look at Kasese municipality itself, I can just say the development that has been brought in by government, it could spell it out that indeed people were happy to vote for NRM, to vote for Kampala Srigo. Look at the road infrastructure. When you come to Kasese town, you really admire and say, oh, this could be really the first of its kind in the country. So when you look at even this program of presidential initiative, the PDM, people have embraced it, and they are saying, oh, we can now give back to government, to the NRM. That's why you can see the people of Kasese are overwhelmingly voting for the NRM. That is Kasese municipality, and we shall be updating you on what is coming from other constituencies. We have Bukonjo County West, which in the short time we shall also know the winner. There is also Bukonjo County East, then Songora North, Songora South, then for the woman member of parliament, it will be also coming. And I can tell you, as UBC, we shall be updating the country on what is inspiring in Kasese district.
Well, before you go, Moses, I also want to understand, thank you for the update on the incumbent. That's really brilliant. How about the opposition? And what's the mood of their performance? Have they conceded? Is it something that has been accepted and, you know, we're moving on, let's work together, or there are challenges in there? What is the mood like?
Well, certainly I cannot say there is maybe from opposition side, those who were dictated by the NRM, that they have not accepted what has come out from the Charlie Center. They are completely quiet, and it's like they are saying, oh, if NRM has taken it, then that's it. Because they are quiet, some of them are here, and it's like they have nothing to say about it. But jubilation was going on in a few minutes back. We have seen some supporters of Kampala Frigo moving around town, jubilating, and I hope this time around, you never know, Kasese district may again retain some NRM member of parliament. We shall be giving you the updates on what is happening here at the Charlie Center. That is Kasese Matikopa's hall.
Well, thank you very much, Moses Mutabali, coming in straight from Kabale with those updates. We will be giving you more, just like you said, and I think he will be the one, of course, giving us those updates. Now, in more news, the Inspector General of Police, Abasi Byakagaba, has assured the country of continued stability amidst the election atmosphere. The IGP has highlighted some of the criminal incidents that occurred during the election and also after the election, as well as the security strategies put in place to prevent a further unrest. Let's take a look at those highlights.
To meet you, Timothy Nyangosi is my name.
Good meeting you. You're most welcome.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
How have the days been so far for you?
So far, the days are good because I'm getting very good response from the citizens.
Okay.
Very good energy from my people. And I think the equation is balancing up. We are good to go.
Congratulations, first and foremost.
Thank
a very
you.
Successful polling day. Then the first day of tallying. We're closing tomorrow. How have you managed to keep this country secure?
Well, first of all, I'm greatly humbled by our people, the citizens.
Yes.
Of course, let me also, first of all, use this opportunity to thank the Ugandans, all those who have participated in this election exercise, for really remaining civil, cooperative, and ensuring that we keep the peace so that this election exercise comes out the way it is coming out. And I'm greatly encouraged, and that's more morale for me to do more together with my people. Yeah.
Afande, I just want to quote a few things you said, especially in one of your briefings. The mandate was to secure the elections in the country, but also maintain law and order, preserving life of all citizens. What is the status of the security situation across the country, in your view?
In my view, and from the reports I keep getting across the board, the whole country remains generally stable. And this is courtesy of the efforts of
Uganda police has justified the increased security deployment in Kampala and across the country amidst the ongoing vote tallying at various tally centers following yesterday's voting on January 15, 2026. The public has been assured of safety and urged to continue with their normal activities as security remains guaranteed.
Ensure, first of all, we have a peaceful electoral process, but on top of also emphasizing that all parts of this country are properly secured and effective.
Exception of groups suspected to have had intentions of destabilizing peace.
Some people in YOWERI yesterday
They were trying to block the roads. And of course, we responded the way the Ugandans expect us. Got there, arrested some. I think to my recollection there, we arrested 15 people. But also we have intercepted people who were being taken to different places, I don't know for what purpose, coming from Kampala, going out.
Security has been heightened around the residence of presidential candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu as the nation await the official declaration.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools just to get work done.
But recently we got some new people who say their job is to look for news. Can you imagine? But it's modernity, so we are accepting it. So I'm happy to meet you because I've discovered that Aborgambo no one mugaso. Kwanga bajeno ni batwara eri singa batwara ebitufu nagwo mulimo sikyansonga nenze naremera mukulunda no kulima. So I congratulate Ugandans for getting up early this morning because I was following by 5, 6 people were up. Now they had a problem of these voter verification machines. They are working because I voted by it, as you saw. You were all there. First of all, it did not accept my fingerprints because I think maybe when they took them, they had a different angle if you don't put them properly. But when they put my face, you saw the machine recognized me. Now, this has been the struggle of NRM since 1960. Because long before your parents were born, I was around and already active. And we have been having a problem of from that time. UPC was cheating that time. Kawaka Yaka. I was in DP. DP was not so much inactive. It had other problems. Therefore, the elections of 1961-62 were really not fair, not accurate. At that time, they were voting in enclosed Sakati. Where they would have an enclosure, a Kasharagati. You go and you tick alone, and then they would have each party had its own box. And then you had so it was really not serious. We never had elections again from 1962 to 19. There are no shade somewhere, because I'm enjoying the rumor mongers. I want to talk to them more. There's no shade here where you can attend them, Shana. Aroka Bundaho. Okay, Toa. You rumor mongers, you're the ones who brought yourself, so I'm going to lecture you. So we never had elections again for 18 years, no elections, until 1980. Now, before the elections of 1980, we told our people, please, can we remove all these shades? Because in 1962, you had multiple voting. Somebody could vote many times. You had ballot stuffing. Somebody could just bring papers and put them there. You didn't have registers which you were sure of. And the voting was in a Bisakate, in enclosure. So we said, please, can we discuss how to vote accurately? They didn't want. They just wanted elections, and they cheated. And we told them that if you cheat, we are going to fight. That's what happened. So when we defeated those groups, we 1990, we started with lining up. 1989, because that lining up was Ukakasanti. These are your real people. To remove the other issue of ballot stuffing, remove the issue of multiple voting, remove the issue of dead people also voting, because if you are dead now, you don't have time to line up. You can't come to line up. So it worked well, 89, the lining up. But when we went to the CA, they said, no, we must go back to, because the lining up had the issue of people seeing that you didn't vote for me, and it could have some parana. So that's why when we came to 94, 96, we went back to secret ballot. But we put these measures, which you still see. Have one ballot paper. Don't have separate ballot papers, so that the pictures of the candidates are all on one paper, as you saw. Secondly, have one ballot box. Thirdly, tick privately, but where all people are seeing, so that they see that you have ticked only one paper. Fourthly, have agents of candidates, agents. Let them be there to see, because all these were not allowed. In the 1962, it was not allowed. You were not allowed to have agents. It was up to the Electoral Commission people. Then count immediately after voting, because that was also another issue. In 1962, they would take the boxes from here to Mbarara. It would take like a week, taking the boxes. They would count there, you are not there, then they just announce. So here we said, count and announce immediately after the elections. Now, so this was like, we thought it would eliminate cheating. And it can, but it depends on one thing, vigilance. The agents to really be vigilant. But many times the agents are not vigilant. They are not vigilant. So still, like in the last election, opposition infiltrated 2.7 million votes. Those votes which they say opposition got were not. They never got those votes. They were infiltrated by the opposition. They printed 1 million votes on Nkrumah Road, and we brought another 1.7 from Dubai. It's a fact. We got these facts, but afterwards. So that's why all this time we have been saying, no, let's go electronic, biometric. Capture the fingerprint and the face. Yes, you will vote manually, like you saw me voting, but after the machines have confirmed that I am the one, and that I will vote only once, I'm not allowed to. Now, so this machine works, as you saw. But some people feared it, didn't want it to work. Some people feared it. Some people feared the machine. They fear the machine. They don't want the machines to work. So this morning, you know, being a guerrilla, I get up early. I'm not like you people who kondeza. You know kondeza? Who kondeza? Abaganda banikigambo kye banange. To oversleep. Huh?
Amalowooza agali eno bagamba nti kuba kufuluuta.
That is snoring. To oversleep.
Bagambye kuba kuwoomereza. Nti okubulizaako.
Ngenda kumugamba Kabaka Mutebi Abaganda mazike ekyoli nyankole. Okondeza is a clear, so I don't condemn. So 6:30 I rang Todwong. Todwong was up there in Nwoya. I was checking about our agents, my agents. They must be here. My don't call them, leave them, they are on duty. I was checking, have my agents arrived? Said yes, some of them have arrived. This was like 6:30. Many of them have arrived, but we now have a problem of the machines. What is the problem? The software, this and that and that and that. Then I checked now with the Shiba, engineer Shiba. I hear stories about the machines. Then Shiba said the machines have no problem, but the people in some people in the Electoral Commission delayed to bring their biodata, what they call biodata, so that it is entered into the machine. So that machine can only be operated by somebody whom it has already been allocated. Is the only one who can open it. Otherwise, if YOWERI Museveni, very important man, president, general, if I come and try to open it, it will not accept me. It will say, sorry, sikumanyi. So somebody in the Electoral Commission delayed to send the picture. Whose pictures were sent? Who opened this machine here? He's there, but he's on duty. Don't divert him. So, what is his name? Akampa Sara. When was she recruited? Maybe our big woman here can brief us. The machine operator, give her Muzindaro. Come. Ugenda kumuzindaro.
She's coming.
They will bring it here.
Your Excellency, thank you for that question. The polling officials were recruited beginning on 22nd of December 2025. Throughout, we took them through the recruitment process until 2nd of January of this year, when we started the trainings. We trained them for 5 days consecutively. As of yesterday, Your Excellency, we were still training as a refresher to remind them in case they forgot, because we are dealing with a machine. We took them through yesterday countrywide, and they were ready to work.
Okay. So, but the machine to work had to be operated by the one who has already explained that one.
Yes, for the biometric voter verification kit to work, first of all, it is used by 2 officers, the operator and the presiding officer. For it to work, you must assign them before they can use it.
Assign them how?
You take their particulars, their national identity card, NIN, and their biodata. So we submitted at the district level to the Electoral Commission headquarters IT, and they assigned them to the machines.
They integrated them?
Yes, Your Excellency.
And that's why the machine is accepting them?
That's why they are able to use the machines.
Are you part of that, or you are a bigger woman?
I am a returning officer of the district.
So for you,
but I supervise them, sir.
So you are not among the openers?
I'm not among the operators, Your Excellency.
So what happened was that some people in the Electoral Commission did not send the particulars of the operators to the machines. So I checked, they are saying that some of them, even by this morning, had not sent their biodata by this morning. Some were sending by 9. Was this deliberate? We are going to check that. So when I started checking by 8, 9, people started ringing me. The machines are working in a few places, in other places they are not working. So the Electoral Commission proposed, and I had to support it, because people have gathered from morning, from 7, that we vote manually, because it was not correct for people to just go home. But the machine works. So there must be, we're going to find out why there was a delay by people to send the biodata to the machines. I know people who cheat, opposition. Last time they got 2.7 million votes by cheating. But this time we are also very, very alert. Although the machines have not worked well, we have got other measures which we are following up. So this is, since you are rumor mongers, this is not a rumor, these are true stories which I've told you.
What if I told you your daily walk could be your most creative work time? With WhisperFlow, it can be. I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using WhisperFlow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out.
But ChatGPT's native voice dictation can't handle my stream of consciousness rambling. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly. Here's what I'd type if I were at my desk. Here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT. And here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT using WhisperFlow. Rich, polished, perfectly structured prompts that unlock ChatGPT's true potential. The outputs that I get from these WhisperFlow walking sessions, night and day difference. It's like I went from chicken scratch notes to a client-ready draft.
The best part, I'm getting a ton of work done while also getting my 10,000 steps. Try it and I bet your best work will happen on your next walk. Get WhisperFlow free.
Free daily live market analysis, Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. East African time. Get clarity live every weekday. Too much noise? we focus on what matters now: FX, indices, gold. Watch the workflow, ask questions, and practice after. Register free, add to calendar, and join live.
We are still getting the updates for Savannah region, and for now we are waiting for the woman MP, Luwero, and that is the battle is between Honorable Nabukenya Brenda and who is Nook, who is still leading the fellows. Yeah, we are still waiting for the updates, and for now we are from the...
All right, Benson Mukwaya. Thank you so much for those updates. Of course, we'll be returning to Luwero later in the day tomorrow to know what updates came from there. Over to you, Arnold Mark.
Well, based on the conversation that you've been having with Benson Mukwaya and Luwero, it seems there's still more to be done, and we hope that as we uncover those results, hopefully maybe by tomorrow it should be done.
Yes.
Otherwise, right about now we're swinging you over to Luboa, the National Tally Center, where Jethro Kasaiji is with the Minister, Honorable Minister Balam Barugahara, to give us a few insights from his point of view in Luboa. Jethro.
Well, thank you so much, my colleague Wadulo Mark, for those who are watching UBC live. Thank you so much. We are still coming to you live from the National Tally Center here in Luboa, and I should tell you that we are still waiting for Justice Simon Byabakama, who is the EC chairperson. He will be coming back at around 10 p.m. To give us probably the last update for the day, and not forgetting that tomorrow will be the final day on when he will be making the final declaration on who will be the presidential winner. Who will it be? Will it be candidate YOWERI Kaguta Museveni? Will it be candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu? Will it be candidate Gregory Mugisha Muntu? Will it be Nathan Nandala Mafabi? Remember, there are still 8 candidates in the race, but so far from the different polling stations, news that we have covered so far, 35,483 polling stations, those so far that have actually sent in their results coming in, making it 69.95%, and when you do round off you get to around 70%. But I'll be having a discussion with the Honorable Minister for the Youth, that is Honorable Balam Barugahara. He will be giving us his projection, his overview. How has he seen this general election? Talking about democracy, is this the democracy that we talk about? Talking about internet, youths out there, we all have youths. If you're a parent, you have a son, a child, a daughter who is a youth, and part of the things they're asking about is the communication, the internet devices. A number of jobs have been affected. How will all these be compensated in one way or another? Honorable, you're live on UBC. Thank you for sparing time. Your general overview, projection of how far the election has been on your side, Honorable.
First of all, I need to thank the viewers who are tuned in to the national broadcaster.
I want to congratulate all Ugandans who took part in the election exercise countrywide. Personally, I went and voted in Masindi Chijura, because you cannot promote protection of gains when yourself you don't take part in the process. So I want to thank the Banyoro and all Ugandans who have demonstrated their love to the president. On average, in Bunyoro, in Masindi, His Excellency the President, he has 72% using the district declaration form. In Hoima City, it's close to 70. In Bulisa, 71. Chinyandongo, 72. Chikube, 82. Kagadi, and all the other districts of Greater Chivale. Generally, in Bunyoro, we have done well. All our members of parliament, flag bearers, went through, apart from Hoima City, where Honorable Asinas Nyakato of PFF and Honorable Ismail Kasule of Alliance for National Transformation have emerged victorious, and they were declared by the Independent Electoral Commission. In the first place, I need to thank Justice Simon Byabakama and the commissioners plus the staff at all levels for organizing the most transparent, peaceful and credible election that many observers, I'm sure, their statement will credit it one of the best elections organized in Africa. I want to thank our Independent Electoral Commission. Every 5 years, I see they are improving quite much. The transparency of this election is even shown at the Tally Center, the National Tally Center, where we are now, whereby you click in a polling station, the district, sub-county, polling station, it gives you the accurate figure, the same as what is on the declaration form. And each candidate was allowed to have polling agents who picked their forms. Many people, this is an election which has been honestly transparent, because many big dogs have been thrown out. As you could be aware, a couple of colleagues, ministers, have been let down. They have been by the voters. That is how credible this election is. Political parties also have casualties. Honorable UGANDA is no more. Honorable Segona is no more. Honorable Mpuga is close to no more. They have all lost. That is how strong this election Ugandans have demonstrated. And they cannot blame any RM that any RM cheated. They have not been won by any RM people, other than, actually, it's other parties. Honestly, like now look at Honorable UGANDA. He lost to Council Musisi from National Unity Platform. Another National Unity Platform is winning in Mutundwe Masaka. Another National Unity Platform person is leading. So that shows how credible the process has been.
Honorable.
In Jinja, which we call a big city in the east, any other flag bearer has lost to 3 new people, and we accepted. Even here in Kawempa and other places, they might win us. So what my appeal to Ugandans, especially to political parties and supporters, let us respect the outcome of the election. Then as regards to my projection as a mobilizer, we have done our work with our chairman, the president, the SEC members and Secretary General, plus the structures, all the structures. Our campaign was structure-based. Campaigns were conducted at all levels of the structure, right from the grassroots, from the family to the LC10 ward, to the sub-county, to the constituency. So this election has been one of the best well-organized elections. Now,
Honorable, before we go very far, what is your basis when you talk about transparency and how organized this election was? We did talk to some observers and agents from different political parties, and they are not actually accepting what has been part of the information that has been declared by the Electoral Commission.
You see, some observers observe on NTV, on UBC. They are not observing in the field. You cannot get someone who's observing by ear talk at a border stage, and you call that one an observer. Observer should be able to trail the vote where it is cast in the village, at the polling station in the village. How many of them have been able to reach Bulisa? How many of them have been able to reach Noya? How many of these observers have reached Obongi? How many of them have reached Koboko? Very few will confirm that they have gone there. So what I know is this election is one of the most transparent elections. That is why you find even in opposition parties winning other opposition parties. That is, I mean, that is credit where NRM had candidates. Because where they are winning us, we had candidates. Like in Jinja, we had the candidates where we lose members of parliament, where we are losing colleague ministers in constituencies. I mean, they are being won by either independents or other parties. Let people learn to respect outcomes of election. And I want to thank our president for his stamina. Actually, our president could have done even 600 rallies, but he was over-controlled by the Secretary General, who wanted him to do less rallies a day. But the president could have done 4 rallies in a day.
That was by choice?
No, not by choice. The president wants to reach everywhere. But also, it is nice that he didn't cover the whole country, reaching every constituency. That was very nice. He would have even scored 96.
But he was in every district, right?
Yeah, every district doesn't make every constituency. We have 4 constituencies in some districts. Like in Kampala, sorry, in Ruero, Bamunani, Kadia, a couple of constituencies. So our previous campaigns, we used to go to every constituency. Now this new method of campaigns, we are going to only one venue in a given district.
Honorable, you did talk about transparency and how credible so far the process has been. But
the process is credible and very transparent. That is why you see every party which participated in the election, they have observers here, tally center observers who are taking part in the tallying.
The polling agents.
They have been given a computer with a link where they can compare what they have and what is being declared. So far, none of them has challenged not even one polling station. So every result given to this computer or given at this center, it is verified, satisfied, and accurate. Even there is one of the polling stations where Museveni didn't get so many votes and Chagulanyi got votes. I've seen it is there.
Honorable, the fact that the internet was shut down, we do have a few people we've talked to outside there in the field, and they are already willing to challenge so far what has been said out by the Electoral Commission.
No, if they challenge, it is a constitutional right to challenge. You see, now that is a civilized way of doing things. If someone wants to challenge an election legally, he has a right to, because he or she will present what basis of our suit. So, I mean, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge, it's a constitutional right. It's by law. And they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them. Because the president is a very humble man who respects the law and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. Where the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
As to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into 2. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay.
Even if
internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. He's the winner of Arua Central. Arua, what we call Central Division, is the one who won. So people are loving the president. Now there are districts where you know where he is not to get so much support like Kitugum, Noya, those other districts. He's doing so well. He has done so well. Everyone has listened to the man's message, and they are rewarding him.
Honorable, very many youths have been using the internet. They have been surviving on the internet, feeding their families. But this is something that has been off for now about 2 days, going into the third day. Very many businesses have been affected.
I'm sure the technical team the technical team and security, they are working around the clock to see that that is resolved. That shouldn't be a problem. That internet shouldn't be a problem. They are working on it.
Honorable,
cares about young people.
You talked.
Is the president of young people.
You talked about people accepting results and as and when things results keep coming in. Are you ready to face that challenge just in case things don't go your way?
You see, now this is where sometimes journalists you go wrong. You can't say things don't go my way when in opinion polls our candidate was leading by 80%.
It is not yet done.
Yes, the other day when you had an interview with him on election day, he told you his projections about 80%. I've told you this several times personally, that the way I've gone to every district of Uganda, personally, in my capacity, I anticipate we can score between 68, 69 or 70. We can. Because we have other factors held constant. So me, I believe 70 or 69 or 68, we can do it. We can score that. So I want you to believe in the process. So I cannot say, will I accept the outcome? Yes, I will accept the outcome because I will be declared the winner. Our party will be declared the winner.
In your opinion, Honorable?
In opinion, we will be declared the winner because even at 70% of votes collected, declaration form collected by EC, our party is leading by 75%. Why don't I say 90%? So I believe the more they collect is the more other candidates are also earning. I've seen one of the candidates who had 5,000. Now this evening I've seen he has risen to 37,000. Then Honorable Chagulanyi had 1.2 million. By this evening is at 2.8 million. And our president, YOWERI Museveni, is close to 7 million. So I believe by the end of the process, when all polling stations are filled in, our candidate could score. Our projection was 13 million, but we have gone short of 13 million due to minimal or low voter turn-up.
What could be the cause, Honorable, in your own opinion, your view?
The reason for low turn-up, one is Ugandans are very busy with work. Ugandans are busy with...
It's a public holiday, Honorable. Public holiday from yesterday and today.
Public holiday does not stop a farmer, does not stop someone rearing his pigs from working. The Ugandans who value public holiday to make money. People are making chapati, others are making mandazi, others are on their farms. Women are busy with their poultry projects, others are feeding their pigs. People are quite busy. So that could be one of the reasons. You see, when a country is economically prospering, when a country is prospering, the economic activities are honored and respected. So that is what I think the turn-up could have been due to the business of Ugandans who no longer have time to make oye, oye, oh shout.
Honorable, you did move around Kampala. Are you convinced with what you saw on the different streets here within Kampala region?
Yeah, we had a public holiday yesterday and today. I hope you are aware. So when it's a public holiday, some people are resting in their homes, especially government workers are resting in their homes. Now, UBC staff, if you didn't have this broadcast, you will also be resting at home. So we expect less turn up, and then we are crossing into the weekend. So when we cross into the weekend, unless the Secretary General or the President announce a victory party, many Ugandans will celebrate in their homes. I have a friend who bought a goat and 2 crates of beer and a crate of soda only waiting to announce the president that Mzee has won.
Honorable.
People want to celebrate in their homes.
The D-Day is tomorrow. What should Ugandans expect after declaration on whoever will be the winner and thereafter?
I'm appealing to all Ugandans to celebrate in your homes, those who can celebrate. Those ones who can receive the results on Entebbe Road as we head to Kampala, well and better. But I'm appealing to everyone in their different districts to celebrate in a minimal way, because now people don't have so much money to celebrate all the time, and we don't want to block traffic that we are celebrating on streets, which will not be different from the other people. So we can have a minimal celebration of the technical team, of the working people here. Yeah, so the people who are at the Tare Center, engineering people. So we can have a few people celebrating, delivering the certificate to our candidate or to his office. So people should expect a minimal celebration around Kampala, a minimal celebration around Kampala. But I want to thank Ugandans who have won, congratulate those colleagues who have won, colleague ministers and members of parliament. And then also I need to thank my president for allowing us work and putting in an enabling environment that has made many Ugandans participate freely in the electoral process. I want to honor the president, and I want to thank Mama who protects and who provides food to our father, the president, for making our president healthy and able to do the sacrifice. Like the president told you, he doesn't need you, you need him, because you need his brain, you need his experience as a bus driver. We cannot give our country to amateurs, people who don't have manifestos to run. So many Ugandans heard the president's message, and that's why they are saying we cannot lose this old man with their heart. We can't lose him. Let him continue ruling us. Let him continue taking Uganda to the next level. So
Thank you.
On behalf of my colleagues who are here, the Secretary General, my senior brother Byarwanga, Moses, and everyone, please let's wait for the Electoral Commission at all levels, not even in the constituency levels. Let's wait. The law allows 48 hours to declare results. So let us believe in the Electoral Commission. The results will be released. We have only 30% left to trail in. Maybe by the last brief today, we will be at 80%. Hopefully, we shall have our results and certificate tomorrow. I congratulate all the winners, and I sympathize with colleagues who didn't make it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for the Youth.
I want to appeal to my brother Bobi Wine to rethink of his future by not wasting time in politics. Maybe he can take a lower level, like being a member of parliament, or else the president can deploy him to work in one of the departments. Because I worked with him, if I can run the youth docket well, I believe Bobi Wine can be a good ghetto president under the president's office. Okay. And he can do some good
Thank
work.
you so much.
That's my appeal to Bobi Wine.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Dr. Balam Barugahara. Ladies and gentlemen, before I come back to the broadcast house, the Archbishop, the Most Reverend Kazima Mugaru did say that a vote is casted and it settles disputes. This is something that Ugandans across the country have exercised today and yesterday. So we wait to see what the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, will be telling us at around 10 p.m. Will this be the final bullet for the entire thing, or tomorrow? If what is going to tell us is lacking, what should Ugandans expect? But the D-Day is tomorrow. Mark, back to you at the broadcast house.
Thank you so much.
Tell me. What do you think?
Thank you so much, Jethro, for that update with the minister. Of course, interesting opinions coming from Minister Balam. But what do you make of Jethro's conversation with the minister?
Well, I must say that first and foremost, the Honorable Minister Balam Barugahara is a man of many methods, and he's a man that will always have his methods work. And I think that this particular election is a big win for him, considering that he has gone in and out to mobilize the youth to support the incumbent President YOWERI Museveni. And yes, he's a man of his word. When he says, most of the time he's either sure of what he's saying, or he will try to impose it on you to So I think he's, he holds some opinions, very strong opinions, I must say, that we could also discuss. So of course he mentioned a number of things. He mentioned the campaigning strategy of the President YOWERI Museveni, saying that this time the strategy changed. The strategy was, before we used to go into each constituency or the district, but this time we made the President, visit each district at one venue.
Yeah.
And I think for a president of his nature, being that he has party structures, to the grassroots, like the minister mentioned, of course not taking anything for granted, I think the strategy was still effective, and coupled with the letter or the strategy to try and get all the grassroots structures activated. I think he sent that letter in just 2 days before the election, okay? I also want to hint on the issue of the internet. Of course, Jethro asked, there's so many people have been affected by the internet blackout. Of course, we have businesses like SafeBorder, Jumia, that are running 100%
delivery business
on the internet, okay? And Honorable Barlam's response is that he thought at first the UCC was, but he brought us fresh information. I don't know whether this is confirmed. I need to really do some research. But of course, the Honorable Barlam says that there was a ship that, intersected with several internet cables in the Indian Ocean, causing an internet blackout in Uganda, but not Kenya, not Tanzania.
So sheep do fly or
ships,
swim.
I don't know. But I really want to believe that this is information that is not yet confirmed, so please do not take it as it is. But also, I must talk about the voter turnout. Of course, we're looking at 69.9% so far as per the Electoral Commission. We are seeing that about 7,744,000 voters have so far voted, and this represents 69.9% of the votes that have been put in. Contrasting this with the 2021 general election. The 2021 general election, by full-time results, by the time all the results were put in, they were at 10 million, okay? But we are left with 1 or 2 more sessions with the Electoral Commission, and we're already at 7 million. So 7.7 actually. So that leaves us roughly with about 2.7 votes, 2.3 actually, 2.3 million votes to catch up with the full voter turnout in the 2021 election. So, of course, I must say that at this point, the voter turnout is still low, because if we are registering so far 37% of the registered votes being the ones that we are holding at this point in time. So it's very possible that we might register a very low voter turnout.
This election.
So, well, that also pushes and points to several other aspects. Of course, questions of why was there a low voter turnout will rise, and the Electoral Commission will need to explain itself on this. Questions of how come, of course, last time we were experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic, it wasn't necessarily a public holiday, but we were facing a global crisis. But of course, to this season, we're in a good year. The economy is back to 6% in the pre-pandemic, post-pre-pandemic times. So I think that, yes, he mentions the point of people are busy working. A farmer can't take leave. We have to feed. So I think we will eventually have to wait for the results. Yeah. So right about now, we have to talk to the Secretary General at Lubowa, and I can see my colleague Timothy Nyangweso is live and waiting to update us. Timothy, take it away.
Welcome back to the National Tally Center here in Lubowa, where the Electoral Commission is doing the tallying of both the presidential and the parliamentary elections that are happening and ongoing. We have had about 4 sessions with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission giving us exactly what's happening there. But right now I've been joined for an exclusive with the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, we are excited. Good evening and congratulations to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency YOWERI MUSEVENI. Congratulations to NRM Party and congratulations to Ugandans.
Your overview of both your campaigns but also how you've got here, is this the result you expected?
Definitely we expected this even before we got nominated, because we knew elections do come after every 5 years. So as an organization, you have to prepare that within this period, we shall be having election. And so you plan yourself through. And I'm sure you have seen that because we planned this earlier on, it was easier for us to manage the campaigns and to manage the process up to where we have reached. We started this by confirming and updating our members' register, because that was a very key thing to us. We needed to know who our members are, where they are they voters or they are not. When we did all that and we validated our records, we were now ready for the campaigns. And again, the next thing was our presidential candidate was demanded for by party members. That means the party itself had total confidence in the candidate, and they asked him to offer himself to run. Now the third one is the party organized itself in a way that the structures were involved in the campaigns. Every leader of the party got involved in this campaign. And so it became smooth for us to run through. And it was just a roller coaster, one after another. We're moving on so well with the campaigns, and up to where we are, we're just waiting for the declaration of our results.
Right, Honorable Tudong, when you look at this election, anything that is there for you to take home as a National Resistance Movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them, and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful with those few incidents that happened. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas because as you see the results that have been coming, we won everywhere in this country with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people who might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda, because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country, is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no another leader or a party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President YOWERI MUSEVENI. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements. Roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why I speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive to the extent that they were even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todong, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what you take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agencies, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results, so we'll be leaving it to that. For now, we hand you over to the broadcast house.
Thank you so much, Timothy Nyangweso, for that update, and we hope to hear from you later in the day tomorrow, hopefully. Now, in more news, coming in from Bukedea, Becham David Okweda beats the incumbent Ikojo John Bosco with 68,103 votes in Bukedea County. Ikojo, who only managed to secure 10,458 votes, has served as a member of parliament for the last 10 years. Bukedea County had a total of 82,493 registered voters, where 81,421 were able to vote, while the rest of the votes, totaling 1,722, were rendered invalid and damaged. Here are the updates of the jubilation and an announcement of the results in Bukedea district.
In accordance with 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Act, declare that the total number of votes cast for all candidates is as follows. Okulu of Independent, 2,100. Ikojo John Bosco of Independent, 10,458 votes. Odege John Michael, independent, 402 votes. Okweli Benjamin of NRM, 103 votes. Independent, 308 votes. The total number of votes cast for all candidates are 81,400. Total number of rejected votes 1,072 votes. Total number counted 82,493 votes. At the time of UGANDA district, with section 77, subsection 1 of the Act, Cap 177, declare David Bishop, who has obtained the largest number of votes to be the elected candidate of Kenya County, Kenya District, Member of Parliament. Assembly members, 74, 3,001, Maurizi Joseph votes. Mulisa Mutoya, 51 votes. Mamba Senunga, 86 votes. Nana Mafaru Nathan, 1,028 votes. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, 109,900 votes. Total number of votes cast for all candidates 14,862 votes.
Mukedia is purely NRM dominated. So the competition was between an NRM. There were those who were independent, but they're also part of NRM. So that's why I was actually the point saying that the competition was between NRM, though for them they stood as independent. Me, I was holding the flag. And I had to defend the flag which was handed to me, one, by people during the NRM primaries. And then secondly, I also had to defend the president who handed me the flag on the 5th of November. I had dropped the flag, or if I had failed, it means I would have disappointed the people, primaries, and I would have disappointed the president in person, also handed me the flag. That's why the team who came to support me in the campaign, the importance and the love of the party, that actually saw me achieve what I have today. I think because of campaigns, like I said earlier before, it's not because it's the issue about transforming ideology and also giving them the message party has been giving them before. I had to follow and I also had to follow my own manifesto. And those things are actually beyond all my other competitors, where no other person spoke about what manifesto they had. Instead, they resorted into of character assassination, which is not the principle of as a party. NRM as a party is a uniting force, development. They believe in so many other things, and unity, the things which the party is actually standing in. So that to achieve what I have gained, mode of transforming with the services, not just with the excitement.
Yes. Yes, as you've heard, the vibe which is behind me here hyped, but I want to tell you that Honorable Becha Mokware won with 1,000 votes, which is a big margin. So I wonder, Mama, how does it feel to have your candidate win? No, the Okos candidate MP Bukedia County Yalama Nyesi Ibala Sobe Bukedia Keda NRM Egogodi Langi Jimmy NRM Unwa Anejai Ebicham Okwere David Angeda Botinui Pu Otomo Bukedia District Nyesi Kuju. So basically Hajarat NRM is very sweet and they feel like carrying Honorable Okware. So I'm one of the campaign managers. Yes, how does it feel to have a win? My dear, I can speak. I am overwhelmed with happiness. We have worked this and we shall continue working with him. We are very excited as and we are happy. We want to thank Right Honorable Speaker and Papa for really giving our candidate a flag. And therefore, we are going and we shall continue guiding our candidate to make sure he fulfills the manifesto. Thank you very much. And your name, and this is one of the elders we have. Tell us, how does it feel to live in a time where politics is changing?
Laboratory Margaret are my names, and I have been in this from 1997 up to today. I feel very excited and happy. I have been foundation for Bishop, Vice Chairperson, Motors, and now I'm very happy that is there. And I predicted comment direct. So let me hear the mood. How does it feel? Yes, as you've heard, these are the people who are behind Okware, and I'm here right in Bukedia district, and this is a honorable for Bukedia. Thank you so much for watching UBC. We shall be bringing you more updates. My name is Jamila Olia District.
And of course, congratulations to the Honorable Okware, and of course, thank you, Jamila, for giving us those updates from Bukedia. Bukedia is also the home district of the Honorable Annette Antamong, the Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Well, now we're going to be switching you off to Adjumani, Moyo, and Obongi updates with our reporter on standby, Amanyala Allen. He's reporting and he's going to be giving us what's fresh from these three locations. Alan, how are you, and what's it looking like in Adjumani?
Yes, good evening, Wadul, Mark Arnold, and good evening to all our viewers. We are coming to you live from Adjumani, and of course it has been a very hectic day here in Adjumani. Since last evening, we've been doing tallying center. We've been at the tallying center, and of course, the whole day we have been at the tallying center right here in Adjumani. Now, Adjumani election is interesting. What will mark and our viewers, of course, Adjumani has two constituencies. Adjumani has the Adjumani East constituency. And of course, in Adjumani East constituency, we have Honorable Mamawi James and Honorable Dulumak Enzo.
and Honorable Echima Pascal. But of course, from the information that we got from the final tallying, Honorable Mamawi James, who is incumbent, by the way, and of course he stood as an independent, and of course battling it together with the NRM flag bearer, that is Honorable Dulumak, who actually carried the flag of that is for the National Resistance Movement, but unfortunately he lost because Honorable Mamawi felt that he was cheated during NRM primary. So this time around, he managed to claim the victory. He scored 18,149 votes, and then Dulumak managed to get 14,000, that is 682, and then Etima managed to get that is 317. But of course, also for women member of parliament, we have that is Honorable Deska Ababiku, who is the woman member of parliament. She is the incumbent and she is the one carrying the flag of National Resistance Movement, but of course she also managed to win the vote, and of course by that is the 35,773 votes, and of course her closest contest was Raleo Rose, who also managed to get 22,111 votes. Of course, there are three in the race. There is a lady by the name called Vusia Lina Pangi. She managed to get 877. Now, another interesting one, that is the side of the West, that is the Juban West constituency. We have 4 people who have been battling, including that is Honorable General Moses Ali, and together with Honorable Tadrupase. But of course, General Moses Ali is an incumbent member of parliament for Ajuban West constituency, and he is the one who carried the flag of National Resistance Movement. And of course, he won the election by, he scored 12,844 45 votes, and of course his closest contest is Honorable Tadrupasi Patrick, who is a flag bearer for Forum for Democratic Change, who actually scored around 11,770, and then Dragagas came third by he scored around 522, and then Ijo Stephen, who is carrying the flag of Noop, managed to score 294. So that is the result. That is here in Ajumani. So Honorable General Moses Ali has retained his seat, and of course after the release of the result, we did speak to Honorable Tadrupasi, who is the flag bearer for Forum for Democratic Change. He said yes, he has accepted, but he cautioned that the people of Ajumani made a great mistake. Of course, we know Honorable Moses Ali right now, because of the condition, Tadrupasi is saying that they are going to really see that, of course, Uganda, especially the people in the Juman West Constitution, should prepare. Now, moving to Obongi. Obongi is also another interesting rally in this particular election period. We've seen Honorable Caps Fungaro, FDC strongman, has managed to come back after winning that election from the other side. He got 8,503. That is defeating the NRM flag bearer, Dr. George Gidi Boka, who managed to get 7,607. And for the woman member of parliament, Maneno Zumra, who carried the flag of National Resistance Movement, was also voted out by Joyo Harriet, who managed to get, that is 9,403. Then Maneno got 6,790 90 votes. That is for Obongi. So on Obongi, NRM has officially been voted out. Honorable Fungaro is carrying the flag of that is Forum for Democratic Change, and then also this lady Harriet. She stood as independent after she has been defeated by Maneno Zumura in NRM primaries. That aside, let's move briefly to Moyo district. In the Moyo district, the race is also interesting. We have seen that Honorable Tom Aza Aleru has maintained his seat. He is the incumbent and is the one who carried the flag of National Resistance Movement, and he managed to get 17,170 votes. And then his closest contestant, that is Dr. Lagu Charles. Of course, he managed to get 11,080 votes, and then followed by Anyama Gilbert, who managed to get 931 votes. And then the last one is Wio Temaya Lilian, who also competed for that particular race, and of course he got 551 votes. Now, that aside, of course, let's go to woman member of parliament. Of course, you must be aware how honorable, that is Dr. Moriko Joyce Kaduchu, who is in campaign, but of course she has been voted out during NRM primary, and again also she decided to go to stand as an independent, and of course in this general election she has also been voted. And of course Chandia Benedit is the one who actually managed to go through, and of course she is the flag bearer for National Resistance Movement, and of course she got 15,398 votes. And then the Honorable Minister, that is Moriko Joyce Kaduchu, managed to get 14,488. So, Wadulmak, that is what is happening here in Madisab region, and of course, Jumane has got its result released at around 8:20 this evening, and of course, we have been struggling to see that we actually, also join the rest of the country to submit in our report concerning this particular race.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Amanyala, Alan from Adjumani, for those updates in Adjumani, Moyo, and Obongi. Thank you so much. We really do think that. So, what's left now? What's left to be? What next in all these three districts?
Well, Madisab region is a unique region because of Madisab region people have always been voting NRM. When you check at the history of National Resistance Movement throughout, for example, let me give you the statistics of Germany. In the previous election, of course, people of Germany decided to score. They voted for His Excellency Museveni. That is in terms of percentage, 75.6. But this time around, it has increased. It has increased to 81.6, and of course the same to Moyo, the same areas. But I think also the Ugandans, especially this part of Madisab region, have understood the gospel that the NRM is preaching, and that's why they are giving them
that particular thing. But particularly for the people of Juman East constituency, they feel they need to pay a respect to Honorable General Moses Ali for the contribution that he has rendered to help the people in this particular region.
All right. Thank you so much, Amanyala Allen. That gives us a very good picture of what's happening in those 3 districts. We really do look forward for more updates from you. We really hope that you are on standby when we need you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening and good night as well.
All right. Good night. You're still watching the UG Polls 2026 here live on UBC TV and Star TV, Rail, and I cannot say much. I think that also Magic, I'm informed that we're also streaming live on Magic. I'm also informing you that any minute from now we shall be transferring you to the National Tally Center for the 4th session of the day, where the other set of results shall be coming in. But right now, before we get there, let's refresh your minds on where we are right now. Maureen, 69.9%.
Those reports, I'd like to just jog the memory of our viewer concerning the National Polling Station summary, which constitutes 69.9%, which is also 35,491 polling stations returned out of 50,739 polling stations as per 6 p.m. 16th January 2026 results declared by the Electoral Commission. Now, the current voters' turnout is at 8,216,341 cast ballots, also 37.9%. And our candidate leading the race now is incumbent YOWERI MUSEVENI of the National Resistance Movement with 6,003,657 votes, also 74.92%. Coming in second place is Robert Sentamucha Gulanyi of the NUP with 1,709,474 votes, also 21.33%. Nandala Nathan Mafabi also coming in with 157,111 votes, also 1.96%. Mugisha Muntu of the ANT with 44,367 votes, also 0.55%. Mubarak Munyagwa of the CMP Common Man's Party coming in with 22,232 votes, also 0.28%. Robert Kasibante of the NPP coming in with 24,564 votes, also 0.31%. Joseph Mabirizi of the Common Man's Party coming in with 16,813 votes, also 0.21%. And lastly, Frank Bulida of the RPP Party coming in with 35,315 votes, also 0.44%. As we see the pie chart here, with the NRM taking the lion's share, followed by the NUP with 21.33%. Now, we'd like to bid you good night.
Yeah.
And thank you for being with us. We are so privileged to serve our country as it writes its history. My name is Maureen Babidia with my colleague.
Well, before we go, Maureen, I want to know something. By the 15th of January 2026, how old were you?
15th January 2026?
Yeah.
This year?
Yeah, this year.
Do you want me to say my age on the air?
Yes, I want to know how old you are. How old?
Crazy.
Okay, were you above the 18 years?
Crazy business.
Okay. So did you vote? Let me make it simple. Did you vote?
No, I was actually working.
You were working?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Interesting. My name is Wadulo Arnold Mark, ladies and gentlemen, and she's Maureen Babidie from the team. Allow us say good night, and this has been the UG Polls 2026.
You're welcome, Lord Chairperson of the Commission and the Commission, please, you may have your seats. Everybody, please have your seats. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of delegations that are here, the representatives and agents of presidential candidates, representatives of political parties, heads of missions that are observing these elections, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Lord Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, you're welcome, and I would like to take this opportunity to hand over to you to address the nation, which is waiting for the message of the Commission this evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good evening, our distinguished guests who are here, and the fellow Ugandans who are watching us on the various TV channels. We are here once again to update you on the current status regarding the provisional results of the presidential elections that took place yesterday. Now, this session is the 5th we are making since yesterday in releasing the provisional results. Registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far are 41,177, constituting 81.15% of the total polling stations. The performance per candidate so far is as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 39,488 votes, representing 0.42 of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasivante Robert, 28,080, representing 0.30 of valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 2,105,921, representing 22.66% of the valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 18,847, representing 0.20% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntoyera, 49,259 votes, representing 0.53% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 25,480 votes, representing 0.27% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan, 175,331, representing 1.89% of the valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 6,851,406, representing 73.72% of the valid votes cast. Total number of valid votes for all candidates, 9,293,812. Invalid votes, 230,897, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. Total votes altogether, 9,524,709, which is 44.00% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 32,760. So that is the position as of now. The next release or update will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. However, we are going again to screen the details of the summary of what I have been reading to you on our screen, so that the members can internalize where we are deriving these summaries or these figures from.
29 hours after the polls closed, the picture is starting to take shape, but the final verdict is pending. Now, preliminary results are showing President Museveni at the top and taking lead at about 74%, while the Electoral Commission is waiting to announce or declare
of course. Awo wenyini katukwongereyo n'abagenzi mu maaso n'okulangirirwa mu bifo ebyenjawulo ku bukiise mu Parliament ku kifo eky'omubaka omukazi akiiko obutereevu ate n'ekyomubaka akiikira ddala obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu. Tweyongeddeyo mu municipality eya Apak okutegeeza maaso
Commission to receive the commission that comprises the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the deputy chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the commissioners, the acting secretary, to this venue of the National Tally Center for the 2026 presidential elections. Lord Chairperson and commissioners, you're welcome. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, you're welcome. You may take your seat, please. Please. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the deputy chairperson, commissioners, acting secretary, the agents of presidential candidates in this presidential election, in this general election, representatives of political parties, heads of missions that are observing these general elections, local and international, representatives of civil society organizations, the heads of clergy that are in the room, members of the press, staff of the Electoral Commission, and all Ugandans that are following these developments here at the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. You are all welcome to this evening session at which the Commission is going to inform you about the developments so far in the presidential elections. And without much ado, I will hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mogen Simon, to convene us and lead us in this session this evening. Lord Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Our distinguished guests, I think in our midst wish to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. You are welcome. And the other dignitaries who are here present. Once again, I wish to welcome you to this session, the third session of the day, when we let the people of Uganda know further preliminary results of the presidential elections that we have received at this study center so far. The total number of registered voters, 21,649,67. That is 067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far, 35,491, which represents 69.95% of the total number of polling stations. At this hour, the performance of the presidential candidates is as follows. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 35,315 votes, representing 0.44% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasvante Robert, 24,564, representing 0.31% of valid votes cast for candidates. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 1,709,474, representing 21.33% of valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 16,813 votes, representing 0.21% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 44,367, representing 0.55% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 22,232 votes, representing 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 157,111 votes, presenting 1.96% of the valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 6,003,657, representing 74.92% valid votes cast. Valid votes in total are 8,013,533. 8,013,533. That is the total number of valid votes for all the candidates. Invalid votes, 202,808, which is equivalent to 2.47% of the total votes cast. Total votes altogether, 8,216,341. representing 37.95% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 27,740. That is the position that we have as of this hour and minute. And the next briefing will be at 10 o'clock. The next briefing or update of the results will be at 10 o'clock. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Lord Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, members of the Commission, the Secretary of the Commission, all invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen as you see, and as earlier indicated, that's a breakdown of the particulars that have been presented. Evening tea is served. Make sure you pass by the service tents that are upstairs there, on the upper side, outside this main tent, and take some tea. Supper will also be served before convening here at 10 p.m. Both have been prepared for you. Those of you in the room here, the ones that are watching on various platforms on TV, please find some tea and supper, and then we'll see you again here at the EC grounds in Roa at 10 p.m. Here where we are, for those who are watching for the first time, we are at the Electoral Commission grounds in Rubowa, in Rweza, in Makinde Sabagabo, and on these premises is where the headquarters, the first permanent headquarters of the Electoral Commission are going to be constructed. So in many ways we are part of making that history with this place serving as the national tally center for the presidential elections of 2026. You're welcome. For now, please feel at home at this home of yours of the Electoral Commission, your Electoral Commission. Have some tea, have some conversation, and we'll see you again at 10 p.m. My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I am the head of public relations and spokesperson of the Electoral Commission. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Justice Simon Byabakama, together with his commission, has just concluded giving us an update, but of course informing us that he will be coming back later at about 10 p.m. to give us probably the last update of the day. But as of the way things look right now, out of the 50,000 polling stations so far, we have covered about 35,000, that is 483, that is about 69.95% according to the different polling stations that we have covered so far. That means we have about 40% of the different polling stations that we have covered so far from this particular time. But results coming in from the different candidates, that is the presidential, according to how information is coming in, Bulira Frank has actually not made any adjustment when it comes to percentage. Has about 0.44%. That is coming in with 35,315. When you do add some mathematics, he has done some addition there in Kasibante Robert. He has moved an inch from 0.30% to about 0.31%. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu right now has about 1,709,474. That is making it 21.33% from 20.71%. Mabirizi Joseph coming in there, sticking from to 0.21%. Actually, from the time Justice Simon Byabakama started announcing these results, Mabirizi Joseph has been on that percentage, 0.21, coming in there with 16,813. Gregory Mugisha Muntu coming in there with 44,367. That is 0.55%. Monyagwa coming in with 0.28%. After adding in, that is about 22,232. Nathan Nadala Mafabi coming in there with 1.96%. That is 157,111 coming in there. And YOWERI Kaguta Museveni right now having that percentage over 74.92. Now it looks like it is over, but it is not over yet, because now it is now clear that the tussle is between Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu and candidate YOWERI Kaguta Museveni. I want to see if I can get some opportunity to talk to some of these people who are there, so it is very important we shall be having that opportunity. However, Ugandans didn't have a choice, or still have a choice, because it was done. It is done, and what we wait for is tomorrow to see how best can we get to that, because the tussle being between YOWERI Kaguta Museveni and Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, this is the second time they are meeting on the ballot. Who will take it away? President Museveni, candidate Museveni rather, has always been saying that he has to win this with beyond 80%. How can we get to this? That is something we shall be justifying that come tomorrow from Justice Simon Byabakama. But the other candidates also still have hopes to see how best they can get there. So the question is, will Ugandans send back the same candidate to lead the nation? That is making it the 5th decade. That is, if candidate Museveni goes through, that will be his 7th term. come from the time he came into this position, that is in 1986. So those are some of the things that Ugandans have to put in place. Those are some of the things that people must think about. We have very many observers here. We do have very many important guests. I have seen the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, that is Right Honorable Anita Among. So it is very important. Just as my camera person can show you, I want to see if I can talk to some of these people. It is very important. If the speaker is in place, what needs to be done? We shall be getting at least a word, one or two, so that she shares her opinion right live on UBC. Yes, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament is still going through some of the issues. The map is displayed by the Electoral Commission, so she has to look at how things have been unfolding. But when we do get an opportunity, we shall have to understand what does she think. I do understand she does have an overview of the entire picture. Polling has been going on, but what do Ugandans have to understand from the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament? Looking at how the polls have been coming through, you will realize that Ugandans have tried so much to ensure that they abide by what has been put in place by the Electoral Commission, by the way, but also putting in mind that the police has also did put up a number of measures, and these are things that Ugandans now need to abide to. We did have the first national vice chairperson of National Resistance Movement, that is Haj Moses Chigongo. He did appear here. He did observe what happened. He did observe actually the second reading of Justice Simon Biabakama. And right now we do have the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Anita Among, and also the lawyer of the National Resistance Movement, that is Edwin Karujire. And those who have been following the different nominations, those who have been seeing what has been taking place, he is one of the agents of the National Resistance Movement. So we shall be understanding from some of these people, that is, if we do get an opportunity, but also putting in mind that part of the observers that we do have coming in from the different parts of the country, we do have those from European Union, but they were given guidelines, because I do understand tomorrow there will be a presser that is at about 10 a.m. To address the nation on what has been observed. 2 days down the road, this is a democratic journey that very many Ugandans have been waiting for. So the question is, how best can this be achieved? If the process has been free and fair, how did we get to that? We do have different opinions from some of these leaders. So it is very important, if we do get the people who are behind the entire process. Justice Simon Biabakama has always been hinting on a number of issues, how they did follow the law, and how to ensure that Ugandans actually abide by what is put in place. This is something Ugandans have been waiting for, but the most important thing is tomorrow. If Justice Simon Biabakama says that tomorrow by about 4 p.m. we shall be in position to understand that what will be the final declaration. Now, how will it be? All right. Now, as we do wait for the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, that is, if we do get a chance to speak to him, we also do have other dignitaries around. I will be giving a chance to Michael Jordan Lokomwa to give us a debrief for our Luganda audience, to also get a feel of how things are unfolding as of now. Jordan.
Yes, Jethro, thank you so much. We are still coming to you live from the National Tally Centre. Much as yes, every kind of duty has challenges. It could be people, it could be individuals. Yes, it could be people that stand in the way of others as they execute their duties, but of course we have to give you whatever is happening here. There are so many dignitaries that are in this place to ensure that in different capacities, observers from region, international observers of the political parties. Political parties have sent their leaders here. You have seen the NUP leader, you have seen the NPP, the NRM has theirs here, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Chiwanda of the National Consultative Council, and we shall have a chance to talk to all of them because we are the national broadcaster. It is not a mistake to talk to any of them because we know our duty at the end of the day. Now mu Luganda okuwaako gwali ku Star TV okuwaako maybe ku byakafulumizibwa omulundi ogwokusatu chairman Justice Simon Byabakama atuwadde bifulumiziddwa ebirala nga bino bivudde mu polling stations emitwalo 3.5 mu 409 nga wetwogerera bibitundu 7 ku mitwalo 5 eza polling stations zetulina mu Uganda. Frank Bulira aina emitwalo 3.5 mu 315 nga bibitundu obutundu 44 ku buli 100. Kasibante aina emitwalo 2.4 mu 564 bwe butundu oba 0.31%. Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu owa NUP aina akakadde kamu n'emitwalo 7 mu 9 mu 474 nga eyo 21 butundu 21 mu kamu n'obutundu 33 ku buli 100. Mabirizi Joseph Elton aina emitwalo 1,600 mu 8 mu 13 nga bwe butundu 21 ku buli 100. Then Jeno Muntu aina emitwalo 4,400 mu 367 nga bwe butundu 55 ku buli 100. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga alina emitwalo 2,200 mu 232 bwe bulubwalina bwe butundu 28 ku buli 100. Then Nandala Mafabi wa FDC alina emitwalo 15,700 mu 10,11 obululu yakafuna bwe butundu 0.96%. ate Yoweri Museveni wa NRM alina milioni 6 n'obululu 6,000,000 mu 3,657 bibitundu 74 n'obutundu 92. So wetwajidde wali amabega wabaddewo embeera ey'okugamba nti okwebuuza bituuka bitya wano bisembera bitya wano webiri ababireeta bituuka bitya Electoral Commission efuna etya byefunye. Twayogedde ne Justice Byabakama ku makya natugamba ngenda kulagira abantu bange bateke ku screens nga bwolaba emabega wali balage bituuka bitya okuva ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli. Bituuka bitya ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli. Yes. Honorable Chiwanda, kiki ky'oyinza okuwa omuntu wewamwe Kasanda kifaananyi kikyolaba?
Wemtiana? No, first of all, ekintu ki okusinziira ku bingeri results ezijja wano twabadde twemulugunyiza ku makya kubanga okuva jjo obwera tuweebwa percentages. Era ntukyogerako nga twagala tulagibwe percentages zino engeri gyezibadde zitambula mu districts kuba n'abantu bagala okulaba district zaabwe balonze batya yabalonze batya. So tuli basanyufu nti Electoral Commission okuva yatandise okutulaga etulaga percentage district ku district nene bweyagala ogendera paka ku polling station. Buli kibiina ekiri wano ekyasimbyewo candidate kirina omukisa okuba nti kiteekawo kirabira ddala kutuukira ddala paka ku kyalo kuba buli kimulina ekiwano waliwo ebibiina 8 ebyasimbawo bwa president kati osobola okugjayo results zo paka ku kyalo paka ku polling station ezavuddeyo. Naye ekisinga obukulu mu byonna mpulidde nti abantu abadde bakyemulugunya eyo balangidde n'ensaba bannayuganda tukuume emirembe. Teri muntu yawangudde kalulu kuba member parliament atagenda kulangirirwa. Buli muntu ajja kulangirirwa naye tukuume ensi yaffe nga ya mirembe tetonca ensi yaffe tubeere nga tusobola okubeera because tulina nsi ndala.
Ngowa National Consultative Council oyogeddeko ne banna abalala bwe muli mu bibiina ababadde naddala ababadde beebuuza feedback kijjofunye?
No, bwenjogeddeko n'ebibiina 8 ebyateekawo ba candidates of course ng'ogyeko ekya NRM ate kyenvaamu bakandidate abalala bagenze bamanya kubanga nabo bonnyini bafunye results okuva mu byalo. By now ba candidates bago kuba president abasinga DR forms bamaze zifuna ba agent babe bogedde nabo ne bababulira era ndowooza nti kino kyakoze bulungi okugenda empola mpola yegene empola mpola kuba mwala okulangirira abantu ne baddamu ne bakuba amasimu n'amanya eyo nakoze ntya ayine kyala kati kituyambe ne okuba nti results kati zigenze ku screen ku pieces zaabwe buli muntu kati bwaba ayina kyayagala okuwakanya akirako naga nti kino si kyabadde wano so the process has been okay.
Entambula y'obululu nga buli omu bwafuna obaddeko mu kalulu ogiraba otya?
Entambula y'obululu ku level y'aba president ekisooka nti President Museveni it has been a landslide. Tebana electoral commission tenalengirira bisembayo ne bolaba difference wakati wa milioni 6 ne milioni 1 n'okusoba oba olabedanga difference nene nnyo naye era kivudde ku difference nga bujira ku districts kubanga obadde olaba district esinga President Museveni ali mu bitundu 8 ali mu 9 mu 7 I think Bukedia is in 96 point something, a district like Ruhura is 99. So all these ones is an indicator because kino kyonna nakyo kiva mu ngeri gundi gye abantu engeri gye balonze. This is a reflection of what has been done on the districts and the polling stations.
Okay, bitambula bitye goyinza okutuwa update kati.
Tutambula bulungi ba MP okusooka nze nga chairman wa National Consultative Forum naye ate ng'ogyeko ekyo ate ne mbadde coordinator nze mbadde team leader owa Greater Mubende ina ba flag bearers 20 aba NRM but by now ba flag bearers 16 abadde aba NRM bawangudde mu Greater Mubende mulimu district nga Kasanda, Mitiana, Mubende, Chankwanzi ne Kiboga. Mulimu constitute ba member of parliament 20 but out of 20 NRM already ifunye kwa member of parliament 16. So that's a great improvement. Of course electoral commission yeyina obuyinza obusembayo okulangirira abawangudde ne constituency yange gyembamu eya Mitiana North Mwami Kibedi yawangudde Honorable Nabakoba yawangudde nga member of parliament omukyala. Yes, these are confirmed. Honorable Makumbi wa Mitiana South yawangudde Mitiana mu district ya Kiboga ba member of parliament bonna basatu Mwanyinaze Desire Mohoza, Lule Elik, Dr. Kefa, then bogenda mu Chankwanzi tubadde ne member flag bearer waffe Entwetwe Dr. Chikabi, tubadde ne flag bearer waffe Butemba Patrick Bingi ne member parliament omukyala Anna Maria Nankabirwa bonna basatu. Yes, ate nova bwe tugende Kasanda Dr. Bukenya that is Bukuya abaddemu Dr. Bukenya abaddewo then katateneka ne constituency nda Kasanda South ebadde ya Nupu Mwami Kabuye gyabaddemu nayo tugiwangudde Haji Bisasa wangudde member parliament omukyala ebaddemu Honorable Kabuye then ndabaddemu Nabagabe member parliament omukyala wa Kasanda member parliament Rebecca naye awangudde. So olabanga constituency esinga ezibadde za national inter platform naddala mu Buganda tuzijjeeyo tusobodde okununula constituency nyingi olwalaba already Wakiso tutunudde constituency 3 Busiro South tugitutte, Busiro North tugitutte, then tuyina Busiro South kati member for parliament wa NRM ya wangudde. Busiro North wabadde wali Sematimba kati wabadde yes wabadde Mwami Kenya, then Busiro wabadde Mwami Nsubuga Busiro North Mayanja yajiwangudde Busiro North, then era tuna constituency 3 so far mu Wakiso. Kampala naye mugiwulira etambula eboiringa etambula and we have and buli constituency gy'olya mu Buganda tunonyeyo nnone tuyinza okubanga ku mulundi guno tujja kusukka abaka parliament ababa mu Buganda abadde 3 abadde 3 tuyinza okuyingira abaka nga 6 mu Buganda. Masaka sinafuna no information yonna no simple sinawulya bisembayo kuba zino zenjogerako. I was in charge of these very districts. So njagala kwebaza abantu abatuwadde akalulu era mmanyi nti mube bakakka mu mikwano gyange mwenna. Alina mu abawangudde muleme kulowooza nti mwe musoose okuwangula. Alina mwe bawangudde mulowooza nti mwe musembyeyo okuwangulwa. Just become and we see what to do. Ensi yaffe, let's become tukakane